indiscriminate neo-Nazism and neo-fascism for everybody, which was already going this way even before the police operation in Russophobia, during the first COVID years. And now that's it, and people were already sufficiently brainwashed by what happened these past 2 years. So it's even easier to brainwash them now with a new virus. And the virus is called Russia.
Yeah, exactly. It went from COVID to Russia now. But, Pepe, I would love to keep you on much longer. I think we could talk for days, but I don't want to take up too much of your time. I know it's late for you. One last thing that I would ask you is, where can people find your magnificent work? I know you write for The Cradle, and you're the editor-at-large Asia Times, but you have a Twitter now, I believe. And where else can people follow your work?
Exactly. Asia Times is we are in a very complicated situation at the moment. I may or may not continue to write for them. The ball is in their court, so it's a very complex story. I write regularly for The Cradle, based in Beirut, for Strategic Foundation, based in Moscow. A lot of people pick up my stuff here and there. And occasionally I do some specials for Consortium News in DC.
Great.
Al Mayadeen in Beirut as well. And I do a lot of podcasts for Americans, Brazilians, etc. And they're my books. The latest one is Raging 20s, published in the beginning of 21, in fact. It's a collection of articles. It's a good title. Exactly. And the Raging 20s, which is a direct reference to the Roaring 20s. It's the mix of great power politics and techno-feudalism, in fact. So it's, I would say it could be read as an introduction to what we're living now. And there's a lot of Russia, China, and US on that as well. And of course, my ebooks. If you go to the Asia Times website, you're going to see 4 ebooks that I published these past 2 years. One of them is Iran, reportage, most of it reportage in Iran or after trips to Iran. There's one that's going to interest you a lot, all of you, I think. It's Russia, China, and US. Russia, China, and US is this one, Shadow Play.
Right.
Covers the triangular relationship Russia, China, and Iran from during the Trump years, essentially, from 2017 to 2020. So everything that is happening now, it's directly linked to what happened between these 3 during the Trump years. And this is a collection that it's in this ebook. And then there are the ebooks on the forever wars. There are 2, part 1 and part 2, Iraq and Afghanistan. So I made a selection of everything that I wrote, let's say a sort of greatest hits of what I wrote for 20 years during the war on terror, centered specifically on Afghanistan and Iraq. And most of it is written in Afghanistan, in Iraq, or after ins and outs to Afghanistan and Iraq. So I think this offer you a pretty good background story in terms of what happened in geopolitics these past 20 years, because you have the forever war story, you have Iraq and Afghanistan, Iran, and you have Russia, China, and US. So you have the 5 main teams together in these ebooks. It's a pity, and now I'm going to be very frank, it's a pity that they are on Asia Times. I wish they were. If I leave Asia Times, I'm going to make them free for everybody. If I stay there, I'm going to have a relation with them still. And of course, you have to pay to get these ebooks. And of course, you are paying the company, not me. But if I leave Asia Times, first thing I'm going to do is to make these ebooks freely available for everybody.
Well,
I think it's going to be a much better idea, actually.
I mean, I've no doubt people would buy it anyway. I'm going to leave all the links below because I think you're really
Richard. Thank you.
You're really one of the only people who are, who's on point with everything that's happening now. And as we were talking before we started, before it was even the top story, right? You were following many of these things, and I mean, your career is 37 years now. It's insane. So
a dinosaur.
Well, I hope to get to that level too one day as a dinosaur. So it's really been great talking, Pepe. I would love to have you on more often.
Richard.
I think the viewers would agree. I think we had about 1,600 people watching just now. So
wonderful. Thank you.
I'll leave all your links below and your wonderful Twitter as well. And is there anything you want to say? Any closing remarks to the viewers, or about what's happening, or where they can find your work?
From my Latin American roots as well. I have European roots and Latin American roots. No pasarán.
I don't think we heard you. There was a bit of a lag with the internet, Pepe. I'm sorry. Could you repeat?
Yes, of course. This is for all the global south. And I want to make a translation because I know many of you know the original and you don't need a translation. No pasarán.
Yep. All right. That's it. I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you very much, Pepe. I hope we can have you back on again. It was really a pleasure speaking with you, and keep up the magnificent work. Thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Richard. Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
You still there?
Hi, Pepe. Yeah, I'm still there.
So it was okay. I think it was okay, huh?
Hi, everybody. Sorry about that. I was just finishing my conversation with Pepe. That's not for you guys. I turned the mic off, but I'm kind of bummed out, man. We had I'm sorry for the stream going wacko at the last 10 minutes. Because again, if you just came here and you don't know what's happening, I was just interviewing Pepe Escobar, fantastic journalist. Go watch the video. It's just the last 10 minutes there was something weird. It's okay. We got most of the important stuff on there, so go watch it. It was wonderful. I think we had about 1,600 of you tuned in. Very good. It's a shame about the stream going wacko. It's out of my hands. But look, I want to show you just very quickly his Twitter. Man, he cracked me up so much. Look at this. He was saying basically that the German foreign minister, Annalena Baerbock, is a low IQ fluffy who can't even manage a bratwurst stand and poses as foreign minister of the top EU power, doing a catwalk in bulletproof regalia. I mean, come on, man. This is comic relief, for God's sake. It's comic relief. And I think, I really think that was necessary because, having someone on like Pepe who can give you a real perspective, not this cheap plastic bullshit that you hear on CNN or the BBC. There is so much disinformation, so much lying about what's happening in Ukraine. And it's not even a question of like, oh, do you condemn Russia? Do you support Russia? No, it's like, what is the truth? What is actually going on there? We're seeing ridiculous claims, like I discussed now with Pepe. We're seeing ridiculous claims from the Ukrainian foreign ministry that, the Ukrainian defense minister, that they've blown up 180 tanks or 200 tanks and they've killed 5,000 troops. Do you know what 5,000 troops is? Like, I feel like people don't understand what these numbers are. If you blow up 200 Russian tanks in 5 days, that's something, I mean, that's World War II levels, you know, where you would have dozens of tanks being blown up every day. And that's the fucking Wehrmacht, not some grannies with Kalashnikovs like they've been trying to show you it's the Home Guard or whatever. I mean, you have to take the stuff they say with a pinch of salt, for God's sake. And in any case, I think what most people haven't understood what's happening, what's going on, is that you have the Russians doing a pincer movement, right? So just think about this rationally, think about this logically. If the Russians are so easy to beat, why isn't NATO coming in? Now, you might say, yeah, they have nuclear weapons, and that's why they have a deterrence, and they don't want to instigate something bigger. Yeah, okay, but that still doesn't make any sense. I mean, the Russian military is not a joke. They've been in there 5 days. If they actually wanted to take Kiev, they would have taken it. If they actually wanted to, you know, as they said, seize the government buildings, remove the government, impose a puppet government, and do all these things that they claim, they would have done it already. Like, you know, how can you take Russia as such a big threat and at the same time say they're not effective? You can't have both. Either you acknowledge the Russians have a very, very potent military, they have a nuclear arsenal, they're one of the world's biggest, conventional armed forces. They are a threat to Ukraine, or they're not. Which one is it? You can't have both. So I think what Pepe's been telling us, and this map that he posted here, which we discussed in the live stream, is very important to go watch so you understand what the situation is right now. He said, you know, that this is the best map right now of the Donbass and what's happening currently. And I actually wanted to ask him one thing, which I just remembered now, which was about the peace talks. But he kind of mentioned them anyway, and he said that they didn't lead anywhere. So, I mean, that much is obvious. Now, what's happening, I'm going to give you guys, again, the interview, fantastic. I love Pepe. He's amazing. Go watch it afterwards. But we have a lot of stuff to cover now, so don't go anywhere. We are going to continue full force. And I hope you guys come back into the stream. One of you saying you can't hear anything, just refresh. Again, YouTube, I don't know what games has been playing, but, you know, everyone else can hear. So who's... It's Thuck or Tuck. I don't know how to say your name. I'm sorry, but you just have to refresh. Everyone else got the audio working. So we have a lot of things to cover. Let's go. Let's dive right into it. And this is really exciting to have Pepe on. Really, he gives such a fresh insight. So, okay, let's switch over here to the latest news. I'm going to give you an update on Ukraine and tell you everything that's been happening as usual. Again, I don't know how many of you are subscribed. I'm assuming most of you, but if you are not subscribed, please subscribe. This is your destination. This is the spot to get international news. Everyone in the comments can attest to that. Don't take my word for it. Ask them in the comments. And one thing, where are you guys tuning in from? I want to know where you're tuning in from. You guys didn't tell me. I didn't do a roll call. So, right now, it's just about to hit midnight where I am. Let me know where you guys are tuning in. Thank you, Jugo. I appreciate that very much. We got people from the UK, Kuwait, Toronto, Seattle. Wow, Mars. I can't read the comments. There's so many of you. That's incredible. London, Amsterdam, Portland, Munich, Canada, Beirut, Scotland, Virginia, Germany, Canada, Russia, Holland, Norway, Puerto Rico, Vienna, Macedonia, Iran. That's amazing. This is why I love you guys. This is you reflect my work, right? The international audience that I have is reflective of what I cover, and I appreciate that very much. I think it's amazing. Wow, you guys just keep going. I can't even read the comments. It's just brrr. Wow. Okay. Are you guys ready? You ready for the latest round of international PS? So let's go. The International Criminal Court is now going to investigate Russia. Let me show you this statement from this press release from the... Well, first of all, hold on. Before I get to the ICJ, let me show you this headline over here from RT. There's also from The Guardian. The ICC prosecutor is to investigate possible war crimes in Ukraine. Okay? Now, the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court in The Hague has announced that he will launch an investigation into possible war crimes or crimes against humanity in Ukraine. Now, Karim Khan said that although Ukraine was not a member of the ICC, it had awarded jurisdiction to the court. So this is very important to understand. I'm going to tell you a little bit about how this works. The ICC, the International Criminal Court, comes from the Rome Statute, right? So this is signed, 1999, the year 2000, when countries started ratifying it. And you have to be a member, okay? You have to sign on. You have to be a member to start a case against another country. Now, the attacker doesn't have to be a member. So if I take, just as an example, Israel, Palestine, Israel is not a member of the International Criminal Court, go figure. The Palestinians, of course, have an issue of, are they regarded as a state? They don't have full member status at the United Nations and so on. And so last year, the ICC decided, you know what? We are still going to establish jurisdiction in Palestine, even though it doesn't have full member status at the UN and so on. And this got the Israelis enraged. Why would the Israelis be enraged about a war crimes investigation if they're not a member of the ICC? Because you just need the victim to be a member of the ICC to launch an investigation. Do you understand? And so in this case, Ukraine is not a member of the ICC, but they still decided to cooperate and award jurisdiction to the court. Okay? So the ICC prosecutor is saying that there was grounds to open an investigation based on a previous preliminary investigation on Crimea and the Donbass published last year and on current events in Ukraine. So again, this is like with Palestine, they don't just investigate something happening now, they might bundle in a bunch of things. And as we can see here, this is also dealing with what's been happening in Donbass and Crimea. Okay, and so Khan, the ICC prosecutor, the chief prosecutor, says, I've already tasked my team to explore all evidence preservation opportunities. And he said that he would go to ICC judges to approve the inquiry, okay? But it would be faster if an ICC member state referred the case to his office, which would allow us to actively and immediately proceed with the office's independent and objective investigations, right? So again, there is a pre-trial basically, before they even start, they need permission from the ICC to launch an investigation. Okay, you can't just decide, I'm going to launch one. You need to get permission first, and that's what happened with Palestine. They granted permission for the chief prosecutor to establish jurisdiction and then open a case. I know it's a bit... I'm trying to explain it as simple as possible so you can wrap your minds around it, but this is basically how it works. And then earlier in the day, Lithuania had called on the ICC to open an investigation into possible war crimes by Russia and Belarus in Ukraine. And so Lithuania's prime minister, Simonit, told the Washington Post that what Putin is doing is just a murder and nothing else, and I hope he will be in The Hague. And by the way, a little fun fact. So The Hague, which is in the Netherlands, where the ICC is based, George Bush, when he was president, George Bush Jr., when he was president, he passed a law, right, that says if an American is ever tried at the International Criminal Court, they will invade the Netherlands. Yeah, I'm not exaggerating. I'm not like misreading. No, that's exactly what I just told you. So if an American is ever taken to the International Criminal Court, the United States will invade the Netherlands. I mean, talk about like disrespect for international law. As you can deduce from what I've just stated to you, the United States is not a member of the ICC. So, Bill Clinton was supposed to sign it, dragging his feet, and I think he does it on the last day in office, and then Bush gets in office and he doesn't ratify it and so on. So Russia is not a member of the ICC either, right? That's also important to understand. And I think that's wrong. We can't criticize the United States and Israel for not being a member of the ICC and then give Russia a pass. No. It's also wrong for Russia not to be a member of the ICC. Because, again, there are several things that can be investigated. It's not just war crimes, it's crimes against humanity. The crime of aggression, which is, for example, what people are saying that Russia has done now against Ukraine is a crime of aggression. It's basically starting a war for no reason. A quintessential example of a crime of aggression is the invasion of Iraq in 2003. There's no UN mandate. They tried going to the UN. They lied at the UN. The UN said no, and then they went in anyway. And interestingly enough, Tony Blair, I know I'm going off on a bit of a tangent, but this does give you context to understand how all of this works. Tony Blair, for example, he couldn't be prosecuted for invading Iraq in the UK because the UK, although it signed the Rome Statute and it's an ICC member, there is one crime which it did not ratify and codify into British law. And what is that? It's the crime of aggression. So, you know, that's how you end up with Tony Blair escaping justice. But anyway, they want to... So they want to go and they want to go after... Oh, that's Bellingcat. That's, you know, wow. He has me blocked for some reason, this guy. I've never even spoken to him. I wonder why. Is he afraid of something? In any case, here's same article from RT, same thing. And I just think it's interesting. You know why? I think it's really interesting that they want to go after Russia within a week. I mean, again, this hasn't been a week since Russia has, whatever you want to call it, an invasion or started their military operation or policing operation. It hasn't even been a week since they've gone into Ukraine, and already the ICC is saying, let's open up an investigation. Okay, great. Wonderful. Let the rule of law, of international law, prevail. My question to you is, why have Palestinians had to wait so long, just until last year, right? So when the ICC was looking to investigate Israeli crimes in Palestine, it's several crimes, okay? 2018, 2019, what was happening? You had Palestinians who would go every Friday after prayers and protest at the so-called border fence, demanding to return home. They want to go back to their homes that were stolen by the Israelis, by the Israeli settlers. And what would happen? The Israelis would just shoot them. There was a famous headline where one of the Israeli soldiers is bragging that he shot 42 knees in one day. Like, they would purposely cripple people, not even just kill them, just disable them. You know, you had so many amputations. It's unbelievable. And so this is one of the things that the ICC wanted to investigate. Another thing, for example, is the bombing of Gaza in 2014, right? I think you had around over 2,000 Palestinians who were killed, 65% of them civilians. The majority of those people were in their homes when they were killed, which shows you that the Israelis were targeting residential areas. And that's another thing. So that's 2014, right? That's 2014. And if we're being honest, I mean, these are just a few of the crimes that should be investigated. But nevertheless, my question is, that was in 2014 when they went into Gaza. How come it took until 2021 for the ICC to finally say, you know what, we will recognize jurisdiction over Palestine, therefore enabling us to launch an investigation? And you know who did this? That was Fatou Bensouda. She used to be the ICC chief prosecutor before Khan. Just, you know, her mandate was just until a few months ago. And so just before she leaves, again, I'm not accusing her necessarily of being, you know, doing anything devious. I'm just telling you the facts. Just before she leaves, that's when she declares that, that's when she gets approval to give jurisdiction on the Palestinians, right? It's not just her decision. So the ICC has to give her that permission. And again, my question is, why do Palestinians have to wait so long? But with Russia, it's just, you know, snap your fingers, let's go. I could also argue about Iraq. You know, how come no one's been prosecuted for Iraq? Because if you're going to come here and tell me, well, war is bad and, you know, international law should prevail, fine, great. But where is it when there are much more egregious crimes that should have been dealt with, you know, decades ago? That's my question. And I'm trying to understand why the world is like jumping into action, trying to punish Russia, sanction Russia, ban RT, go after Russia in the ICC. Like, okay, if that's how we're going to treat people who go into other countries and make them a pariah, okay, fine. But why doesn't it count when you do it? Because the people doing this to Russia are hypocrites. It's the EU, it's EU member states, it's the UK, it's the US. They're hypocrites. They've done far worse than Russia, and no one turned on them like that. So there is a double standard here. Whatever you think of Russia, whatever you think of Ukraine, there is a double standard here, and you must acknowledge this. Okay, and it's not even just a double standard in morality and discourse and rhetoric. It's even a legal double standard, because the law is being applied for one party and it's not being applied for another party. Do you understand? And that is what's concerning here. And so here I want to read you a statement. This is a press release from the president of the International Court of Justice. Okay, and this was again, this is from 1st of March. And they say that the president of the International Court of Justice, the principal judicial organ of the United Nations, addressed today an urgent communication to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation, so Lavrov, with a copy to the government of Ukraine in the case concerning allegations of genocide under the Convention on Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Okay, so in the text of the communication says, quote, I have the honor to refer to the request for the indication of provisional measures filed in the proceedings instituted by Ukraine against the Russian Federation on 26th of February 2022. And so they hereby call the attention of the Russians to act in a way that would enable the court to make any provisional measures. And so my point here is that you have not only because again, the ICJ, which I just read you the statement of, is not the exact same thing as the ICC, okay? It literally said it in the document that I just read you. It's the principal judicial organ of the United Nations. The ICC is different, okay? The International Criminal Court. That's based in The Hague, and it comes from the Rome Statute, okay? And so the International Criminal Court is, as the name implies, it's for criminal cases, and the International Court of Justice from the UN is usually for a civil court between countries that hears disputes between countries, right? So, for example, if you have a trade dispute, you would go to the ICJ, not necessarily the ICC. Just a rudimentary example. So, again, this is another organ now with the UN, as we're seeing. So not just ICC, but also the UN. You know, they're jumping into action. Great, wonderful. Finally, these institutions actually fucking do something. You know, it's great. But where is it when you need it for things like Iraq or Libya? Or do I really need to go through the list? I can't go through the list because there are too many countries. I'm just giving you the most recent ones. In my opinion, sanctions, when you go and starve someone to death, like if I come to you and I shoot you in the head or I starve you to death, I'm still killing you. I'm still an aggressor, right? If you do that to someone. So don't come here and tell me like bombs are more humane or something than starving someone to death. They're both attacks. And sanctions, I mean, that they don't even treat that as something serious. It's just like whatever, It is illegal under international law. Make no mistake. When the US puts sanctions on Russia, for example, they're not sanctioned by the UN, no pun intended. The UN didn't allow the sanctions. So technically, they're not legal under international law. They're unilateral, coercive measures. And so no one gets punished for that. If you look at, and here's the irony, even when the UN approves them, like it just to give you an idea that even when they're supposedly legal, how lethal they are. The UN backed these sanctions against Iraq in the 90s. And I mean, that famous quote from the US Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright, where she's asked by a reporter, do you think it was worth killing 500,000 children in Iraq with sanctions? Not bombs, sanctions. 500,000 children in Iraq. And again, that's supposedly legal. Does that make it right? No. It's just as brutal. I don't think you could have even killed 500 million Iraqi children with bombs. Even if you tried, that would have taken you. I mean, it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. Sorry, not 500 million, 500,000. Excuse me. I didn't want to make a mistake with that. 500,000, not million. But the point is the same, right? You have a concerted, calculated effort to attack a country, and I don't think that's taken seriously at all. Anyway, just going back to the ICC and what they're saying here. Here's the article from RT. Let me show you what they've written. So they basically published the same statement from the official ICC website, right? This is the same thing that that I just read to you about starting a case against Russia. Again, Ukraine is not a state party to the Rome Statute. Neither, Russia is also not a member, but they're going for it nevertheless. And they're also including crimes. Look at this. They're the first lodged declaration by the government of Ukraine accepted ICC jurisdiction with respect to alleged crimes committed on Ukrainian territory from November 2013 to February 2014, right? And so they're also taking those crimes into account. It's not just what's happening now. But nevertheless, I feel like there's a real global effort to quickly, let's jump into action. We'll go and attack Russia on every level, economic, financial, judicial, you name it. And we'll even send military aid. But when other countries do something similar, it's just not there. So once again, I've been trying to paint you the double standards, and here you go. Here's one of them, right? This is one of the clear double standards that you're seeing again. Let me continue with the updates. So We've got 700 people watching. That's wonderful. Make sure you hit the like button. We only have 400 likes. I was trying to interview Pepe before, and I didn't want to interrupt him, but I was like in the chat, like, hit the fucking like button. I pinned it so we can get those numbers up. Okay, it's a bit better. I see 400, 450. Come on, guys. Don't cheap out on me, as one of you said in the comments. Let me move on to the next segment over here. 500 likes. Come on. We got 750 people watching. I'm not starting the next segment until I see 700 likes. That's it. I refuse. I'm on strike. Oh, man, I need something to drink badly, honestly. Hold on. Let me pull this up. I already told you about this story the other day, but they've actually acted on it now. 560 likes, 570 likes. Come on, man. Hurry up. We haven't got all day. 600. We're getting close. Very good. 600. Come on. We need 100 more likes. Let's go. Come on. I'm just gonna hide myself drinking this for a moment. I don't want you to see what I'm drinking. I don't like doing ads for, you know. All right, guys. We have 630 likes. We need 70 more of you to like the video. 640. Let's go. So I told you the other day that they've banned RT and Sputnik. The EU has decided to ban them. And just this morning, I was actually watching RT. I want to see how they were reporting on it. They had a very good program, actually, about people who were in concentration camps. And they were talking about how horrible it was. And, you know, they were also showing, like, how, you know, they're contrasting that with what's happening now. Like, how can you have people in Eastern Europe who identify as neo-Nazis after what the Nazis did to them, right? It was really, really horrible. I mean, just chilling stories. And in any case, while I was watching RT, I accidentally pressed back on the browser, and it went back to RT's YouTube channel, and this is what I saw. This channel is not available in your country. So they've banned RT. They've banned it for good now. So they've taken the YouTube channel offline completely, all over Europe. So I tried, you know, I asked people all over Europe, in the UK, Germany, to test it out. It's Poland as well. It doesn't work. Doesn't work. You cannot go to the channel anymore. It's just not there. And this is the message that you get. That's what they tell you. And here's what Google has said, right? So Google owns YouTube. And this is the statement they put out on Twitter. They say, due to the ongoing war in Ukraine, we're blocking YouTube channels connected to RT and Sputnik across Europe, effective immediately. It'll take time for our systems to fully ramp up. Our teams continue to monitor the situation around the clock to take swift action. So once again, you see the big tech companies, Google, Facebook, and so on, uniting to implement the policies of the neoliberals, right? The neoliberals who embrace authoritarianism, who love the deep state, they love the intelligence agencies, and it's just incredible. I mean, I also saw RT going underground has been banned, so like really just taking all of the shows offline. All of them. And does this surprise any of you guys? Does this surprise you that you have the EU, fundamentally neoliberal institution, moving to ban media? Where's the free speech? You know, they keep telling us the European Union is a democratic institution and all of its member states respect democracy. Where's the democracy? Like, why do they only want you to have the pro-NATO viewpoint? You know, if you think the RT is really so bad, well, that's your personal opinion. That doesn't mean it shouldn't be accessible to other people. Like, they were showing, as I said, a program this morning about the Holocaust. You're telling me that that's something bad that people shouldn't see? What's wrong with that? They're also reporting about what's happening in Ukraine on the ground. Why are we not allowed to see that? Even if you want to be critical of RT, you could still look at that and criticize it without banning it. They're such hypocrites. You know, they always want to say that other countries like Syria and Iran and Russia and North Korea, they're repressive regimes who put people who dissent in jail, who silence criticism. Well, you're doing it here too. Julian Assange is in prison, right? I'm covering his case. That guy is a true dissenter. Why is he in prison? Because he published documents they don't like in the West. And now they're banning RT because it's giving a viewpoint that they don't like. This is hypocrisy supreme. This is complete, absolute hypocrisy. So look at the other companies as well. This is an article from The Hill. This is Warner Media have announced on Monday that they would not be releasing the Batman movie in Russia this weekend. Right? And they say in light of the humanitarian crisis, they're pausing the release of their feature film, and it won't be there. Netflix have said that they would not be running Russian-affiliated media channels on their platform. Again, they say, given the current situation, we have no plans to add these channels to our service. And Disney, they said that all releases in Russia will be halted due to the country's attack on Ukraine. YouTube, as I said, they've removed RT and Sputnik in Europe. Facebook is restricting the accounts of some Russian-backed media outlets in Europe. Right? They say we've received requests from a number of governments and the EU to take further steps in relation to Russia's state-controlled media. Given the exceptional nature of the current situation, we will be restricting access to RT and Sputnik across the EU this time. Twitter said it would be labeling links to Russian state media outlets, as thousands of tweets since the conflict began have cited Russian media. They say since the invasion, we've seen more than 45,000 tweets a day sharing links to Russian state-affiliated media outlets. Yeah, because Russia is in the war. I mean, what the fuck does that even mean? Of course, Russia is going to have a surge in articles about a conflict that Russia is in. What kind of stupid logic is that? What is that logic? They're not even saying that it's disinformation like they usually claim. They're not even saying there's anything wrong with it. They're just saying it's Russian. By virtue of being Russian, it has to be banned. That's it. That's the only qualifier here. That's it. It's Russian and state affiliated. Yeah, okay, but you're going to come here and tell me RT is more state affiliated than Western media? Come on. I'm not even going to entertain this childish nonsense. RT, Press TV, Sputnik, CGTN, Telesur, you pick any so-called state-backed media which they try to smear in the West, and I bet you, and I guarantee you, anything you like, they do more correct journalism than these warmonger bastards on CNN and the Washington Post and the New York Times, who have really they mobilize the entire propaganda machine to sell wars that kill millions, that make millions refugees over and over and over and over again. They're doing it even right now. Who's paying the price? It's Ukraine. Why is Ukraine paying the price? Because of NATO expansion. And they won't even mention that word on the television. How often do you even hear about NATO expansion? They make it all about Putin being evil. Okay, spare me your cartoon, your cartoonishly evil theatrics. Why don't you address the geopolitical situation? Russia is a country. It's a country with people living in it. It has a defense ministry. It has a cabinet with people who address national security. What are they saying? What is their viewpoint? Will you even explain their viewpoint and then criticize it maybe, but at least tell us what it is? No, it's just, it's Russia. They're evil. Of course, it's Putin. He's evil. That's it. Liquor stores. Some liquor stores in Canada and the US have said they will not be selling Russian alcohol in solidarity with Ukraine. Right? So I've seen people online pouring out bottles of Stolichnaya vodka and other alcoholic beverages coming from Russia. They're boycotting Russia and Russian things. I would love to see their response if you did that with Israeli goods, which is, again, boycott, divestment, sanctions, right? Do you see the reaction? Like they have moved in the US to ban BDS, which is, again, nonviolent protest against Israel and a boycott of Israeli products. They've moved to ban that in several US states, right? So you have people, for example, who get fired because they don't want to sign a clause saying that they refuse to support BDS, right? So it's totally okay to do that with Russian products, but imagine the outrage if you did that with Israeli products. They will call you an anti-Semite, right? That's what they would say. FIFA, the global governing body of football, announced Monday it would be imposing an indefinite ban on Russia from all competition. So again, this is another one, right? They have said that they will also... Yeah, so Poland has boycotted facing Russia in a qualifying match for the World Cup. And also, I believe that they will move... What sporting event was it again? They're going to move it to Paris. Give me a second. I'm kind of overloaded because I've been looking at this and studying this all day. So you get a couple of... let me just see here. Yeah, the Champions League final, of course, the Champions League, right? So for those of you who don't know football, Champions League is the biggest, football competition in Europe, apart from maybe the Euro Cup, right? It's where clubs play, not countries. So the Champions League, they're moving it from St. Petersburg to Paris, right? And it's supposed to take place on May 28th. It's always in spring. And so they're moving that now. And UEFA is the European governing body for football, and FIFA is the worldwide one, right? So both UEFA and FIFA are now basically boycotting Russia. They're moving the location of the games and also imposing a ban on the Russian team. So let me go back here. Oh, actually, it was right underneath. I was doing it from memory. It was right there underneath. Same thing, right? There it is. So the Olympic Committee, right? They announced their recommendations against Russia and Belarus, and they're saying that they recommend athletes and officials from the two countries not be allowed in competitions. So they said the athletes should only be allowed to participate as a neutral individual without the flags or anthems of their nation. Wow. I've never even heard of that. When there's a sporting event, whether it's football or anything else, you always come... you represent your country unless it's a club game or something. But in the World Cup or the Olympics, you're there as for example, Chinese skier or an American, runner, whatever. And now they're saying that they should only be allowed to compete as individuals. I mean, that's incredible. Wow. And there's more measures like that in international judo and taekwondo. And just going back to the tech side of things, Visa and MasterCard have both announced they will be blocking Russian banks from their networks, right? MasterCard said it will be donating to Save the Children, the Red Cross, and the company's Employee Assistance Fund to help those affected by the invasion. Okay. I was expecting them to take the money from Russians, from assets they've frozen or something like that. But yeah. There you go. So you're seeing all of these various... BP and Shell. This is another big one. I was going to mention it when I was speaking to Pepe earlier. But you know how they've now basically killed Nord Stream 2? The company that makes Nord Stream, all the employees were fired this morning. And the company's declaring bankruptcy. It's actually owned by Gazprom, which is the Russian gas company. But it's based in Switzerland. And it's called Nord Stream AG. And so in terms of oil and gas, BP has decided to sell... all of its shares, so it's 20% stake in this Russian oil company, Rosneft, and they actually have to pay a huge fine for it. They have to pay a couple billion for doing that, but they've done it anyway, right? And Shell has said that it'll be ending all joint ventures with Russian majority state-owned oil company Gazprom, which I just mentioned to you, right? They said that Shell said it's 27.5% stake in Sakhalin 2, the liquefied natural gas facility, and its 50% stake in Salem Petroleum Development will be withdrawn. So again, I'm just showing you the various boycotts that are taking place now against Russia. So I've already talked about the financial ones, the SWIFT targeting the Russian central bank, obviously the political boycotts, not letting Russian planes fly over European airspace. But this is really it's really a concerted effort. And once again, I would ask you one very, very simple question. If this is what the world does to crimes of aggression, right, in response to crimes of aggression, why was nothing of this caliber, not even close, done when, the Iraq was invaded or Syria was bombed or Libya? I mean, the aggression in those countries, it really dwarfs what Russia is doing in Ukraine. It's not even comparable. It doesn't even register in any capacity. But if you want to come here and say that it's the principle, fine, okay, it's the principle. It doesn't matter how bad it is, whether Iraq was worse and Ukraine is not as bad. Okay, fine. What about the principle then? It's the same principle, right? I mean, invading Iraq, based on what? They also claimed it's national security, right? All this bullshit. Oh, we have to fight the terrorists. It's national security. We feel threatened. I mean, man, at least with Russia, you can really point to classified documents from the Americans, from the CIA director Burns, who knows that the Russians don't want this. It is a security concern for them. You can't do the same. You can't say the same for the US going into those countries, right? But regardless, you see the hypocrisy. It's unbelievable. It's really, really unbelievable. And it's such a slap in the face. It's really a slap in the face for the anti-war movement, who have really tried to like raise awareness and bring people to take action against aggressors like NATO, like the US, like the UK, and failed, and nothing ever materialized. It's really a slap in the face for the victims, most of all. You know, people who've become refugees, whose family or friends were killed, people who died from sanctions. You know, where's their justice? Like, why didn't the world care about them? It seems that the answer to that lies partially, at least, in the news anchors that come on television and tell you, well, you know, this is a European country. This is a relatively civilized European country, Ukraine. It's not like Iraq or Afghanistan, where war is normal because, you know, we always bomb that shithole. That's their logic. That's what they're telling you, right? And it's I've seen this and shown it to you. It's not just like one rogue anchor on CBS. It's French television. It's the BBC. You see it. It's Al Jazeera. You see how they're all saying this out in the open. It's disgusting, really. The hypocrisy, the racism, it's disgusting. Guys, we have 850 people watching, but only 800 likes only. Come on, guys. Where are the rest of you, the 50 people who haven't liked the video? Let's go. Let's go. You should hit the like button because it really helps with the algorithm. We've been doing great, and I'm very grateful to you guys. So anyway, let's continue with the segments. I got a lot of stuff to cover with you. So I'm giving you all the latest updates on Ukraine, on Russia, on international news. This is the spot. Nowhere else will you find a 6-hour fucking live stream covering all of this. I think that's the only selling point that I can genuinely certify you won't find anywhere else. At the very least. At the very least. So, I don't know how long we're going to go on for today, but we'll take us where the, you know, we'll go where the things take us. So, over here. I'm going to continue with the gas, actually, for a second. I'm just preparing this for you. All right. Yeah, here we go. This is what I wanted to show you about BP for a second. And okay, great. Nord Stream AG, the company based in Switzerland that has built the Nord Stream 2 pipeline between Russia and Germany, it's fired all its employees this morning, right? They were all fired, further signaling that this whole economic partnership between Russia and Germany is really just in tatters now. We know that the United States had a long-term goal to put a halt to Nord Stream 2. Well, it seems like they've got their what they wanted. You know, their wishes come true. Now, this is because of sanctions, because Secretary of State Tony Blinken, he even said this on Twitter, that he would be sanctioning the Nord Stream AG company. And here is the statement. He says, "We worked closely with Germany to stop Nord Stream 2 pipeline. Germany has been a leader on efforts to respond to Russian aggression and announced strong sanctions yesterday. Today, I am sanctioning Nord Stream 2 AG, its CEO, and its corporate officers." Right? So, this is really big. You have to keep in mind that Germany gets 40% of its gas from Russia. Okay? And that's already with Nord Stream 1 and everything besides Nord Stream 2, which hasn't even begun yet. They've stopped it while it's still being certified. So the pipeline's built, but it hasn't actually been turned on. And the other day, Joe Biden, the US president, was standing next to the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and really just saying in front of the reporters, in front of the Chancellor, that we will end Nord Stream 2, even though it's not an American project. So he's really indicating to you, He's showing the world that it's the United States that's running the show and telling Germany what to do and running Germany's economic affairs. And even if it screws Germans, doesn't matter, because the U.S., its national it's a foreign policy and so-called national security, nothing to do with security, they come first. Now, it's not only that. There are other gas and petroleum companies that are taking action to punish Russia. British Petroleum, BP, they've said that they will exit Rosneft, which is a majority state-owned Russian gas company, and they're going to sell their stake, even if it gives them a $25 billion hit, right? So that's incredible. I think that shows you a little bit of the lengths that they're going to. Now, let me just scroll down over here for you. Shell has joined BP in selling its Russian assets. And they basically, as I told you, they sold their stakes in 2 Russian companies, and they've also stopped their joint ventures with Russia. Now, again, my point with all of this is, of course, this is to be expected, right? When you have sanctions against a country, everyone drops you like a hot potato. That's the whole point. You become radioactive, right? That's the entire idea. It's that, for example, BP, if you keep cooperating with Russia, you will get fined as well. We're going to punish you. We might even put you in jail. The punishment is determined based on the size of how big the crime is, right? And how big the economic advantage is to the targeted nation. So these companies, they've seen now that, Russia is untouchable. We're just going to drop everything. We're going to cut ties with our joint ventures, remove our stakes from their companies, and just cut them loose, because the sanctions are too powerful. And again, the idea here with Russia is that they have alternatives, right? They have Power of Siberia 2 pipeline, which they could also turn to, which also I think exports 50 billion cubic meters of gas. So they could also, instead of having that revenue come from Germany, they could just turn and get it from Mongolia, right? And from their partnership with Eurasian countries, which I was talking about with Pepe just a moment ago. So I don't think it's going to hit the Russians as badly as something like, for example, the freezing the central bank, half of the central bank's assets. But it is nevertheless, it is something very, very substantial. And it's just to give you an idea how they're all trying to run away from Russia and cut it loose, Give me a second over here. All right, it's not loading. Doesn't matter. My point was that Russia, I wanted to just show you the graphic and the pie chart. 40% of Russian gas, 40% of gas in Germany comes from Russia. Nord Stream 2 would have benefited not just the Krauts, not just the Germans, but also all of Europe. And it's a shame in a way, because you see economic partnership between Russia and Germany being just destroyed because it suits NATO interests. That's really what's going on. And who will get screwed in the end? Not so much the Russians as much as the Europeans. This is just the situation now. I don't know how far the Russians would go if they would ever weaponize the gas against Europeans. But for example, if ties were really to get really get much worse, Germany can't replace that. They want to build these LNG terminals, the liquefied natural gas terminals, to get, as it says, liquefied natural gas from places like the US, but that can't make up for the share of Russian gas that they receive and that they still need. Energy in Germany is a big topic. They transitioned away from nuclear. They don't have any nuclear power plants providing them energy. And what else are they left with? Coal. They're trying to phase coal out within the next decade. So they have an energy deficiency which they have to solve. And I really don't understand how Secretary of State Blinken running Germany's affairs is going to help them. But that's just part of the game. You become a NATO ally, you're a sacrificial lamb. That's really how it works in many ways. I'm going to go on here and show you something else that will probably make you laugh. Hold on, let me switch to this segment over here. Okay. So, you know what? Before we hit the next, we go to the next segment, I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. You guys go get yourself something to drink. Go hit the can. We'll be back in 2 minutes, okay? 2 minutes, we'll be right back. Great. All right, guys, we are back. Hello, hello. Great to see you again. So let me continue with our coverage of World War III. I don't know what we're calling it. Are you ready to laugh? This one's going to make you laugh. Rachel Maddow and Hillary Clinton decided to chime in on what's happening in Ukraine. Let me play you this clip and then we'll discuss.
Talks over the years say that as much as they might have either disliked or thought that Putin was ruthless before, he seems different. He doesn't seem like himself. He seems like there might be something wrong with him, that he might be nuts. We've heard that from people who have been in diplomatic negotiations with him before. I wanted to get your take on that, both as somebody who has spent time with him, but also your take on whether or not that should factor into how we strategize against him now.
Well, it's a difficult question to answer from afar, obviously. I think the reports coming out suggest both his temperament, his paranoia seems to have increased dramatically. His vindictiveness, his dictatorial approach to the people around him, including his own military leadership, seems to have gone further and deeper than anybody had ever seen before. People have also suggested that maybe physically he's facing some health challenges. I think it's important for leaders, intelligence agencies to get the best information they can. But ultimately, the people closest to Putin, those who have to deal with him, those who he's keeping at the end of 40-foot tables while he issues bizarre orders, they're the ones who need to act. They need to act for the good of Russia. They need to stop him, whether or not this has turned into some kind of physical or mental problems that he either had or has in some way come down with. We don't know. But his behavior is dangerous, and it's dangerous to the future of Russia. So my hope is that the people who are watching him, those who get close enough to see in person his behavior, which is so erratic, that they can try to prevent him from doing things that will not only be tragic for Ukraine, but tragic for Russia, too. This.
Yo, guys, please, I have to play it again. I have to play this again. Oh my God. Oh my God. Please let me play it one more time.
Talks over the years say that as much as they might have either disliked or thought that Putin was ruthless before, he seems different. He doesn't seem like himself. He seems like there might be something wrong with him, that he might be nuts. We've heard that from people who have been in diplomatic negotiations with him before. I wanted to get your take on that, both as somebody who has spent time with him, but also your take on whether or not that should factor into how we
Right. Jesus Christ, can you see Hillary next to her? Can you see Hillary, how she's nodding? You know, Rachel Maddow's going, well, you know, we've heard from people that he might be nuts. And Hillary's like, oh, yeah, nuts. I know that word. Jesus Christ.
Strategize against him now.
Well, it's a difficult question to answer from afar, obviously. I think the reports coming out suggest both his temperament, his paranoia seems to have increased dramatically. His vindictiveness, his dictatorial approach to the people around him, including his own military.
Jesus Christ, she's so boring. She's like holding up a dictionary and says, well, you know, his paranoia has increased, and the malign, dictatorial, authoritarian, repressive, KGB. It's like she's just reading. They probably have it on a teleprompter for her, just a bunch of adjectives to describe Putin with. Come on, man.
Leadership seems to have gone further and deeper than anybody had ever seen before. People have also suggested that maybe physically he's facing some health challenges. I think it's important for leaders, intelligence agencies to get the best information they can. But ultimately, the people closest to Putin, those who have to deal with him, those who he's keeping at the end of 40-foot tables while he issues bizarre orders, they're the ones who need to act. They need to act for the good of Russia. They need to stop him, whether or not this has turned into some kind of physical or mental problems that he either had or has in some way come down with. We don't know. But his behavior is dangerous, and it's dangerous to the future of Russia. So my hope is that the people who are watching him, those who get close enough to see in person his behavior, which is so erratic, that they can try to prevent him from doing things that will not only be tragic for Ukraine, but tragic for Russia, too. This should be stopped for Russia's.
God, she's so horrible. She's so horrendous. She's so horrendous. I mean, this is Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton is now talking about harm reduction. She's like, man, I'm pleading to I'm pleading. Please. one of the cooks just slipped some poison in his drink and rid us of Putin. What does she mean? Those people, she wants an intervention. She wants people to sit down with Putin at those 40-feet tables and ask him to kindly not fight neo-Nazis. Like, explain this to me. Explain this to me. You know, this is the same woman who threw out a Black Lives Matter protester, like a girl who interrupted her to talk about racial injustice in America. And then she's like, you know, well, this dictator, he's just completely erratic and evil, and you know, he needs to have compassion, as if like she's some kind of moral fucking arbiter. Are you serious? This is the same woman who was jumping for joy in her chair when she killed Gaddafi, right? When NATO killed Gaddafi, right? So what's her idea exactly of foreign policy? I'd like to know. God, look at her face, man. Look at her face. She just gets worse and worse. Like, no one wants to hear from you. Really, no one wants to hear from you. I want to look at this caption from Margaret Kimberly. She says, Hillary Clinton and Rachel Maddow say Putin is crazy, but Hillary looks like an escapee from the asylum. Oh, God. Oh, man. I mean, she really does. You know, she just gets worse and worse. She had also this like new merch now about something like I'm with her. She's put out a masterclass not long ago about leadership. Like, you lost a fucking election. Why would anyone listen to you? You lost not just any election, you lost to Donald Trump. I'm not sure anyone should be taking political advice from you. And just seeing both of these people sit there, Rachel Maddow and Hillary, like, who the fuck wants to listen to you? This giraffe neck motherfucker on the left and this psycho destroyer of Libya on the right. Who the hell wants to listen to you? If Vladimir Putin is crazy, you look like fucking, I don't know, you look like you're running the goddamn cuckoo, the goddamn nut job, man. These people spew Russiagate nonsense all day. All they talk about is a made-up conspiracy theory, and they have the stones to call other people mentally ill. I mean, first of all, I don't think that's really. I don't think that's personal. First of all, if that's actually true, it's not true. What you're seeing here on the television is they're trying to make it personal about Vladimir Putin, and they always do this, right? They say, oh man, he has so many palaces and he's hiding all of this money, he's super rich, and he doesn't have a really close circle of friends, he's very distant from everyone, and he has these ambitions of reviving the Soviet Union, and he wasn't loved as a child, and they try to like do this fake bullshit psychoanalysis, all to avoid talking about NATO. Like, the reaches are fucking unbelievable. I bet you they're going to start talking about the color of his underwear before they address NATO and before they address the geopolitical situation. How much do you want to bet? How much do you want to bet? Right? They will keep going with this, and that's all you see. That's all you see, whether it's Washington Post or Maddow. It doesn't matter. It's the propaganda machine. This is how it functions. They don't need to explain geopolitics to Americans because, and you know, Europeans, Westerners, because no offense, it's stupid. It doesn't register. This sells a lot better. It's much easier to go, oh, that guy's just evil. You know, he's Hitler 2.0. That's it. He's Hitler. That's it. That's all you need to know. I wonder why no one is watching cable anymore. I wonder why all of these channels are dropping and dropping in terms of ratings, viewership. I wonder why no one cares about your bullshit anymore. I'm surprised they didn't mention Trump. I'm surprised they didn't mention Trump in the whole thing, right? So anything to avoid talking about the geopolitical reality. That is the key to understanding the propaganda machine against Russia. And that's why also they silence outlets like RT, because on RT you will hear about that, right? But then they say, oh, it's just a Putin talking point or something. No, not really. I mean, if the CIA director is talking about that in private, in the diplomatic cables, then obviously you guys know about this. Don't act like this was invented by RT just yesterday. Don't act like people invented that. Putin is living rent-free in these people's heads. It's quite hilarious, honestly. It's quite hilarious how they have nothing to cover except, oh man, this guy, he's so evil, you know, he's repressive. And then she goes through the list, right? Again, there's a whole list of adjectives. They just pull them out of a bag. Here's one. KGB-esque. I like that. Here's another one. He wasn't, just make up anything you like. Make up anything you like. take a look at this also. You want to see the next round of bullshit propaganda? Let me show you this. So if you go and turn on CNN or MSNBC or whatever mainstream media, you'll hear a lot of people saying, why isn't NATO doing enough? They want NATO to go and bomb Russia and stop it in Ukraine. And they think it's like a walk in the park, And the funny thing is, it's not coming from the administration. It's not coming from the European governments or the United States. The governments are actually saying, no, we are not sending any NATO troops. You know why? Because that would be suicidal, because Russia's a nuclear power. And if you enter any sort of confrontation with Russia, you're going to start a nuclear war. And Putin just the other day is reminding the world, by putting nuclear forces on high alert, that he has that at his disposal. And so you see here things like this, like Richard Engel, right? Who you might remember, he's from NBC. And he's saying here, perhaps the biggest risk calculation moral dilemma of the war so far. A moral dilemma of the war so far. A massive Russian convoy is about 30 miles from Kiev. The US, NATO, could likely destroy it. But that would be direct involvement against Russia and risk everything. Does the West watch in silence as it rolls? So apparently, Mr. Engel thinks that it's as easy as sending a bunch of F-35s and just bombing the convoy, and that's it. And Vladimir Putin, he's going to scurry away back to Russia, and that's it. Really. Really. And here, we have this genius also, Clint Watts, also MSNBC, saying, the strangest thing, the entire world watching a massive Russian armor formation plow towards Kiev. We cheer on Ukraine, but we're holding ourselves back. NATO Air Force could end this in 48 hours. Wow, you're optimistic. And he says, understand hand-wringing about what Putin would do, but we can see what's coming. Again, all of these people who work in corporate media, they keep whining about NATO going and bombing Russia. They want it so bad. That's all they do, right? And my question is to them, why don't you go fight? Ukraine is officially asking foreigners to come fight. You be the first one, asshole. You want to fight Russia so bad? Go ahead, be my guest. You can literally go and do that right now. No one is stopping you. They abolished the requirement for visas in Ukraine. You can literally just walk into the country and pick up weapons and fight the Russians. Be my guest. Be my guest. Put your fucking money where your mouth is. Do it. You just you just tweeted that there's an impending doom. There's danger. There's imminent danger. Both of them, right? There's a massive convoy and we can stop it in 48 hours. Well, go ahead. Go. If you think the danger is so important and you're willing to risk people's lives. Or is it just people's lives and not yours? So see, this is what we call chicken hawks, because they want war, but they're too chicken to go fight it. And this scumbag over here was on television when the U.S. was supposedly withdrawing from Afghanistan at the end of in August 2021, and saying that, it's horrible and the U.S. should stay there. And of course, they come up with all these reasons, right? Oh, it's going to lead to instability, women's rights. They anything imaginable just to justify a continued NATO presence occupying another country. Right? So when the U.S. does it, he loves occupation. Oh, it's necessary. He doesn't just love it. We need it. We need it. Right? And he personally goes on TV and says that what Biden is doing is terrible. Like, that's the only time you saw these liberal hosts and pundits and so-called journalists going on television and actually attacking Biden, because they wanted the U.S. to stay longer because they love war so much. And this guy's really a piece of work, because he wrote a book about Iraq, right? And that whole period. And in the book, he even says, I showed this to you before, he even says that he wanted to go to Iraq because that's a place where careers are made, right? When they invaded in 2003. So he's very well aware that war helps these people with their careers. They love it. It makes them, relevant. They get to engage in jingoism and bashing whoever it is, if it's, Arabs or Russians, whatever. And they're only interested in their career. So he was glorifying war, essentially, in his book because it was good for his career. Like, oh, yeah, fuck the million Iraqis who are dying. No, this is good for my career. I want to go there. This is who these people are. They are warmongers. and chicken hawks, and they're disgusting. And it's so funny that it's coming actually from people who are supposed to be, you know, telling the truth, not just painting it like it's some easy thing to do. The truth is that Russia's a nuclear power. You can't just go and take out a convoy. Do you listen to yourself, you fucking moron? Like, that hasn't even happened in the Cold War. Why do you think there was never a direct confrontation in the Cold War? Because of MAD, mutually assured destruction, right? That's the deterrent. Yes, there were proxy wars, there were indirect conflicts, but never direct. You don't fucking do that. You don't cross that line. That is really, really, really the red line. That's the final one. Right? We're 30 seconds away from doomsday. They keep telling us that Vladimir Putin is so dangerous. Well, look what Putin said. He said he has a nuclear arsenal and he's putting it on high alert because you guys keep fucking around. You're messing with Russia's economy and which they consider as a declaration of war. So you keep telling us, Hillary Clinton and Rachel Maddow, you keep telling us how dangerous Putin is. Why don't you take that threat seriously? I really struggle to understand this. You keep telling us that he's a whack job, he's a wacko, and he's irrational and erratic, and he's not thinking straight, and anything is possible, and yet you want to go and you poke the bear, you want to prod him even more? You want to poke the Russian bear again? You must be crazy. I have great news for these guys. I really do. Richard Engel and Watts over here. I have wonderful news. Wonderful news. Any foreigner can walk into Ukraine right now and fight. Ukraine is asking you to go, right? Ukraine wants you. Where are you, Chris Watts? Where are you, Richard Engel? Why don't you go? Go ahead. Be the first one on the front line. We'll follow you later. We'll catch up to you. I wonder why, right? And it's same with the politicians. The politicians are, you know, I mean, in this case, it's not confined to this case. I mean, in general, they send people to war, but not their own children. You know, they won't send them. They won't go fight. At least in the old days, the king was leading the charge. You know, he's in the front. You want to start a war, you're going to fucking fight that war. You know? Now it's just like, no, we'll sit comfortably over there and you can go fight for us. And the same thing here, right? They want NATO to go attack Russia. Like, how stupid are you? You call yourself a fucking foreign policy journalist? What a dunce. What an absolute dunce. What a dunce of the highest order. God, I've never seen such lunacy. It's truly unprecedented garbage. Unprecedented garbage. I mean, even in the Cold War, even in the Cold War, no one would say that shit. You people would look at you like, are you fucking high? Did you smoke crack or something? You attack the Russians over a convoy? Are you serious? And here they're just like, you know, like this is normal. These are the people giving you your news. This guy is the chief foreign correspondent for NBC. This guy. And he's saying NATO should bomb Russia. Wow. You guys just don't learn. You just don't get the fucking issue, right? You don't understand that the whole issue is NATO. That the Russians know you are like this. They know this. They know you are like this. That's exactly why they're in Ukraine. Because they know you think like this. Do you understand now? That's why they're in Ukraine. They don't hate Ukrainians. They hate you and your warmongering. They hate this. That's what they hate. That you are a cowboy. You're a cowboy. You're reckless. You don't understand the balance of power and you don't respect the balance of power. You leave Russia the fuck alone. You don't poke the bear and then get mad that it woke up and it's angry. And so the whole reason Russia's in Ukraine is NATO, because they know that you are going to have American or it could be British nukes inside these countries in Eastern Europe. It could be also Patriot missiles, surface-to-air missiles, and it could be, of course, troops, foreign troops. And they've been telling you, back the fuck off. Just go away. Stop coming towards us. Go back off. And you don't listen. And they want to make it about everything under the sun. It's Putin's personality. He's just erratic. He's irrational. No, it's very rational, actually. It's very rational. You don't have to like it, but it is extremely rational. NATO is a threat. And you are trying to increase that threat. And Russia tried diplomatically. They sent the proposals in December. Pepe just told you that a few moments ago. They didn't even answer till a month later. It's just garbage. They don't respect the Russians. So the Russians, you know, they have to take other measures. And it's unfortunate because who pays for this? It's not the Americans. They don't pay shit, right? It's the Ukrainians who pay the price for being the pawn used by NATO. That's the really messed up thing. That's the really messed up thing. And these people who are chanting for war, who have nothing in their skulls, I mean, truly, just numbnuts, idiots, morons, think that it's a piece of cake. It's just a walk in the park to go bomb a Russian convoy. You are a lunatic. Go do it yourself. I really invite these people to go, because now you have an opportunity to put your money where your mouth is. Go right ahead. I'll see you there, right? I'll see you on the front line, Richard Engel and Chris Watts and everyone else who's thinking it's a piece of cake to bomb a Russian convoy. Go ahead. Go ahead. See what happens. Idiots. Idiots. Really, it's like someone in the 5th grade. Really, like, this is something a 12-year-old would write. An idiot. Christ. What the fuck? What the fuck? Like, I'm seeing this stuff and I'm like, why? Just why? Like, how can you say that in any capacity? Never mind as someone who covers foreign policy. How can you say that? How can you say that? One more thing. Do you understand now why it's so easy for the media to promote war and sell wars? Because they want to. They want to. You don't even need to convince them. They just do it pro bono. This is why it's so easy, and why the media, the corporate media in the US and the West is always pro-war. Always. Name one fucking war that they didn't want. Name one. Name one. You can't. Libya, Syria, Somalia, Yemen, Afghanistan, Iraq. Even with Iran, they wanted war as well. Like, they just never stop. And now you understand why it's so easy, because you have dunces like this working in these institutions who have so much propaganda power. You don't even need to bribe them. They'll do it for free. Christ. That's what he said in his book. Iraq is a place where careers are made. No, Iraq is a place where graveyards are made, where mass murder is made. Not careers. Fuck your career. So anyway, let's continue. I want to show you something else just extraordinary. The bullshit just keeps, we have mounds of horse manure. It just keeps growing and growing. Wow. Here, this is a great pickle. Keir Starmer, the leader of the Labour Party in the UK, take a look at what he's doing in terms of the Ukraine-Russia crisis. So he's warned Labour members of Parliament that they will be kicked out of the party for attacking NATO. Yes, you heard that right. Let me play you this clip of him on TV talking about that.
Yesterday was significant in Parliament because all political parties spoke with one voice in our support for Ukraine and our support for NATO. In relation to these sanctions, I thought what the government put forward earlier this week was not strong enough. They came forward yesterday with a stronger package, and I was able to say that we, the opposition, will support those further sanctions. I do want to go further. I think that we do need further financial restrictions, particularly the SWIFT mechanism. I also think that we've got to break open the shell companies that we have here in the UK that are providing financial support for Putin.
Right, so that's just Starmer being Starmer. You can see the point here is that he toes the exact same line as the Tories, for example, right? The Conservative party who's in power in the UK, indistinguishable from any other EU member state or the US. And so, just going back to this article here from the Mirror, they're saying that Keir Starmer has warned Labour MPs they will be kicked out of the party if they attack NATO. The opposition leader said MPs who draw a quote-unquote false equivalence between Vladimir Putin's Russia and the defensive alliance would have no place in the party. Does this remind you of something? Does this remind you of something? Anyone who criticizes the Israelis has no place in the party, right? The same words they use. No place in the party. That's what happens when you're pro-Palestinian. They do a Corbyn. They Corbyn you, right? Like they went after Jeremy Corbyn or Chris Williamson and many others. So The speech at a meeting of the Parliamentary Labour Party tonight comes after 11 backbenchers who signed a letter slamming NATO's eastward expansion U-turned when they were threatened with suspension last week. Again, so let me translate. There are 11 members of Parliament in the Labour Party who signed a letter condemning NATO. Sir Keir told MPs, again, yeah, Starmer's been knighted, they call him Sir Keir. We rightly spend a lot of time talking about the creation of the NHS, but one of the other great achievements of the post-war Labour government was the foundation of NATO. Oh yeah, because, you know, just like bombing children in Afghanistan is the same thing as giving people universal healthcare. Wow. Talk about false fucking equivalences. Jesus Christ. Like, this is who we're dealing with. This is the opposition in the UK. Do you understand the state of affairs? It's like Democrats in the US, just completely useless. Completely useless. So he says, Labour's commitment to democracy, the rule of law, and the sovereignty of independent nations is unshakable. Vladimir Putin is attacking all those things. NATO is defending them. Again, they talk about democracy, rule of law. Keir Starmer, who's saying all this stuff, he called himself a Zionist without qualification. Right? So apparently, what the Israelis do to Palestinians, stealing their land, killing them, beating them, shooting them, bombing them, that's democratic, that's okay, and condemning that, you will have no place in the party. But, you know, what Vladimir Putin is doing, oh, that's terrible, even though, you know, it doesn't even come close to 70 years of Israeli occupation. So again, double standards all the way through, all across the board. And they talk about democracy and the rule of law and sovereignty. Where's Palestinian sovereignty? Where's the democracy for them? They're treated not even like second class, it's like fourth class citizens. They're not even viewed as humans by the Israelis. So complete hypocrisy. It's another case of applying double standards. You know, all of these nice buzzwords. Oh, it's international law, the rules-based order. Go fuck yourself. This is just bullshit that they use when it suits them so they can antagonize other countries. They don't actually believe in any of it. He says there are groups in this country who haven't seemed to understand that difference. Let me be very clear. There will be no place in this party for false equivalence between the actions of Russia and the actions of NATO. You know what? I agree with you because they're not comparable. They're not even close. Not even close. Russia hasn't done a fraction of what NATO has done. Not even a fraction. Okay? I'm talking about Russia post-Soviet Union. Not even a fraction. It's not even close. The group who signed the letter included a number of MPs who were frontbenchers during Corbyn's leadership. Makes sense. Richard Bergen, John McDonnell, and Diane Abbott. It also follows a row with Young Labour, the party's youth wing, over NATO, with party chiefs suspending funding for the group as a result. Yep. The rise is due... Yeah, so they're saying that there's going to be a rise in prices because they're hitting Russia and that it would impact the British economy. Well, I mean, again, do you see how they're shooting themselves in the foot? It's just one example of many that the Europeans are doing. And they're saying that, quote, we must be clear and honest with the British people, though these sanctions will have a knock-on effect here. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? All of Europe is going to be impacted by this, if not the world. Whether it's freezing because of gas, right? Or not now, it could be in the future, you know, from an energy deficiency, or whether it's price hikes or inflation. There are so many repercussions, right? There's a big ripple effect that's coming, and Europeans have no clue. They turn on the television, and the newsman tells them, you know, we have sanctions here for Mr. Vladimir Putin, the evil dictator. And then they go, yes, awesome, yes, fuck Russia. And then, you know, when they wake up and they get fucking slapped in the face with the sanctions, it's too late. Never mind what's happening in Russia or to the countries that are actually hit with sanctions, right? The targets. It's not Vladimir Putin is feeling the sanctions, you dim-witted dunce. It's people in Russia, the civilians, who are going to feel the repercussions of sanctions, and you too. This is, you know, you're cheering on things you don't even understand. Unbelievable, right? Unbelievable. Let me show you a clip over here. This is, hold on. This is, again, Diane Abbott. I just read to you, she signed this letter condemning NATO. Take a look at what she has to say on BBC about this. Yep.
Those of us on the left of the Labour Party will continue to speak out for peace and negotiated settlement, because that's what the people of Russia want. peace, and that's what the people of the Ukraine want, peace. And I would just point out that we're now being told on the left of the party that we can't support Stop the War. We could even support Stop the War under Tony Blair at the time of the Iraq War. So it's interesting that we can't support Stop the War now.
Are you advocating what you seemed to be saying a couple of weeks ago then, that we effectively should carve up the Ukraine and hand some of it over?
Ridiculous, Ben.
That's what you were saying last week.
No one has said that.
You say you were able to do it. What's wrong with Keir Starmer saying you can't sign up to Stop the War if what Stop the War is saying is that NATO should be the one pulling back rather than Russia?
Keir Starmer's entitled to say we can't sign up to Stop the War. All I'm saying is Tony Blair never made that stipulation. That's all I'm saying.
Christ almighty. This is my country? Wow. Wow. It stinks. It stinks, doesn't it? Can you see? Do you see how they immediately jumped at her like a pack of wolves? They immediately lunged at her. But what do you mean, good madam, that you would give Ukraine to the Ruskies? No, chill the fuck out. She just said that NATO should stop expanding eastward because that caused the whole crisis. That's the fucking fact. Stop revising history. They just lunged at her immediately, right? And for those of you who don't know, Stop the War is a as the name implies, an anti-war movement. I spoke with Chris Nynam. He's from Stop the War. He helped organize those anti-Iraq war protests in 2003, which I remember as a child, right? There were huge million people in the streets of London. And so he helped organize those protests. And Stop the War Coalition is, let me try and see if I can get you the letter out here. But Christ, look at the state of the media. Oh my goodness. Like they just lunged at her. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I want to pull up the letter for you so you can see how, audacious it is. Oh, Christ. They act like it's some kind of... Okay, so here we have the Stop the War .org.uk. They have a march on March 6th, no pun intended. So in case you want to participate in a protest, March 6th, right? But and this is the statement they've put out. As the clouds of war continue to gather over Ukraine, the British government alongside the US is ramping up the threat of war. Even the Ukrainian foreign minister is calling for calm. Yet in the most cynical move of his career so far, Boris Johnson has used the threat of war to distract from the implosion of his premiership. The government is using the crisis as an opportunity to prove itself as America's most loyal European ally. This is in stark contrast to other European countries, France and Germany. That's a bit outdated now, after they sent weapons, who are keen to see a diplomatic solution prevail rather than a new European war. The British media, in its usual gung-ho fashion, has barely mentioned the concerted efforts of our European allies to prevent war, but here we are joined by a number of experts to share an alternative view. So again, you see Diane Abbott, Jeremy Corbyn, these are the kinds of speakers who were taking part, right? And this is on 10th February, but there's going to be another thing on Sunday, March 6th. There's going to be a global day of action, okay? No to NATO expansion. So... this is the stuff that Stop the War do. They always engage in direct action. I told you the protest against the war in Iraq is one of the biggest in history. I think it's the biggest in London, certainly in the last century. It's just amazing. So they're going to have an international day of anti-war action on Sunday, March 6th. We call on everyone who opposes this war to take to the streets on March 6th in a massive display of global opposition to the war and the warmongers. And so people like Diane Abbott, who are, who can see clearly the bullshit that's going on, and who support Stop the War Coalition, they're attacking them on BBC, on television, and then putting words in her mouth. I don't recall her ever saying that Ukraine should be carved up and given to Putin. You said that. That just came out of your mouth, not Diane Abbott's mouth. They're really something else, They're really something else. And then they're basically saying, well, why can't the Labour leader tell you not to sign that? This isn't a democracy. I love when they say the quiet part out loud, It's so telling who they are. It's so telling that the UK is, acting as a lapdog for the US. It's really not even, it's not even an exaggeration. You can see what's going on. And it's once again, it's like what I just showed you earlier with the American journalists on NBC and so on who are pro-war, right? They're just marching in lockstep with the government. They have the exact same talking points. There's no difference between them and the White House or the State Department, or in this case, Whitehall or number 10, Downing Street. And so it really shows you who has the state media, because, you know, I can go on RT right now and say whatever I like. Do you think I could go on BBC? Look what they just did to Diane Abbott. They just, you know, they eat you alive. They try to paint you as some kind of traitor, or like you're a pro-Kremlin, or just straight up a Kremlin asset. They always go like and try and attack your integrity, right? Like they'd say you're a bot, or you're a traitor, or you're a spy, or some whatever bullshit they have, but they never actually address the argument. So she's saying no NATO expansion. They didn't ask about NATO expansion. They said, are you saying Russia should carve up Ukraine? What the fuck are you smoking? That's not even the same thing. Not even the same thing at all. Ukraine could be the same way it was if the US had picked up the phone and told Zelensky, no NATO. Russia would have no fucking excuse to be in Ukraine. And again, my argument is, if you want to come here and act like Hillary Clinton, and you want to say, well, of course Putin would still be in Ukraine, right? It's Putin, not Russia. If you want to come here and insist that that's just a cover story, well, why did you give him the cover story? Why give free ammunition to Russia if you insist that they would be in Ukraine anyway? Right? Why give or dangle, let's say, because Ukraine is not a NATO member, why dangle the membership knowing full well that it's going to piss off Russia? That's a fact. That is a fact, and they all know this, and it's documented. You don't need to take my word for it. But so you see what the kind of cohesion that they're creating in the Labour Party, this kind of censorship, de facto censorship, that if you express criticism and you say nasty things about NATO, nasty things, I mean, they're just saying the truth. Your expansion is provoking other people. That's, you know, it's a fact. If you say that, we're going to kick you out. Kick you out. And even fucking Tony Blair didn't do that when they invaded Iraq. Remember, Tony Blair, also Labour leader, and he was prime minister at the time. And he wrote in that note to George Bush, I'm with you no matter what, all the way. Right? So they just made up the evidence and they went to war together. George Bush, Tony Blair. And so she's saying even under Tony Blair, we were able to criticize the war. What does that tell you? Do you see how they're trying on every, do you see how they're trying in every imaginable way, in every domain, to shut down dissent in the political sphere, so in the Labour Party itself, in the media by banning RT, right? In, of course, the financial way. So, you know, if you come here and say that, well, you know, the Russian people shouldn't be hit with sanctions, you know, this doesn't actually target Vladimir Putin, it doesn't matter. They're just going to screw everyone in Russia. And then even when they know it's going to impact Europe and the UK, their own people, they still want to do it, right? So they're involving everyone in this war effort and shutting down all sorts of dissent. And it's so typical of neoliberals. This is who they are. You need to get this through your head, guys. Like, I'm sure most of you already know this, but this is who the liberals are, the neoliberals in the US, in Canada, in the UK, the EU. This is their world order. It's you either shut the fuck up and you support NATO and you support our imperialism, or we will silence you, right? We'll do it with big tech. We will deplatform you online. In all of the Silicon Valley companies, which we control and we dominate and whose agenda we control. And then, of course, they'll also screw you financially. I mean, that stuff with Trudeau, for example, or with Russia on an international scale. You resist, we're going to take away your access to SWIFT for many of your banks. We're going to hit you with sanctions, the central bank assets, and then we're going to also make sure that the gas companies and oil companies divest from you. I mean, this is how they do. It's bullying, censorship, financial terrorism. That's how they work, right? That's how they operate. And it's just really interesting seeing it on a case-by-case basis on every level, right? Political, economical, even just in discourse, online. Anyone, how they're trying to paint them as Kremlin agents, like all these McCarthyite smears. Incredible, honestly incredible. So, you know, when it comes to Keir Starmer, this guy is such a typical agent of neoliberalism and, you know, just to remind you, there are so many draconian laws that the Tory government has passed. And he, of course, does nothing to oppose them, right? He leads Labour like it was under Blair in many ways. And the people in the Labour Party are Blairites, right? That's the whole point. It's right there in the name. And that's why they cast out people like Jeremy Corbyn as an anti-Semite, and now they're trying to do this with Diane Abbott. Oh, you're a Kremlin agent, you're pro-Russia, you're anti-NATO. You know, they just smear you. They smear you to exclude you, to try and attack you. And this is really not what you should be doing in a so-called liberal democracy, right? They're doing everything that they accuse other countries of doing. It's complete, absolute projection on every level, right? So let that show you again that you have no real opposition in the UK. Dissent is not permitted. Criticizing NATO is not permitted, lest you be cast out as a traitor, right, or a Kremlin agent. That's the atmosphere that we're in right now, and it's permeated all over Europe, in the UK, in the US, and most of the so-called Western world. Wonderful, wonderful. We have 800 people watching. Make sure you've all hit the like button. We actually have more likes than viewers, so I don't know how that works, but, you know, go off. So we have more. I got more stuff to cover with you. Don't worry. I'm just switching over to the next one. I just want to take a moment to say that you guys have been absolutely incredible. Even after I stopped streaming, I went back and I checked. We're already halfway to the next Patreon goal. We're at 520. 520. We're just 30 people away from hitting the goal from 550. I mean, you guys have blown me away, honestly. So I'd be really grateful if you could support my work. Just remember what's going on right now with how they're cracking down on anyone expressing dissent. They're even, they're going right after RT. They've done that to Press TV. I mean, this is an independent platform. I run the show here. This is I do with my other stuff. But, this is Richard Medhurst, right? This is my channel. And they've demonetized me before for criticizing Israel. Coincidentally, it happened while I was criticizing Israel a lot. I'm sure there are other reasons as well, but other political viewpoints they don't like being said. So my point is that you never know what happens. These are desperate times. And so I really rely on your guys' support. I'd be very grateful if you could support the show, even just €1 or $1 a month. It means a lot to me. And also, we're very close to the goal. I'll just put the link in the chat. And if you want, feel free to sign up. I'm getting the next segment ready so we can keep going. And I'll put the link in the chat. So again, thank you guys so much for supporting my work. I really, really appreciate it. We need to update the graphic. We had the Biden thermometer. I think it's a bit outdated now. Let me show you where it's at. Yeah, this is how amazing you guys are. We were at 484 last time. You see that? 484, and now we're already at 520. Thank you so much. So I appreciate that very much. Now let me continue with these segments. I'm just going to load them up here. Christ, I'm really thirsty. Oof, I'm thirsty. So here's an interesting one. This is an interesting little an article from the New York Times, which we are going to dissect. Yes. I know it's very interesting staring at me while I prepare segments, but that's the way it is. I've been dying to know what happens with those peace talks. You know, they met on the Belarusian border, Russia and Ukraine. They're supposed to have peace talks, but it didn't really lead anywhere, unfortunately. It's a bit of a shame, but hopefully more luck next time, you know. Anyway, I'm trying to find the fucking the piece on this. I'll get you the article in a moment. All right. Guys, give me a second. I just need to get something to drink. My throat really hurts. I'll be back in just a moment, okay? Just one moment, and we'll continue. Don't go anywhere. Claudia has been very kind to prepare the images for us. I'll be right back. Just one moment. All right, we're back. And I found the article for you. There's an article from the New York Times I wanted to discuss. So, we can certainly do that. And by the way, I have very, very exciting news. This is incredible. There's so many who just signed up on Patreon. Wow, we got John, Bruce, Sabrina, Calm, Agu, Prelog, and Amin. Thank you guys so much. I don't know, is that like 10 people? Thank you so much for supporting my work. I'm going to play a crab dance just for you. Guys, show them some love. Come on.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Wonderful. Great job, guys. Thank you very, very much. I couldn't do this without you. And, you know, however little or much you give, I'm more than happy. And you guys also sent me some donations I wanted to read to you, which some of you have been waiting an hour or more. So sorry, I've just been focused on the politics, but I will definitely read your comments or answer your questions if you have any. And I still wanted to show you a couple of things. This is from Farah, says, thank you for educating us. Farah from England, thank you very much. You're most welcome. And I love it when people say they learned something or they found it educational. That's the number one, the best feedback anyone can give you. So I'm most grateful for that. This one is from Serskaya. There's no note, but I appreciate it very much. Thank you, Serskaya. And we have also a donation here from Oleg. It says, thank you for doing great content. You're most welcome. I appreciate your support. This is from Michael. Michael says, thank you, Richard, for your work. Thank you, Michael. And this is from Liliana. There's no note, but I appreciate it, Liliana. You're very kind. And I know some of you also sent some things on YouTube. This is from Kathy. Kathy says, we appreciate your work and we are showing some love. I appreciate you, Kathy. Thank you. It's good to see you. I'm glad to see you here again. Piano Man sent me a thank you sticker. Well, thank you, Piano Man. Do you have what do you play? Keyboard or you have a baby grand? What do you got? Thank you very much, Kathy. You guys, on the last live stream, which we were doing just before with Pepe, before YouTube knocked it out, I saw that you guys sent some donations there as well, but as I was speaking to Pepe, I couldn't read them. I'm going to go back now and read some of them for you. Denise says, all Hillary could only offer subjective observations. She still can't stick to objective, true facts. If anyone believes anything she states, they're a fool. Yeah, I mean, you pretty much summed it up for me. Lukazi says, you're the best, Richard. You're the best, Lukazi. Thank you. Anna sent me a nice hype sticker. Thank you, Anna. Connie says, wow, so fast with the prosecution of Putin, but allowing the war crimes of Dick Cheney, Tony Blair, and Joe Biden to have a pass. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I didn't mention all of their names, but I assume that you understood and shared my sentiment. That's it. That's really it. Rafi says, live stream on Odyssey, Rumble, Telegram, Locals. Yeah, so again, you guys have told me about some of those. I'm on Telegram. You should go join. Telegram is an app, and it's kind of like, I don't know, like WhatsApp or Signal. The reason I use it is because I have a channel in there, and it's just for this channel, for my YouTube channel. So every time I go live, I send you a notification. And if you don't want to download Telegram, you can also just give me your email on the newsletter. And I only use it to, again, send you notifications when I go live. Because some of you have the bell icon activated on YouTube, but you don't always get a notification. So that's my contingency method. I Met More says, please upload this stream. And it needs Russian subtitles. I can make them if necessary. Yes, I would love that. I would very much love that. Anyone who wants to make subtitles in foreign languages, I am more than happy to accommodate them. Please, contact me on my email, rmedhurst at protonmail.com, and let me know what language you can do, which video, and I'll be more than happy to arrange that. And the interview is up. I'm just very, very sorry about the technical issues in the last 10 minutes. That really annoyed me. I'm still bothered about it, but I hope it's okay. I hope you guys still enjoy the interview. Joseph says, Kafkaesque. Agreed. And it's a great discussion. Thank you. Everything we talked about is pretty much Kafkaesque. Yeah, that's the way to put it. Thank you, David and Rassan, for your stickers and donations. Reed says, hey, Richard, I'm moving to the UK soon. Do you have any good independent media recommendations? Well, I mean, I don't know where everyone is based, but I can tell you just in general, people that are great. Consortium News is not in the UK, I think, unless I'm mistaken. I think some of the people who write for there are in the UK. But they're really good. I'm blanking out right now for some reason. I mean, we've been streaming for like 3 hours, so let me think. I don't know. There are tons and tons and tons of good people. I just can't think right now. Julian Assange is a good one, but he's in jail, unfortunately. Christ. I'll have to get back to you on this. I'm so sorry. I'm just extremely, extremely tired, and I cannot think. Someone asks you something, and you're like, your brain just shuts down. This is one of those moments. I'm really sorry. But there are tons and tons of good people, and I will get back to you. Macarius says, we are hurtling towards World War III, cheered on by Twitter libs. That's excellent. That when the history books look back at it, that's the exact description they should put for this war. AU says, I was looking for some real journalism and was covering the Ukraine-Russia war. Oh, that was covering the Ukraine-Russia war. And I'm so glad I found you. Keep up the excellent work. Very informative. You're most welcome. That's a huge compliment for me. And thank you. I really appreciate it. Again, I don't just cover that. For those of you who are new to the channel, my specialty is US politics, UK, Middle East, international affairs, Iran nuclear deal. I don't know anyone covering the Iran nuclear deal. Plus, I'm in the city where it's happening, so it's about to be concluded, the Iran nuclear deal. This is huge. I know everything is on Ukraine right now, but don't underestimate how important the Iran nuclear deal is. You guys, you have no clue. Let me give you one example. The SWIFT system, which they've taken Russia out of, the international banking system. Iran was taken out of SWIFT, and that might be reversed. We don't know yet what the full scope of the sanctions removal will be. And Iran is a huge player now in the Middle East and the region. So this is also going to affect the geopolitical makeup of Asia and the Middle East and the world entirely, honestly. So I have all the latest for you on that. I'm not going to spoil, but this is the place. All right, guys. Let me go on to the next article, yeah? So here... So the New York Times put out an article on Ukraine, and in that article, so here it is, right? They say tracking the Russian invasion of Ukraine, okay? And they have all these updates saying that Russia has taken aim at civilian targets, right? And there was a large explosion in Kharkiv, in Ukraine's second largest city, which destroyed a large administrative building. Yeah, there was video of that. And also a radio and television tower in Kiev, in the capital, was hit, forcing TV stations off the air. So this is a little bit of an update on what's going on. What I wanted to point your attention to, however, is this map, which I think is not there for some reason. Yeah, okay, here it is. There we go. I have the original, which they've obviously changed, and now I have the updated version for you. So this is the map that they posted in the New York Times about people fleeing Ukraine, right? It's a war zone. You have people who are leaving to neighboring countries, and it's already in the millions. So in the New York Times graphic, they say that at least 500,000 refugees have fled Ukraine. This is February 28th. And you see a giant arrow going towards Poland. There are little arrows to Slovakia, Hungary, Moldova, Romania, and other European countries. And they say the total number of refugees is about 500,000, right? It's about 500,000. Now, over here, look at this tiny arrow over here. They say migrants to Russia, 130,000. What do you mean exactly migrants to Russia? Like 130,000 people just decided to migrate to Russia at the same time that a war broke out, coincidentally. What an interesting time to migrate. Like they're saying anyone who's going to NATO or Western countries is a refugee and we should respect them, and everyone who's going to Russia is obviously a migrant. They're not fleeing war. They're not victims of anything. And now I think there was a lot of backlash about this. And they changed it because now it says people to Russia, which again, I still don't understand. What does that mean? Why didn't you say there are 500,000 people going to Poland and Slovakia and Hungary and Romania? Why are these guys refugees and these guys are just people? How do you make this distinction? It's so telling. It's so telling how biased they are. And then they say, we're the paper of record. We're not biased. That's RT. Let's ban RT. Jesus Christ, at least try and hide it. Here's this tweet from Glenn Greenwald. Glenn says, what an odd little map the New York Times has created. Ukrainians fleeing violence by heading to the West are refugees. while Ukrainians fleeing violence by heading east to seek refuge in Russia are just migrants and are graphically minimized to the point of barely being visible. It's true. Like, look how tiny the arrow is. That's still 130,000 people, you know? What's the deal here? It's barely visible. Like, it doesn't even stand out. There's nothing. You know, if you make a map, I want to explain something to you. Usually when you make a map and you have a legend, a map without a legend is garbage. It's useless, right? Now, in this case, they have the color. They have two arrows that are supposed to indicate the exact same thing: refugees. And yet they've named the ones going to the east people or migrants, but anything but refugees, right? Anything but refugees. They might update it in an hour, and then it will say humanoids or Homo sapiens, but it's never going to say refugees. And so that one is not just tiny, but also in a different color, so which is, you know, you can't even make it out, honestly. Wow. Interesting, right? And so, you know, I really just, I shouldn't be surprised. I don't know why I'm still surprised by these things. Like, you know, this is Western media. This is who they are. This is what they do. And they are propaganda mouthpieces. And this is so typical. So they say here more than 500,000 refugees have fled Ukraine since Russia's invasion began last week, according to the UN Refugee Agency. About half of them crossed Ukraine's western border to Poland. Others have gone to Hungary, Moldova, Romania, and Slovakia. Ukraine enacted martial law at the beginning of the conflict that requires men aged 18 to 60 to remain in the country. For many refugees, these bordering countries could be a first stop of their journey. Romanian authorities said about half of those who had entered the country so far had already left for other European countries. Oh, well, that's very interesting, because I remember when people from Afghanistan and Syria were fleeing the fucking wars that you sold, you, the New York Times, Judith Miller, right? When they were fleeing, and they would go to Turkey first, and then maybe or go to, you know, Greece, and then go to Germany or wherever in Europe, and they would make multiple stops. They were demonized in the media, and they were demonized by politicians, right? People said, oh, you have to stop in the first country that you get to, which is literally not a rule. Like the UN, the Refugee Convention from what is it, 1951? There is nothing about that, about stopping in the first country. That's nonsense. That's not a rule under the Refugee Convention. And it's stupid also, because it assumes that every single country that you could possibly pass through has a network to take in refugees or the infrastructure to support refugees. They don't. And another thing, that assumes that all countries have signed the Refugee Convention, which again doesn't stipulate this, but nevertheless. So it's so stupid, right? You know, just because you stop in the first country that you get to doesn't mean that you can actually take refuge there. Maybe you don't speak the language. Maybe you won't be able to integrate properly. Maybe you're not sure that you're actually entirely safe. Whatever the reason. And again, I think the two other reasons I mentioned are also very prevalent, that not every country it can deal with refugees. You know, some of them just lack the infrastructure. But here, it's like, totally fine. You already saw the attitude shift in how they compare white refugees, Ukrainian refugees, to everyone else, right? These are people with blonde hair and blue eyes, they say. They don't even try to hide their racism. They don't even try to hide it. They are so disgusting, you know? They say, like, war is normal in Iraq and Afghanistan. Like, yeah, those countries, they're uncivilized. This is a European city. Oh, we can't have war here. Conflict is a big, but no. It has to be over there with the Browns. Yes. And then these guys, they're okay to call them refugees because they're white or they have blonde hair and blue eyes, but everyone else, they're migrants. Let me ask you something. Why do you think people leave everything behind and risk drowning in the fucking Mediterranean to get to, let's say, Europe in this case? You think they want to do that? They do that for fun. It's because their countries have been destroyed by war or war next door or centuries of colonialism, neo-colonialism. So they steal from these countries, they enslave them, they rob them fucking blind with their multinationals, and they have no job opportunities, there's no infrastructure, everything is in tatters, and then like, I wonder why that country is a quote-unquote shithole, as they say, like Donald Trump says about other countries. Yeah, explain to me, why are they, as you say they are, they're developing countries, right? Why are you developed? Why do you have all the riches and they don't? Oh, let's look at your history. Let's look at what you've been doing the last 200 years. Slavery, plundering, colonialism. You left that part out, didn't you? You fucking smartass. You left the part out where you robbed those countries. And that's why they have nothing. And you left the part out where you're killing them and bombing them now. Like as if, again, the terms they use are so ridiculous. They like as if someone is less valid as a refugee because he's a migrant, you know? Like, oh, they're not real refugees. They're just trying to find a better life. Do you listen to yourself? Yes, everyone should have the right to find a better life. What is so controversial about that? You know, you're basically saying, go live in misery, you asshole, which we caused also. Like, they're so disgusting, and I'm seeing a hint of that. I'm catching a whiff of their rhetoric in this map, because they're basically humanizing and validating the people fleeing to Western Europe. Well, I mean, Poland and Slovakia, it's still considered Eastern Europe, but let's say westwards, yeah? So they're validating those people as refugees, and validating their plight. But anyone who's fleeing to Russia is just people. They're not refugees. They're not valid in their, they're not imperiled. They're not valid in their struggle. They're just, random migrants who decided to go to Russia for no reason. Wow. You guys are really funny. You guys are really fucking funny. And the thing that they're not going to tell you, of course, is that you've had shelling in eastern Ukraine for the last 8 years. Most of the people who've been killed by that shelling were 81.4%, was it? 81% of the people who died in the last 3 years in eastern Ukraine were in separatist-held areas. Okay? So, in other words, we're talking about ethnic Russians, Russian speakers, people that the Ukrainian government has treated like subhuman. In addition to, of course, not recognizing Luhansk and Donetsk as independent autonomous regions, right? That was the deal under the Minsk agreement. So they failed to abide by that, and on top of it, they enabled this violence. One aspect of that is the neo-Nazi brigades, these Azov battalions, C-14, all of these scumbags, and they've just been killing these people, and you never hear about that violence. That's what's so funny, is because they tell you about Ukrainians being killed, civilians being killed, but they only tell you about a part of them. They don't tell you about the ones that have been killed by NATO or CIA-backed Ukrainian militias, right? They only tell you about the Ukrainians killed by, allegedly, by Russia and the Russian separatist forces and so on. And it's the same what they do in my country with Syria, right? They tell you about, Russia and Syria, they bombed these civilians, and they never tell you about the ones that are killed by the NATO-backed rebels, Like in my cousin's university, Damascus University, in the architecture faculty, they launched mortars at the faculty and killed 13 students. Bloodbath, Do you guys know about that? I bet most of you have no clue. You've never heard of this story, even though it appeared in BBC and other places. But you never hear about these things, right? About the atrocities that are committed by NATO-backed rebels, or it's not even just NATO. It could be Saudi-backed, Qatari-backed, Turkish-backed, Israeli. They're also involved in Syria. So they want to talk about Syrian civilians, but only when it suits them, right? Only when it suits them. And I'm seeing the same of that here with Ukraine. So only the people that are being killed by Russia or made refugees by Russia are legitimate civilian tragedies, and everyone else is just they're people. Wow, that's really interesting. What a nice humane approach, Wow. Let's talk about the economic sanctions on Russia. I think this is a big story, and I want to shed some light on it and walk you through it and what's taking place, what's happening. Again, I'm still thinking about the live stream earlier with Pepe. I love that so much, and I'm so fucking angry that the stream just broke towards the end. Fucking hell, man. Really makes me angry. I hope you guys were able to enjoy it nonetheless. I'm really sorry about that. That really sucks. Anyway, I was talking to him afterwards, and we agreed we'll do this again much more and very soon. So, I'm looking forward to that. He's great. All Things Africa says, talk about SWIFT. I will. That's exactly. I'm going to talk about SWIFT and in other things in a moment. Okay, one moment. Let me just pull this up. Great. So I wanted to discuss the impact of these economic sanctions that the EU and the West have placed on Russia as a result of what's happening in Ukraine. There are many facets to this. So again, just to bring you up to date, we had Russia being removed from SWIFT, from the international banking system, in part. So they didn't target the energy-related banks, because they still want to buy gas from Russia. They know damn well that if they do that, they're shooting themselves in the foot. And you could argue they're actually doing that already, just by virtue of going after Russia, and not only through SWIFT, but of course, another aspect of this is they've targeted Russia's central bank. They've frozen around half of the central bank's assets. And this is important because when you are hit with sanctions or you have some sort of other economic crisis, the currency plunges, right? We're seeing this in Syria. This is manufactured by the West, where the Syrian pound, the lira, it's catastrophic. The devaluation, the inflation in the country, catastrophic. And so that is an expected consequence. The Russians knew this was going to happen. And one thing that banks do, that states do when this happens, is they try to look, for example, to their foreign exchange reserves, Forex. Right. So another thing they can do is they can do what Vladimir Putin is doing here. Take a look at this. So the Russian president has signed a decree banning exporting foreign currency from Russia in an amount exceeding the equivalent of $10,000. Right. So the ruble is not doing well. And to shore up the currency, they're preventing foreign currency, like dollars, as one example, from leaving the country. And this is a standard measure that you would see. Syria done the same thing. Let me show you what's happening to the ruble, the Russian currency. This is from Al Jazeera. They say the Russian ruble plunges to a record low amid outrage over Ukraine. Okay, so the Russian ruble plummeted to a record low against the dollar on Monday amid an accelerating Western-led campaign to punish and isolate Moscow over its invasion of Ukraine. Okay. Investors flocked to safe haven currencies, including the US dollar and yen, after Vladimir Putin put nuclear armed forces on high alert. The fourth day of the biggest assault. Yeah, okay, well, that I feel like they forgot about Yugoslavia. But the measures include blocking some banks from SWIFT. Remember, SWIFT is the international an international banking system. There are 11,000 banks worldwide that are connected to the system, and by removing Russia from that, what this does is it prevents Russia from buying, from importing things and exporting things. Okay, and for example, when it comes to gas, that's a big Russian commodity that's exported. That cuts revenue. Obviously, if you're not able to get paid for your gas or whatever else you're exporting, that cuts revenue, right? And then vice versa, if you need to import something that's crucial, that people need, whatever it is, just as an example, let's say food. There are a lot of countries, for example, Lebanon or Yemen, where 90% of the food is imported. They don't grow anything. It's not domestically produced. So if you're hit with sanctions, you can't buy, or you're removed from SWIFT, in this case, you cannot pay people to send you the food, right? Just as an example here. So let's look at the ruble. The ruble plunged as low as 119 per dollar, and was last down nearly 29% at 118. Now this is actually from a few days ago, right? So this is from Monday, from just 48 hours ago. The last I checked, the ruble was worth less than 1 US cent, not even a dollar, a cent. So, that is really, really not good. Let me show you here this article. I thought this was relatively good. I don't necessarily agree with the author and everything they're saying, but they listed a lot of the things that are happening. And so they say how Vladimir Putin miscalculated, right? That's a phrase that you hear a lot. They say that he didn't anticipate Europe uniting behind Ukraine and being hit with SWIFT and also the Russian central bank. And so this is a phrase you're hearing a lot. It's that's the slogan right now in the West, in Western media. And so again, they do this whole pseudo psychoanalysis. Oh, he used to read a lot of Marx and Engels, and he was influenced by them and Lenin, and that's why he really appreciates the importance of the economy. And no. Yeah, so okay, we get it. Economy's important. Thank you. I think he knows that. And so let me just scroll down to where I wanted to show you. Okay, this is about sanction proofing. So the EU and the West are saying, well, Vladimir Putin has taken measures to sanction-proof the Russian economy, especially after 2014, right? And that this is not going to help him. That these sanctions are so tough that he can't do anything. What are these measures that Putin took, for example? They started developing an alternative to the SWIFT, which is it's Russian-based, and it doesn't have, obviously, it's not as widely connected as SWIFT, but they did start developing that. Whether they actually switch to that and focus everything on trade with China and Eurasia, I don't know. But that is, I'm just telling you one of the things that they started after 2014. Another thing is de-dollarizing the reserves. So, a lot of countries think that it's good to have US dollars to shore up their currency, and they keep lots of them. Now, the thing is, if you're cut off from US dollars and, you're sanctioned, you're out of luck. So what Russia's been doing is making sure it has more euros and gold and British pounds than dollars. Do you understand? So that way, if in the case of sanctions or in the case of the currency plunging, they can try and shore up the currency by relying on the forex reserves, but not dollars, right? So that's some of the measures that they've taken. Now they're saying, well, that's not gonna help them because these sanctions are designed to block Moscow's central bank from buying rubles from Western financial institutions and stabilizing the currency and so on, right? Now, another thing that happened to stem the decline, the Russian central bank more than doubled its key interest rate from 9.5% to 20%, okay? And ordered Russian exporting companies to sell foreign currencies and buy rubles. So another thing that they've done also is they've said that anyone who's earning their salary in US dollars has to exchange 80% of that to rubles. Okay, that's another measure that they've taken. And the Biden administration has imposed a freeze on the central bank of Russia's assets held in the US, right? That's what we're talking about when they've targeted Russia's central bank. And the Treasury Department prohibited any US person, including American banks and businesses, from engaging in transactions with Russia's central bank, its finance ministry, or sovereign wealth fund. Okay? So, again, that's a problem because when the U.S. targets you, you become a hot potato. They drop you. Everyone wants to drop you, and you are radioactive. Half of the transactions on the planet are conducted in U.S. dollars, right? Most countries don't want to piss off the U.S., so this is very bad, right? Because then you become radioactive and no one wants to deal with you. And of course, then you can't access your own assets in the EU, in the UK, in the US. That is a big problem, right? And the fall in the value of the ruble, they say here, will quickly force Russian consumers to pay more for everything from French wine to iPhones. And the sanctions on the central bank could reverberate throughout Russia's financial system, effectively cutting off large parts of it from the outside world and raising the possibility of bank runs. So a bank run is when people panic, they go to the bank and try to withdraw their money. This is one of those moments where you are seeing that. I had a video I wanted to show you about the line. Hold on, let me pull this up for you. This is in Moscow, okay? And you can see how people are lining up at the ATM trying to withdraw their money. That's a bank run. That's a long line. So people are panicking, right? Because of the sanctions. I saw other videos. There are actually much more. But that just gives you a tiny example, right? Let me find my place over here again. Right, so they say, where do things go from here? They say, in the coming days, Putin could conceivably move to cut off oil and gas exports to Western Europe. Even though the loss of revenues would exert further pressure on the Russian economy, such a move could cause greater pain in European countries in the form of energy shortages and sharply higher prices. That's what we've been talking about. That, you know, Russia could, in response to all of the sanctions, just turn off the gas valves. Now, as far as I know, they've never actually done that and weaponized that. But I don't know. I think they're going to see how serious they are about these sanctions, how long it lasts, and go from there. Because that's also a nuclear option. That's really like, you know, you went too far. Yeah, 60%, was it? 60% of European gas comes from Russia. So, you know, if Europeans want to have a fun time freezing. Over here, they say that what Europeans could do is, so German economic officials had lined up alternative sources of natural gas from countries such as Qatar and Azerbaijan. And this is what we were addressing with Pepe earlier, that the Europeans think, oh, we can just go to other countries. No, even if you could, that would take so much time that, you know, regardless, you will have to endure an energy crisis if that happened. You know, I really don't think the media are explaining to you how dangerous and this situation is. It's really playing with fire, because if you keep poking the Russians, you keep poking the bear financially, economically. I mean, Putin the other day, he said, we got nukes. Remember that. That's basically what he's saying. Watch out. You're going for you're declaring war on us economically. We have nukes. We can also engage the nuclear option. He didn't say that word for word, obviously, but he put the nuclear forces on high alert in response to all of this. In international relations, that's what it means. He's responding to that with a show of force. Now, when it comes to getting gas from other places, again, even if that worked and you were able to successfully substitute all of the gas that Europe needs, and that it gets the same amount that it gets from Russia, that is a tremendous logistical effort. I don't see how they could do that realistically. I mean, the US sells liquefied natural gas. Europe doesn't even have the fucking terminals to accommodate those things, right? Germany has to build 2 of them, and it started building 2 of them to even begin contemplating such a thing. It's not as easy as it sounds. You know, for better or worse, whatever, you know, whichever way you want to look at it, Europe does have a dependency on Russian gas. That's just the reality. And I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, the US wanted to get take a bite out of its market share, but I don't think that's the underlying, the root cause. I think the number one root cause is, of course, to malign Russia, to, you know, basically turn it into a pariah, as an outcast. Because when you see Russia and Germany, or Russia and Europe, forging closer ties, that is a threat to US hegemony. This is the crux of the issue. So it's that in addition to NATO. And the people who are, again, I am so sick of these stupid, childish fucking idiots who want to talk about Ukraine or international relations without the international relations. They make it like, oh, it's about Putin and his personality. He's a deranged person. Shut the fuck up, you idiot. It has nothing to do with that. It's nothing to do with that. You know, you can criticize him without... This is a conspiracy theory. Like, honestly, they're contemplating like what kind of mental disorder he has or something. That's a conspiracy theory. They're grasping at all kinds of straws just to avoid addressing NATO expansion and Europe forging closer ties with Russia. That's it. That's it. And of course, Ukraine itself. I mean, the issue with Ukraine becoming a vassal state of the West, specifically the US. You cannot look back at the last 8 years and act like it doesn't matter and it doesn't play into the context. Come on, stop. You know, you're insulting yourself. Honestly, you can't take that take this issue out of context and forget about the rest. Now, let me show you something else. This is February 28th. I told you Pakistan's Prime Minister Imran Khan was visiting Russia, right? Which signaled, again, in international relations, it means we're not with you, the West, right? We're not going to jump on board and sanction Russia like you are doing. We are cool with Russia. So he went to visit Putin, and he actually bought wheat and gas, right? So Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan announced Monday that his country will import about 2 million tons of wheat from Russia and buy natural gas as well under bilateral agreements the two sides signed last week. So you already see that this idea that we can isolate Russia is it's unrealistic. There are other countries who are dying to get into partnerships with Russia and increase their cooperation with Russia. And you're literally seeing it in real time. Pakistan is like, no, we're going to take the gas and we'll take your wheat. Give it. Obviously, I don't think Pakistan is going to import the same, 50 billion cubic meters of gas a year with Nord Stream 1, or at least let's say the current flow of gas from Russia to Germany. I don't know if it's that quantity, but this is giving you an idea. It's symbolic of Russia not actually being isolated. It really shows you that the West are living in the past. Like, they think that US hegemony is the be-all, end-all, and that, you know, by isolating Russia in the West, Russia's going to decline. No, that's not how it works anymore. We have the Belt and Road Initiative. We have Greater Eurasia. China, again, a huge power, nuclear power, a huge player on the scene. Again, Pakistan is also a nuclear power. These countries, they're like, no, screw you. We are going to actually keep our ties with Russia. Even Turkey, right, didn't want to piss off the Russians and let the boats through the straits to the Black Sea. So there is no international consensus on this. There's a Western consensus. And it really reminds me of that meme where they show you the international community, right? They always use that phrase. You always hear, oh, the international community condemns such and such, the international community, this and that. And when they say international community, this is actually what they mean by international community. It's it's Western Europe, North America, and Australia. That's it. But I have news for you, my friends. That is not the entire world. That is only but a part. Now, don't get me wrong. These sanctions on Russia, they will hurt. And ironically, you know, the British government is even acknowledging that it's going to have a knockback or it's going to have a blowback effect on people in Britain as well. Of course, you know, you think you can just punish Russia and it's not going to hit you if you're in Europe? It is. But nevertheless, despite the sanctions hurting people in Russia, hurting people in Europe, I think that it's a bit arrogant to assume that Russia is going to be completely demolished by this. I think that they have other countries, neighboring countries that are willing to maintain ties despite what's happening in Ukraine, that are willing to further economic relationships. And I just read to you the example of Pakistan. I mean, you know, Pepe said it, he called it. Right now, the US is winning. Make no mistake, the West is winning. They got rid of Nord Stream 2. They've isolated Russia. They put tons of sanctions on Russia. It looks like they're winning. But it's that, you know, there's a phrase in English is saying, you know, you might have won the battle, but the war has just begun. This is just a battle. We've yet to see how this is going to play out in the long term. And if you ask me, I think the best thing Russia could do right now, and not just Russia, but the whole global South, is to get off of SWIFT. You know, not all in one go. I don't think that would bode well for the world economy, but to ultimately, in the long term, get off of SWIFT, develop a separate system that is not controlled by fucking bankers in Wall Street and the city of London and you know, Frankfurt and Brussels and New York, and to just really finally have monetary independence, have financial independence, and take away this sanctioning weapon, this weapon of sanctions that they constantly wield against the civilians. It's really the civilians of the global South. That's really a huge step. And it might end up being that the United States and the West have shot themselves in the foot. You never know what kind of effects this is going to have. So we'll see. It might lead to Russia just abandoning SWIFT, China going along with Russia, and then they will basically just give the finger to the US and the West. It will backfire on them. It could very well, it might very well happen that way. It might very well happen that way. We had a donation here from, I'm scrolling up, from Among Friends. They said, it's an invasion. It's not an invasion. It's a liberation. Well, I mean, there are many ways to call it. A policing operation. What did the Russians call it officially? A specialized mission or limited mission. I forgot. There's so many different terms people are using. I mean, look, I really think it's interesting to look at the nomenclature, the vocabulary that they use in the West. It's not just about, you know, it's not just about Russia invading Ukraine. it's also about the refugees, which I was just showing you. They don't even call them refugees. Like if you're fleeing Ukraine or the Donbass and you're going to Russia, you're a person, right? They call them people. First it's migrants and it's people. I don't even know which one is worse. Like in the context of talking about refugees fleeing, like they demoted them from refugees to migrants to people. It's really interesting looking at the vocabulary they use. Certainly it's not the same. And I can just give you another example. In Arabic, we don't say Israel, we say the occupation. That's how people refer to Israel in Arabic, right? Al-ihtilal. So man, there are tons of things I actually wanted to tell you, and I just blank on it because I don't have notes. I do everything from memory, and there's 15 million documents. So sometimes it's like one tiny detail I wanted to say, and there's something on the tip of my tongue, and I can't remember what it is now, but it'll come back to me. It'll come back to me. So it was about the effect on the economy, right? So yeah, actually, I said everything. It was just one thing that I want to say. The ruble plummeted by 30%. I mean, I told you it plummeted to like $1. 1 ruble is worth less than 1 US cent. So you get the picture. You get the idea. But it went up slightly, and we'll see how it fares. We'll see how it fares. Slindil says, they're calling Russian billionaires oligarchs. I've never heard them call Bill Gates that. Oh, yeah. See, that's an excellent point, is that right now, when you turn on the television, they talk about these Russian oligarchs. But you never hear them say that about Elon Musk or Bill Gates or, Mark Zuckerberg. It doesn't matter. Because if you are an agent of capitalism, specifically in the West, right? It's okay. That's encouraged. It's celebrated. You're just a self-made billionaire or millionaire, and etc. And it's glorified. But it's kind of funny. My point is, it's kind of funny that right now the corporate media, they have you angry at Russian oligarchs, and they're diverting your attention away from the American oligarchs, from the Western oligarchs that are depriving you of healthcare, depriving you of good wages, of dignity, that are robbing you blind, that send you off to die in war so they can make money. I mean, talk about Russia all you want, but this is kind of funny because they will never criticize corporations and oligarchs in the US the way they do in Russia. They act like that's something it's inherent to the Russians or the Russian Federation, like that doesn't exist in America. Christ, talk about irony, talk about irony. It's incredible. We have a donation here from Giordano. Says, don't you see a similarity between this encouragement of Brits going to liberate Ukraine with when it used to be with Syria? Yeah, I certainly do, of course. Right now they're saying, go fight in Ukraine. They got rid of the visa requirement even. You can just roll up and, grab a gun and start shooting Russians. That's the idea. And you even have the UK Foreign Secretary Liz Truss encouraging people to do that, right? The Ukrainian government coming out and encouraging people to do that. And so it is ironic because this is the same playbook that they used in Syria, right? And Afghanistan, for that matter, in the 80s, right? So they want foreign fighters to come to this country where they're antagonizing Russia and to fight the war for them. So, the Mujahideen, they had CIA backing, CIA funding. They had this recruitment office in Peshawar. And then they would get all these people from Afghanistan or from, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, you name it. And they would come over from all over, and they would convince them that this is a religious fight. And it's actually just, Uncle Sam throwing dollar bills and stingers and then sending them off to fight the Russians for them, right? And then in Syria, they did the same thing with Al-Qaeda, right? They set up these recruitment offices. They spoke about it in the media, encouraging it implicitly, like it's a noble fight to go and fight there. And they don't mean just against ISIS, right? Even the Syrian government, right? They had this jihadi tourism, or I don't know what other term they made up for it. And now in Ukraine, they're saying the same thing. They want everyone to go fight. And it's to the point that the UK Foreign Secretary is endorsing it on television. On television. She's saying, yes, we support that for people to just go fight. Wow. Wow. Mask off. This whole Ukraine thing is such a mask off moment. It's revealed so much about the double standards of international law, about how they fight with proxies, the racism, the double standard of we can bomb you and start wars, but it's not okay when Russia does it. It's really revealed so much hypocrisy in the media, in the governments, the politicians. I love it. In that sense, there's a silver lining because I hope it opens people's eyes. I hope they can finally see the hypocrisy now. And even with the refugees, how we treat white refugees versus other refugees, which we created, right? We, the West, we created those refugees, but we're going to treat them worse. And it's really vile. It's really vile. They're not going to be laughing when you have people from Idlib, from northern Syria, who are usually not even Syrian. They're, again, foreigners who've come to fight. When they go and end up in Ukraine, and then you have ISIS in Europe, That's a result of Western policies. There's always blowback, right? They give money to these people, they fund them, they enable them, they train them, they let them run wild, and then it comes back to bite them, whether it's 9/11 or the embassy bombings in Africa, or whether it's the attacks in Europe by ISIS. You're going to see, I really hope I'm wrong, but you might very well see more of ISIS and more of these extremists coming from Syria or from Iraq or wherever the hell else, even from Libya, going to Ukraine to fight the Russians at the behest of Western Europe, at the behest of NATO, that's openly encouraging them, openly, on television. Wow. And the legal double standard is another one, right? That you can go and fight ISIS in Syria, and then when you get back to Britain, the security services will harass you. Now, the problem is, it's even if it's a noble fight, like, okay, great, you want to go fight ISIS, thank you very much, but you don't have a right to go into the country. There was no waiving of a visa requirement in Syria. Syria's borders didn't change, but these people come in illegally and they fight ISIS. And my point is here that even though ISIS is supposedly an enemy of the British, they were still harassing people who fought against ISIS with the Kurds. And when it comes to people who joined ISIS, they stripped them of their nationality. There's many cases of that. Even people who didn't fight, but people who just went there to, there's some women who went to join or start families there, or I don't know what the details were, but they were stripped of their British nationality. Now, again, I have no love or sympathy whatsoever for them, but it's interesting how they strip their nationality for going off, joining a foreign conflict, but it's okay for you to go do it in Ukraine. Like, I'm pretty sure they're not going to start stripping your nationalities after the foreign secretary was saying, yes, go and fight in Ukraine. Again, clear double standard. Guys, check this out. We actually have, hold on, I'm going to pull up my phone because I want to read your names. Thank you very much, Paul on Patreon, and Irfan and John and Bruce. I really appreciate it. Thank you for supporting my work. You can, if you want, I'm really exhausted. I've been streaming for hours now, but nevertheless, I need to plug the show. If you want to support my work, you can donate for as little as $1 or €1 a month. Doesn't matter. And we've actually taken a hit. You guys know we were at 520 members, but now it's dropped down to, I think, 480 something, because we're the first of the month. Today's 1st of March, right? So I think Patreon bills people on the 1st of the month, and if it doesn't work, they just automatically kick you off. So I hope we can recover and get back to where we were. 522, was it? Or 520? I don't know. But in any case, guys, I'd really appreciate it if you could support my work. Incidentally, this is the correct number. 484. Let's get it up to 500 again, guys. Let's do this. I believe in you, and I know you want to support independent media. I know you guys need me to keep going with the politics, and I will, but I have to plug the show and do that. So I'm going to prepare the next segment in the background. Oh, Christ, it's Hillary Clinton again. Oh, man. That's like a, what do they call those videos that scare you again? Jump scare or something? That's every time I see her face, it's like an instant jump scare. Christ. All right, guys, let me go to your comments over here. Thank you very much. Giordano says, but in the end, they would not permit anyone to come back from Syria for risk of extremism. I'm really looking forward to them realizing they are fighting with Nazis or violent prisoners armed with stingers. Yeah, again, this is really, you know, you really hit the nail on the head with that, because the thing is, they say, you went and joined ISIS, you know, you fought or you didn't fight, it doesn't matter. You're dangerous, and that's why we're stripping you of your nationality. But apparently it's okay to go to Ukraine and join neo-Nazis? Like, don't tell me that's not a thing. We know that the Azov battalion exists, and you have other right-wing, far-right militias that are part of the Ukrainian National Guard and the Ukrainian forces, and they're just, you know, sending the money openly from the US through the CIA, and now openly telling you to go fight with them. So let me get this straight. It's not okay to fight with ISIS, who again, I have zero sympathy for them. It's not okay to fight with ISIS, but it's okay to fight with neo-Nazis. What the fuck is the difference, right? It's unbelievable. They always get in bed with these shady types, the Western governments. They go and support Mujahideen or Al-Qaeda and neo-Nazis, and then that's how they use these proxies to antagonize Russia. They never learn. There's always blowback from this, and always when it's happening, no one wants to listen. And they just normalize this and okay this and make you think that it's all right. And then it always comes back to bite people. Unbelievable double standard. Unbelievable. So thank you very much to Ryan for signing up on Patreon. I really appreciate it. We're at 485, so only 15 people left to get back to 500. I don't know how it works. Maybe some of you know, but it does that every single month. It always drops down a little bit, and I hope we can get it back to where it was at 500. I was really happy that we hit that goal. Hopefully we can do it again. Thank you very much, Ryan. I'm going to play Crab Dance just for you. I appreciate it very much.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line, claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انت كلاب بصراحه يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Thank you, Ryan. Yes. All right, I'm pulling up the chat. I want to read your comments, guys. We have a sea of crab dances down here. Thank you, Giordano. I appreciate it. Monique says Putin should pull the gas now. They plunged the ruble to 1 cent. Pull the gas. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have said that. Like, if they were in Putin's position or they were Russia, simply, I mean, I don't think he decides these things by himself. That's why you have a cabinet. But a lot of people have said that if they were in his shoes, they would have already pulled the gas on Europe to teach them a lesson. I mean, I don't think I'd like that particularly. I'm not really too fond of freezing, but but I understand the geopolitical, the economic sense of it. I mean, yeah. Fury Blazer says, Richard, I want to volunteer and help. Do you mean to fight neo-Nazis in Ukraine or support the channel? I can help you with supporting the channel, and I condone that. If you want to donate to the program, €1 or $1 a month, there's something called Patreon. Actually, 2 of you have already signed up. We're at 487, so we just need 13 people to sign up, and then we'll hit the goal. Thank you very much. I'm just going to keep playing crab dances every time someone joins. That's what we do. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Giordano. I appreciate it very much. You guys are very kind. This crab dance goes out to you. We're just going to keep going like this.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line, claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحه يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Don't worry. I'm still here, guys. Every time it goes black after crab dance, I probably snuck off to the bathroom. So that's wonderful. That's great. I really appreciate it. We're already at 488, and I'm just going to check briefly on the interview with Pepe. Yeah, I see it up there. That's great. So already 8,000 views. Not bad, guys. Not bad at all. So, guys, I'm gonna upload all the segments. The interview is already up. I really appreciate you guys tuning in. Thank you very, very, very much. And I would just ask you to join the newsletter so you get a notification if I go live in the future. It doesn't cost you anything. It's completely free. I don't spam. I just send you when I go live. That's basically it. So I'm gonna leave the link below. And Marvin is asking me, what's Sock's take on Ukraine? Socks says, fuck the neo-Nazis. That's it. And stop NATO expansion. So there you go. And what else? We have something called Rockfin, which is like YouTube, but without censorship, basically. So that's why I have an account on there. I'm live streaming on there right now. All the videos I upload there as well. It's also completely free. You just have to make an account, which is the only inconvenience. But I really think it's worth it. And I've told you guys why, because all of this bullshit censorship, you never know when they might pull the plug on my channel, you know, God forbid. So I have a backup, which is Rockfin, and there's about, I think, 18,000 of you that are subscribed there, which is wonderful. So just make an account. It doesn't cost you anything. It's rockfin.com/RichardMedhurst. rockfin.com/RichardMedhurst. And I hope you enjoyed Sock's take on Ukraine. You know, this was a very important interview that I did. Thank you, Abbas. I really appreciate your comment. You're very kind. Neil, thank you as well. Someone in the comments is called I Want Putin's Babies. Well, very funny username. I like your comment as well. Thank you. And thank you, Blockrock. You're very kind. I owe someone a crab dance. We just had, I think it was Kathy who joined on Patreon. So I'm going to play her a crab dance before I leave. Thank you, Kathy. You're very kind.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line, claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Let's go. Do you guys remember when Bernie was running for president? Everyone was so optimistic. Look at this shit show that they've dug. They've dug everyone in, the Democrats, with this NATO expansion bullshit. They're so vile. You know, it's no difference. Republican, Democrats, same diarrhea. They're such dirty war hawks. They just can't leave people the fuck alone. It never ends. You know, it's not enough that they bleed Ukraine dry. They're just, you know, Biden bragging about running running a prosecutor out of town, and he gets his son this nice board position, just getting paid for nothing. You know, I mean, can't you just enjoy your fucking corruption and stop there? Like, do you have to start and risk wars? Do you have to do that? Do you have to keep fucking poking Russia until it explodes? Like, why do you not know your limits? Why can't you just stop, man? Why can't you just enjoy being rich, shut the fuck up, keep your head down and not start provoking a nuclear power? Why does it have to be this way? Why can't you just, like, go take care of your own shit? You got people who can't pay the rent, who they're going to have to start paying the student loan debts again. They don't have healthcare, like nothing. They didn't do a fucking thing for you. And now it's not just like hurting Americans, it's like risking Europe's future as well. He's managed to turn Germany from a neutral country into a country that supplies weapons. Even the fucking EU is now supplying weapons to Ukraine for the first time. I mean, you guys don't understand how dangerous this is. You know, if you're Russia right now, you're thinking, these people have gone fucking mad. They just don't understand what's going on here. You know, it's, they won't stop. You know, look at it from Russia's point of view. Russia is saying NATO expansion is a threat. Back off. Back off. And the response from that is not, oh, okay, yeah, we'll back off. No. It's, what the fuck did you say? Okay, we're going to take your money now, and we're going to send weapons to your enemy. And, you know, even the EU now is sending weapons. Like, what? Holy crap. They don't understand. They just don't get it. It's real arrogance. Giordano is asking me, do you think Pompeo is sick? He looks a lot darker than before. He's a lot thinner than before. I know that. He's lost a lot of weight, actually. His name is now, and he's also known as Blinken. No, I know Blinken and Pompeo are very similar, but the real Pompeo has actually lost a lot of weight. I didn't recognize him at first. You know who Pompeo reminds me of? He's basically like, he's an American version of Hermann Göring. You know, the head of the German Luftwaffe, the Air Force in World War II. You know, it's like this big guy, just, oh man, he's just arrogant, you know, insolent, just exact same. I love when I go on Twitter and I see you people have been watching my show. I see these tweets that are like literally something I just said. It's very, very, very good. Glad it's having an effect. Marvin says, do you think China will be able to bring Ukraine and Russia together, stop the escalation of war? Russia invaded 4 times. You mean has been invaded 4 times. World War II, 27+ million people lost in Russia. Yeah, like people don't understand how much of a cultural issue this is for Russians. I mean, it's not cultural. It's factual and historical. But in Russian culture, they really, really do not fucking like Nazis. You know, again, between 20 and 30 million killed. I don't think we can ever really know the full number because it's so many, and there's so many things that have been, you know, Probably lots of mass graves haven't even been found. It's not just prisoners of war who were killed en masse, but mostly civilians, Russian civilians. So, and of course, you mentioned Russia being invaded several times. I mean, it just immediately comes to mind, Napoleon, the Germans, the British. So that doesn't end well. And I think China is being smart right now. They don't want to involve themselves in this whole issue, and they've decided not to sanction Russia. They don't even want to condemn Russia at the UN. So you can see again that there is no consensus internationally. This is a lie. They lie to you. They tell you that, the whole world is in condemnation of Putin. No, it's not. Like, your idea of the whole world is you and your fucking allies. Pakistan, India, Turkey, Iran, China, they don't agree with you. They don't agree with you at all about Ukraine. And they are the future, right? The BRICS are the future. This is what they just don't get it through their heads. They're used to just running the planet. They think that, the international community, meaning North America, Europe, and Australia, has the say over what the whole world thinks, and that's final. No. That's changing. That's changing very, very, very steeply. I just wanted to look at this again with you because it annoyed me so much. Can we look at this clip again?
Talks over the years say that is much.
It's not playing for me for some reason. Let me refresh.
Talks over the years say.
No, I still don't hear it. I think you guys can hear it, and I can't hear it, which is really weird. Do you hear Hillary speaking? Every time there are technical difficulties, I remember when I went on Graham Elwood's show for the first time. I think it was the first time. And the first thing he says to me, like, we've never spoken before, right? Like, he's already live, and I come on, and he says, Richard Medhurst joins us from the Kremlin basement. Man, that was so funny. And afterwards, I think we spent like 30 minutes, 20 minutes trying to fix the stream. And he was like, he wasn't too familiar with OBS. So I was like trying to help him navigate it live while everyone was watching. It's cool. There's no worries. Why not? No stress. There's no need to be stressed. I mean, these corporate media outlets who have so much equipment, and I mean, don't get us wrong, we're at a pro level now. We're playing major league, as they say, alhamdulillah. But my point is, the budgets that they have, the corporate media, are astronomical compared to YouTube. They're astronomical compared to independent media, right? And look at the kind of news that they do. It's such garbage. It's better to have sorry, I just thought of something I want to do. I'm trying to do multiple segments at once. I want to keep going. I thought it was going to be done, but no, I'm not done. We're going to keep going. Let's go. Yalla, yalla, yalla. Come on, man. How long have we been streaming? 3 hours? 4 hours? Nah, that's pussy. Come on. We can do better than that. No, I'm just kidding, obviously. It's not about the number of hours, but I like covering this stuff with you, despite the content of it. I really want to try and give you a proper insight what's happening right now in terms of propaganda, silencing dissent, the Western cultural, societal, political discourse that's happening about this, which is a top story. Give me a second. So okay. I should start doing I should start the live streams like 2 hours or how many ever hours before I actually start the segments, so you can just see me preparing. It'll just be like 2 hours of silence. I'm actually going to do that. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to do it. Why not? Why the hell not? You're going to like this one. Putain. I got a cramp in my arm. Aha. Yep. Damn right. Christ. Oh, I didn't know Canada's ambassador to Ukraine in 2019 participated in consecrating a monument to Second World War era Ukrainian fascists, built on the site where 1,200 Jews were executed in 1943. Wow. These people are fucking vile, you know? Like, this is who the West is supporting in Ukraine. Like, neo-Nazis. People who... The same people who idolize... Nazis and fascists that participated in the Holocaust. I mean, that is just like new levels of fucking low, you know? They never cease to amaze me, you know, actually the right word is disgust me. Never cease. Okay, so let's go with this segment right now. It's not the one I wanted to... I didn't know that we would do it now, but we are. So, nothing like a good impromptu segment. Happy you're all still with us. Okay. You have a lot of people calling for a no-fly zone in Ukraine. And when I say a lot of people, actually, what I mean is you have a worrying amount of people. They are a minority, but just the fact that they're saying this is extremely worrying. A no-fly zone, in case you don't know what that is basically making sure that, in this case, no Russian planes could fly over Ukrainian skies, right? So if there would be Russian jets that get shot down, it's basically a way to disable the aerial supremacy or aerial power of another country's conventional armed forces. And look at this. This is Nora O'Donnell. She reports that Senator Romney tells us he would love for there to be a no-fly zone that would allow refugees to escape Ukraine. Quote, it would hopefully be something done by the UN or by NATO or even by us. But we don't want to find ourselves in a position where we're in direct conflict with Russians. Oh, you don't? Okay, well then why are you advocating for a no-fly zone? What do you think is going to happen when you shoot down a Russian jet? You think Putin is going to give you vodka and caviar? Wow. Wow. Now here is General Sir Richard Barrons. He's the ex-head of the Joint Forces Command. And look what he has to say on BBC.
No-fly zone. Feasible?
So it's Monday night.
by Wednesday, Russian heavy artillery will be around these Ukrainian cities, and they may be firing indiscriminately and destroying large chunks of a city and killing civilians. And when they do this, they'll be 300 miles from the border with NATO and the European Union, a day's drive or half an hour in a military jet. So I think one of the issues for about Thursday, Friday this week is how does public opinion in the UK and other countries react to seeing people who look and live like us being slaughtered? And at that,
did you hear the sentence again? The people who look and live like us. What does that mean? Like, are you saying people from outside of Europe are animals or something? They don't live like us? What are you saying? People who live and look like us. Christ, they just don't stop. Like every single day, there's more of this racist, this overtly racist nonsense. Unbelievable.
At that stage, I think there'll be a different conversation led by public opinion about the application of NATO military power, perhaps through the sky and definitely against heavy weapons.
I'm fascinated that you say that, because up until now, the opinion one has tended to hear from people in the military and the defence side of politics is that means war with Russia. If we try and enforce a no-fly zone or indeed bomb those heavy weapons, we're going to war with Russia.
So it does mean war with Russia. I mean, we might assert that this is war with Russia in Ukraine only, and there would be an interest in both sides in containing that, but
of course there's war with Russia, oh boy. Don't you fancy a good nuclear winter, yes? Christ, like how they just casually talk about, entering a conflict with a nuclear power. Yes, of course there's war with Russia. Christ almighty.
Think back to Bosnia in the 1990s. It wasn't governments that decided something had to be done. It was public opinion asserting that they could not put up with this on the television screens every night.
But this is a nuclear-armed country which has indeed threatened nuclear force and put its nuclear forces on heightened alert just in the past 24 hours.
Yes, it is. And so this is going to be a really tough test. But the choice I think we're going to have to face, if the Russian military doesn't hold back, is we can either watch the slaughter of tens of thousands of Ukrainian citizens, or we're going to have to find ways to do something about it that are more urgent and decisive than sanctions. I don't know.
Incredible, right? Incredible. And I love the reaction from the host. Like, I'm fascinated you say that. Oh yes, I just creamed my pants out, boy. I love a good no-fly zone. And over here you have Senator Roger Wicker calling for a no-fly zone over Ukraine, right? So he's representing Mississippi, and he endorsed the idea of creating a no-fly zone over Ukraine. And he says, clearly, in the absence of a UN resolution, which Russia would veto, a strong coalition of like-minded nations should step in and seriously consider this. Right? So do you see the language that they always use? It's not like, it's not legal. He's saying that even if the UN doesn't sanction it and it's completely illegal, we should enforce a no-fly zone with like-minded nations. Rules-based international order, international norms. They say these things that make you think they're talking about international law, but they're not. They're absolutely not. It's really interesting, because if you just read between the lines, you just look at the words they're saying, you can tell immediately what and who they are. So a no-fly zone would require implementation by the U.S. military. It would essentially mean the U.S. military would be shooting down planes, Russian planes. And that's Jen Psaki, the White House spokesperson, who had to explain that to these journalists. I told you, they're foaming at the mouth. They can't wait to go to war with Russia. And again, I invite them. Go ahead. They're asking for foreign fighters. Be my guest. Right? Be my guest. Will we see you at the front line? I doubt it. I doubt the news desk warmongers will be anywhere near the front line, and especially not in uniform and fighting. So it's incredible that you have the governments, the NATO governments, telling these warmongers, like, you need to calm down. Wow. Here's This is a tweet saying BBC Radio 4 presenters are pushing relentlessly for a no-fly zone in Ukraine. Do these simpletons have any idea what would that mean? You see, it's not just an American thing. It's also in Western media in general, in the UK as well. They really, really want war, right? It's good for their careers. They love it. Let me show you this video over here. You have a Ukrainian activist speaking to British PM Boris Johnson. Look what she says.
A woman from my team is now in Bila Tserkva, and she is there with 2 kids, and Russian military is over there, and she's so much afraid that she will be shot. Kharkiv, the city where I was studying, was bombarded today, fully, the downtown square. So you're talking about the stoicism of Ukrainian people, but Ukrainian women and Ukrainian children are in deep fear because of bombs and missiles which are going from the sky. And Ukrainian people are desperately asking for the West to protect our sky. We are asking for the no-fly zone. We are saying in response that it will trigger World War III. But what is the alternative, Mr. Prime Minister? To observe how our children are, instead of planes, are protecting NATO from the missiles and bombs? What's the alternative for the no-fly zone? We have planes here, we have air defense system in Poland, in Romania. NATO has this air defense. At least this air defense could shield the Western Ukraine so that these children with women could come to the border. It's impossible now to cross the border. There are 30 kilometers of lines. Imagine.
Okay, so already that's a lie. She's saying that it's impossible to get out. If you look at this tweet over here about Senator Romney saying that the no-fly zone would help people flee, right? Allow refugees to escape. I was just talking with Pepe Escobar how today Russia has been telling people you need to get out of Kiev, out of the capital, and there is a designated corridor, a human corridor for people to get out of, for refugees to leave, right? I don't remember the exact name of the highway, but they've made one, and this is something they would do in Syria as well. They would warn people before an offensive, there's a humanitarian corridor here, get out, because we're going to take military action against the city, whatever it may be, a raid, a bombing, doesn't matter. But there is a means to get out, and they're saying, they're acting like it's not true, and that it doesn't exist. It does exist. They specifically did that, and you know.
Imagine crossing the border with a baby or with 2 children. I'm so glad that Samantha Power is coming here to the border from the Polish side. Let her come to the border from Ukrainian side.
Samantha Power's God.
And see that. Britain guaranteed our security under Budapest Memorandum. So you're coming to Poland. You're not coming to Kiev, Prime Minister. You're not coming to Lviv. Because you are afraid. Because NATO is not willing to defend. Because NATO is afraid of the World War III. But it is already started. And these are Ukrainian children who are there taking the hit. You're talking about more sanctions, Prime Minister, but Roman Abramovich is not sanctioned. He's in London. His children are not in the bombardments. His children are there in London. Putin's children are in Netherlands, in Germany, in mansions. Where are all these mansions seized? I don't see that.
Oh yeah, you know, obviously the most potent anti-aircraft weapon is seizing mansions. You know, Putin is going to be, oh man, they took my house. All right, just land the jets, stop the air offensive. What the fuck does that even mean? Jesus Christ. Maybe you shouldn't take, military advice from someone who thinks that seizing mansions is going to stop a war. You're really out of it. Christ almighty. It's like, why won't you start World War III? You know? Come on. It's not like there's any bad consequences. It's just a war with Russia. I mean, if you're saying that the situation is bad, and I don't doubt that people are suffering, they most certainly are, and you know whose fault that is. Why would you want to make it worse? What, you want all of Europe, the entire planet, to die? I mean, I don't understand this. The easy way to stop the bombing is to forswear NATO membership. There is a way. Yeah, she's right. There is a way to stop this whole offensive, to stop all of this. It's make sure that NATO stops expanding. I really don't know why, they say Russia doesn't want to engage in diplomacy, but there is a diplomatic solution. It's right there. I just said it to you. Stop expanding NATO. And it's not just a demand. NATO promised this. So Russia, it's not like Russia's just, pulling this out of thin air and making demands, imposing demands. No. Man, you need to, I can't believe I have to explain this. When they were reuniting Germany, when you had talks over German reunification in 1990, the Russians made it very, very clear that they would only support German reunification if they didn't expand NATO anymore, right? And they were promised not an inch further, not an inch to the east. And that turned out to be a flat lie, flat out lie, complete lie. So it's not like Russia's making this up. There was a promise, and they went back on it. They reneged and didn't hold up their end of the deal. And so that is the diplomatic solution. That is the diplomatic solution. You may not like it, but that's the one. Because we don't want war. No one wants war. And diplomacy is the alternative. What other alternative is there except diplomacy? That is the diplomatic solution. But the West, they're liars. They never hold up their end of the deal. They want to antagonize Russia. They're bullies. That's what we do. The UK, the US. And unfortunately, people are paying for that now, and they're in Ukraine. The Ukrainians are paying for that. And these people want to expand it even more. I mean, they're crazy. They've lost it, you know? Let me show you some other examples of, you know, really bright people who think that bombing Russia or shooting down its jets is gonna end well. So I already told you about Roger Wicker, right? How about this little this special one over here? Adam Kinzinger, right? So again, he's saying that the fate of Ukraine is being decided tonight, but also the fate of the West. Declare a no-fly zone over Ukraine. He's saying this already a few days ago on February 26th. Declare a no-fly zone over Ukraine at the invitation of their sovereign government. Disrupt Russia's air ops to give the heroic Ukrainians a fair fight. It's now or later. So again, more people who think that, you know, shooting down Russians is going to end well. Lizeyev Vasilenko saying, I'm an MP from the opposition. Today I am proud that we have Zelensky as our president. He stands with the people and stands with the army. President of the United States, Joe Biden, please stop offering flights out to our president and give him a no-fly zone and ammo. Because they're complaining that, you know, the United States is just saying, come on, leave the country. We'll give you a safe passage. But that they don't want that. They don't want to leave Ukraine. They want the United States to come and impose a no-fly zone. Do I need to remind you what happened the last time that there was a no-fly zone? Here's a very well-articulated tweet from Paul Watson. He says, remember when NATO imposed a no-fly zone over Libya? I do. It led to the destruction of Libya, the rise of ISIS, the Paris massacre, the global migrant crisis, and all that would be a walk in the park compared to what would happen if one were imposed over Ukraine. 120% correct. 120% correct. Every single point, right? And I'm angry. I'm really angry that people, they ignore, it's not even history. It's literally a few years ago. It's contemporary events. And they act like it's a piece of cake and that this is just a question of you having the will to do it. No, it's not about that. It's that Western intervention always leads to bigger disasters. And when NATO did that in Libya, that country has never recovered since, right? It's been 10 years now, actually 11 years. Hasn't recovered. It's in tatters. Completely destroyed. There's no democracy. The economy's ruined. There's no stability. They couldn't even get the elections done. Nothing. Not one of those fake promises they made has been fulfilled. And on top of that, they have left the country in a worse state than it used to be. You know, Africa, Libya was Africa's number one country in terms of, you know, living standards and in terms of riches. I mean, it really, when Gaddafi took that country from being a former colony to the wealthiest African country, the one of the most stable African countries, you know, he did extremely great things like the Great Man-Made River, bringing irrigation, water to 70% of Libya, even though most of it is desert. He took the literacy rate up, God knows, what was it, up to 80%, I think? Forgive me, I don't have the exact figure with me. I did a whole video on Libya. It's on the channel if you want to go watch it. I outlined all these things a few months ago. And so he did so much good for the country, and then they paint him as some kind of devil and get rid of him. But it's not about that. The goal of getting rid of Gaddafi was getting the gold and stopping him from undermining French and American monetary hegemony. And my point is, going back to the no-fly zone, that this tweet over here encapsulates so succinctly and completely and wholly the consequences of what it means to impose a NATO no-fly zone. And if you think that Libya was bad, and it was, wait till you see the consequences of a no-fly zone in Ukraine. Man, people are going to be fucking wishing that it was only like Libya. You have no clue what awaits. You have no clue. And the people calling for this are disgusting warmongers, and the majority of them, I mean, I understand. Look, don't get me wrong. I understand. I understand this activist over here, this woman who's speaking with Boris Johnson. I get it. I get it. She's upset. I really get it. But I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about mostly the journalists and, so-called journalists, the reporters, people in media who really just genuinely like war because they think it's good for ratings. They think it's good for their careers. They think that it's good to, I mean, you know how much money the military-industrial complex makes, right? And you know how much corporate media makes. When there's a war and there's 24/7 coverage about this, and their ratings go up and they make even more money from advertising. So it's not just the military-industrial complex making money. Never forget that. The corporate media also make a lot from this. And you don't even have to pay these stenographers anything to say this shit because they actually genuinely believe it and genuinely like war. So that's what's shocking, is that it's coming from places like the BBC, right? That it's coming from places like NBC. This is who these people are, these so-called reporters. They love war, and they are completely reckless and morons, absolute morons. Let me show you a tweet over here from Labour MP, Zara Sultana. She says that a no-fly zone in Ukraine would entail war between two nuclear-armed superpowers. That could easily mean Armageddon. That is why Boris Johnson is right to rule it out. Pundits, desperate to appear tough, should stop irresponsibly agitating for this dangerous move. So that's extremely sensible. That is extremely sensible and correct. Here's a tweet from Chris Murphy, right? He says that there's been a lot of loose talk from smart people about close air support and no-fly zones for Ukraine. Let's just be clear what that is. The US and Russia at war. It's a bad idea, and Congress would never authorize it. And then, of course, underneath, he says that sending military equipment to Ukraine and humanitarian support and crippling sanctions on Russia, these are all the right moves. I mean, again, I'm not going to compare every single UK and US politician, but you can see that there is, ironically, some common sense coming from NATO governments, despite all the other stuff. I mean, what do they say? Even a broken clock is right twice a day, right? So it's just, again, so emblematic that the actual warmongers in this case are really coming from the media sector. And then at the same time, though, the people who are saying, the people in government like Boris Johnson or Biden who are saying no-fly zone, no-fly zone, they're against it. They are at the same time provoking Russia in other ways, with the economic sanctions, which are akin to war. Never forget that. Take a look at this. This is an interview from a few days ago, right? There's a Ukrainian woman who gets interviewed on French TV. And, well, I can just say that, just to put it mildly, they didn't really like her answers. Shall we put it that way?
On est en ligne avec Victoria. Vous êtes ukrainienne, vous avez vécu 25 ans là-bas et je crois comprendre que vous êtes en contact avec votre famille qui vivait à Kiev et qui a fui. C'est bien ça?
Pas tout à fait, non. Elle a pas fui du tout.
Alors, racontez-nous, quelle est votre situation?
Pour préciser un petit peu aussi, j'y reviens depuis 4 jours, en fait, de l'Ukraine. Bon, personne n'y croyait, ça c'est clair, dans ces événements-là. Alors, pour narrer un petit peu, parce qu'on dit un petit peu beaucoup de choses, exode, ceci, cela, pour narrer un petit peu le problème qui nous concerne, c'est que le conflit dure depuis 2014, ça on le sait. il s'agit quand même de la population ukrainienne qui est martyrisée au quotidien, 2 millions de personnes, voilà. Que les problèmes de chauffage ces hivers sont difficiles, le salaire moyen, voilà, vous m'entendez?
Oui, très bien.
Voilà. Pour se chauffer actuellement dans ces mois d'hiver, c'est plus de moitié que les ménages doivent consacrer à ça. Donc la vie est très très compliquée. Donc je vois pas qu'est-ce qu'on défend. Le président et le gouvernement fantoche là actuellement, que je trouve fantoche, et pas du tout celui que Poutine soi-disant va mettre.
Vous parlez
Moi, je
là
suis
de
extrêmement emportée contre tout ce qu'on entend là actuellement, les pauvres Ukrainiens, mais les pauvres Ukrainiens, ils y sont, avec ces gouvernements successifs, avec cette misère, avec cette économie délabrée.
Elle parle de Zelensky. Oui, mais vous parlez de Zelensky, vous parlez de qui? Vous parlez des...
De Zelensky, oui.
Oui, oui. Donc vous, Ukrainienne, vous considérez que Zelensky, le chef d'État dûment élu d'Ukraine, est à la tête d'un gouvernement fantoche?
Fantoche, d'une chose, et puis la deuxième chose, c'est une personne pas du tout démocratique. Il y a quand même 4 chaînes oppositionnistes qui étaient fermées. Il y a des journalistes qui sont tués. On décrit ça pour la Russie, mais ça se passe aussi en Ukraine. Il y a quand même 4 journalistes qui sont tués depuis quelques années. Il y a tas de choses qui se passent qu'on ne sait pas et qu'on ne dit pas.
Oui. Donc ce que vous dites, vous... Attendez, ça m'intéresse. Ce que vous dites, vous, ukrainienne vivant en France et qui revient régulièrement en Ukraine, c'est que finalement les Occidentaux ont une vision un peu idéalisée avec le méchant ours russe et la gentille démocratie ukrainienne. Vous dites que c'est pas si simple que ça.
C'est pas si simple, c'est pas tout noir et tout blanc d'un côté ou de l'autre.
C'est quand même les Russes qui ont attaqué.
Je pense que monsieur de Cochereau,
bien sûr qu'il attaque.
Il a l'air
quand même voir les choses avant d'avoir une vision.
Juste une chose. Les proches que vous connaissez qui sont en votre famille.
Do you see? They're like, oh non, mais c'est pas possible tout ça. Non. They can't handle it, man.
Qui est aujourd'hui en Ukraine, j'imagine qu'elle traverse des heures difficiles et qu'elle est aussi en train de fuir ou de se déplacer devant l'avancée des troupes russes.
Il reste à Kiev.
Attendre
sagement. Ils étaient empêchés aujourd'hui d'aller au bureau.
Ah oui, ça c'est sûr.
Parce qu'il y avait des embouteillages, mais sinon...
Ils iront demain.
C'est la première fois que j'entends qu'un gouvernement démocratiquement élu est un gouvernement fantoche. Mais enfin bon...
c'est pas qu'on soit blanc ou noir, mais c'est bien la Russie qui a attaqué ce matin.
Est-ce que ça veut dire qu'il y a aujourd'hui à Kiev...
Do you see how like they want to interview someone Ukrainian to ask them about Ukraine, but as soon as they go off script, they're like talking over her. It's like no, you're bad token, no, be quiet. C'est nous les Français, c'est nous qui parlent. La ferme.
Je dis pas dans le Donbass, à Kiev, des Ukrainiens qui sont assez contents que les Russes interviennent. C'est ça que je dois comprendre de ce que vous me dites?
Absolument. Et puis le gouvernement aussi qui est élu démocratiquement, on ne sait pas du tout. Il y a des Ukrainiens aussi qui doutent de véracité de ces élections.
Bon. Bien.
C'est ce que je veux dire. On doute de beaucoup de choses.
Mais il faudrait peut-être dire des choses mises au point. Qu'il y ait eu une dérive sectaire de ce gouvernement. Moi, je veux bien l'entendre, monsieur de Kochko, madame. Peut-être y a-t-il eu des dérives sectaires. Peut-être y a-t-il eu effectivement des assassinats de journalistes. Mais je vous rappellerai qu'à Malte, on a aussi assassiné une journaliste. En Bulgarie, on a aussi assassiné des journalistes. Eh bien, c'est pas pour autant que on va envahir Malte, qu'on va envahir la Bulgarie. Voilà. Donc, on n'est plus au temps de la Hongrie en 56 ou de la Tchécoslovaquie en 60.
Wow, they actually said that. You know, just because you kill a couple of journalists doesn't mean you're not a democracy. Yeah, they do this everywhere, man. Oh my God.
On va envahir la Bulgarie, voilà. Donc on n'est plus au temps de la Hongrie en 56 ou de la Tchécoslovaquie en 68. Il y a un système judiciaire, peut-être est-il perfectible, mais rien ne peut venir justifier.
Non, mais personne ne justifie, vous devez rien me dire. Personne ne justifie. Non. Ce soir, il y a beaucoup.
Yeah, I wonder if they'd say the same thing about Russia. Well, you know, of course Putin's killed a couple of journalists. Everyone does that. You know, there's nothing wrong with it. Doesn't mean it's not democratic. I bet you they wouldn't say that shit. Oh, man, this is amazing. And they say, you know, the judiciary is imperfect. Doesn't mean it's not a democracy. Really? Say the same thing about Russia. I dare you.
Un système judiciaire peut-être est-il perfectible, mais rien ne peut venir justifier.
Non, mais personne ne justifie, vous avez rien à dire. Personne ne justifie. Non. Ce soir, il y a beaucoup d'émoi et d'émotions parce que des gens sont morts en Ukraine. Alors,
et dans le Donbass.
Voilà, donc, et dans le Donbass, si vous voulez, partout. Voilà, et que.
He's like, people died in Ukraine. Yeah, and I guess so in Donbass, you know. What do you mean, I guess so, si vous voulez? C'est pas si on veut. C'est un fait. C'est un fait, ils sont morts. Ils se sont fait tuer là-bas. Si vous voulez. Attends, mais...
et que c'est difficile pour les gens d'entendre, finalement, ce système ukrainien, il n'était pas parfait, il était corrompu, et on tuait aussi des journalistes, etc. Sous-entendu, tant mieux. Donc, oui.
On ne voit pas d'avenir avec ce gouvernement-là actuel en Ukraine, au niveau économique, au niveau
on renverse ce
social,
gouvernement, pas un gouvernement démocratique.
Oui, enfin là oui, le truc c'est qu'effectivement, comme dit Patrick Martin-Genier, si on n'est pas satisfait, on renverse le gouvernement par des biais d'élections, mais on n'a pas besoin.
Oh yeah, you remember when the French overthrew their government democratically during the French Revolution? They chopped off the heads democratically. They guillotined the ruling class democratically. God, this is so funny.
Oui, enfin là oui, le truc c'est qu'effectivement, comme dit Patrick Martin-Genier, si on n'est pas satisfait, on renverse le gouvernement par des biais d'élections, mais on n'a pas besoin d'une invasion russe pour changer les choses. Mais merci Victoria. Bon général.
En février 2014,
putain, vous êtes malade.
Rappelez-vous de ça quand même.
Comment?
En février 2014, il y a eu un coup d'État contre un président élu.
Ah, ça c'était énorme, c'était génial ça, putain. And at the end, it's like, well, but you know there was a coup in 2014, right? Don't you care about that? Oh, that cut off. Ouais, bon, écoute ça. Écoute, hein, c'est comme ça, mon gars. Écoute, on n'est pas parfait. Il n'y a personne qui est parfait. Fucking hell, man. I mean, do you understand why? Do you understand why people look at this shit and they're like that's state media? I mean, you call it free, but that's fucking state media. You sound like, you know, l'Élysée, which is, you know, France's Kremlin, or White House. Putain, c'était énorme ça. Ah non, j'ai vraiment kiffé. Merci. You guys need to send me more of this stuff. That was fucking hilarious. That was hilarious. I love that. Wow. It's really a nice unmasking, right? It's a great unmasking. This is the same thing that happens with Syrians who, you know, I've seen this before, man. Like, they get asked about Bashar al-Assad or about the government, and as soon as they go off script, they're like, oh no, but, you know, surely you can't be saying that everything I've been taught is nonsense, can you? That wouldn't be right. And then they just dismiss you. It's really just, they're just trying to use people as a token, as a Syrian token, Ukrainian token, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's the same playbook. Wow, c'était bien ça, putain. You know what's funny is because when they do want to do a coup, like, or they invade another country, they're more than happy to point to the judiciary being corrupt, to journalists being killed. Like, again, when it's favorable to our situation and our agenda, then we want these criticisms. But when it's not, well, come on, like, just because they're killing some journalists doesn't mean you do a coup. Come on. Oh man, that was amazing. Thank you guys. That channel will probably get banned now in France. Wow, you guys are great. We actually hit 492 on Patreon. We have 8 subscribers left. 8 subscribers left until we hit 500. I hope we can do it. I'd be very grateful. Because we already hit 500 yesterday, I think it was, but then again, every first of the month, it drops back down for some reason. I don't understand it. So hopefully we can get back to 500. We just need 8 more people to support the show. You can do €1 a month, anything you like. We got Kay, Abdullah, Jimmy. Thank you guys so much for signing up. I'm going to play a crab dance just for you, and then we'll be right back. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحه يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Man, I love you guys. I'm kind of sad. I want more videos like that to talk about. That was fucking hilarious. I love this so much. Oh my god, that was amazing. That was amazing. I love it when you got someone coming in, just owns them, just owns all of them and their propaganda. It's so good. Absolutely hilarious. There's a Bolivian journalist who posted on Twitter, I just tried to explain to Evo Morales that opposing war will get a person cancelled in Europe and North America. He didn't understand the concept. He wouldn't. He has a brain and principles. That's why. So, you know, I want to give you a quick update about our beautiful friends, our beloved friends in the arms industry, right? So this shouldn't come to you as any surprise, but what do you think the war in Ukraine has done to the stocks of weapons manufacturers like, you know, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, BAE Systems? What do you think has become of their wealth? Ah, yes, you guessed right. The stocks are up. The shares are up. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice for them, huh? They get to build some new swimming pools at the expense of others' lives. You know, a few weeks ago, I showed you a transcript from a donor call. Well, I think it was with it was the quarterly call at Raytheon. So usually it's with the donors, the shareholders, and so on. And you could see how Raytheon CEO was just very, you know, casually saying, like, yeah, it's good that there's instability in Yemen bombing Abu Dhabi, right? The genocide against Yemen, and also in Ukraine, in Eastern Europe, right? That there are tensions flaring up. That's good for business. So we expect to see some, advantage from that. I'm not even really. I mean, I am paraphrasing, but he did say it that brazenly. It really wasn't that veiled. They're kind of shameless, and especially in these kinds of calls when they're speaking to the shareholders, it's really like, yeah, we fucking love war, man. We're gonna make lots of money killing people. They're so shameless. And what's, you know, it's one thing, like, you expect that, of course. They make weapons and they sell more weapons in war, but the fact that these people run the government, I mean, you know, Lloyd Austin, the current U.S. Defense Secretary, was at that firm. He was a board member of Raytheon. So you don't really have a government that takes decisions based on legitimate national security interests. You have an apparatus that is taking decisions, making foreign policy decisions based on, you know, how that's going to affect their shares and their stocks, right? Based on what's going to make them money. Just a little tiny update I want to show you, but you shouldn't be surprised. You shouldn't be surprised. If you are surprised, you haven't been listening. You haven't been listening. And the irony here of the EU now sending weapons for the first time, or Germany sending weapons, and Italy, and of course the US, $200 million was the first package in January. I think now they've added another one that's over $300 million. And, you know, of course they sell it to you. They sell this transaction of weapons as, you know, it's just, I mean, they tell you that this is to protect Ukraine. That's why they're sending all these weapons, right? They're even going to send Eurofighter jets, which Ukrainians can't even fly because they're used to Russian jets. So I don't even know what the point of that is. But they paint it as some kind of humanitarian effort, but in reality, they're making money from this. Of course they are. You know, those weapons don't grow on trees. They make money from this, the arms dealers. Even if it looks like the West is giving them to Ukraine out of pity or something, it's still making money from it. Make no mistake. Awesome. We're at 494. We're 6 subscribers away. Only 6. I know we can do this. Thank you, Momo. Thank you, Thomas. I really appreciate it. This crab dance goes out to you. Show them some love, everybody.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحه يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Hey! Thank you guys so much. You rock. And I wanted to read some of your comments. This is from... Hold on. This is from Mac. Mac says, breath of fresh air, Richard. I detest lies and hypocrisy. You sent this 2 hours ago, so I appreciate that. I hope Mac is still watching. Thank you very much. And this is from Ekaterina. There's no notes, but thank you, Ekaterina. I appreciate it. I see a lot of people actually sent things on PayPal, which I completely missed because I was buried in the news. You'll forgive me. This is from Michael. Michael says, "Thank you, Richard, for your work. You're most welcome." And Oleg says, "Thank you for doing great content. You're more than welcome. Thank you very much." And there's something here on Cash App from John. John says, "For Richie is Zaddy." Not sure what that means, but I'll take it. Thank you. I appreciate it. I really can't tell you guys how important this work is for me. I mean, unfortunately, most of the stuff we cover is depressing. It's not happy. But it's not just, about the work, it's the community. I like that we have a community here. I'm happy to have built that, and built that with you, obviously. And I'm really grateful for you guys. I think it's really cool. Time flies, really, time flies. Thank you, Michael. F the Fed Maine says, what is on the Patreon? Well, I know most people on Patreon, they have like special content. If you subscribe, they'll give you some extra content. I don't do that. Everything is free. I don't believe in paywalls, and it's only if you can and if you want to support. That's it. That's my philosophy. And it's always been like that, always going to be like that. So there you go. If I do make extra content, it's right here. So don't worry. Thank you very much. I guess I've convinced Maine. Great. I appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the channel. Monique says, Italy is poor. They have no money to be sending. This is going to hurt the Italians. So you're talking about the weapons to Ukraine. yeah, Italy's supposed to be neutral, right? Germany, Italy, after World War II, they're supposed to calm down and not, have a military that strong, or be participating in conflicts, whether directly or indirectly, or fueling conflicts by sending weapons. Now, obviously, Germany has been fueling the conflict in Yemen, making money from it, just like Canada, Australia, and the Five Eyes who've been selling weapons, and France. And so this is a sharp break from their declared and recent stance on conflicts, which is we don't get involved. So it is significant, absolutely significant, indeed. Thank you, Blockrock. You're very kind. Thank you, Marvin. Yeah, Monique, I see what you're saying. It's kind of funny, right? Marvin says the Five Eyes, I call them the Five Lies. Yeah, you could also do that. So I'm assuming most of you know this, but the Five Eyes countries are the UK, US, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and it refers to the surveillance cooperation that they have, right? They share intelligence with each other. Although if you ask me, I know that in the US, even US agencies like the CIA and NSA don't share everything with each other. So I'm pretty sure the Americans don't share everything with the UK and so on. But nevertheless, they do have this relationship, and that's why they're called the Five Eyes, like eye, because they're watching. It's kind of fucking scary, honestly. Norfolk says, I'm really interested in your feelings on Russian athletes and teams being banned from everything. Sorry if I missed it. Keep up the great work. Thank you for the question. And I actually did talk about this before. I talked about all the boycotts, FIFA, UEFA, Olympics. I mean, it's stupid. Of course it's stupid. If you're going to do that to Russia, you have to do that to the US and the UK. And you have to do that to Israel, right? You don't give me this double standard. Don't give me this double standard. And either way, I think it's stupid to punish the athletes. I mean, they're athletes. It's not supposed to be political. And I think it's actually quite xenophobic to do that, because what you're doing now by excluding Russia outside of political and military spheres and economic, which is already detrimental enough, but you're now kind of making it, culturally acceptable to hate Russians. I mean, just think about this. What message does that send to, people who perhaps don't have any clue about politics? You're just stigmatizing them, and I don't think that's good. They have literally nothing to do with any of this. So I think that's unfair. I think it's stupid. It doesn't accomplish anything. It's not a military goal, and it only serves to further alienate Russia, right? And this again exposes the goal of the West, which is to malign Russia and to paint it as an aggressor and a threat that must be dealt with and justify the NATO presence. And I do think it's quite detrimental and counterproductive, unless your goal, of course, is to, ostracize the Russians. Then, of course, in that sense, they are winning. Thank you very much to Michael. You're very kind, Michael. Maine is also very kind. It says, I want to go to Syria to help. I appreciate your sentiment, man. It's really kind of you, but I don't think we can do anything right now. It's out of our hands, unfortunately, and it's quite heartbreaking. We just have to wait. We just have to wait for the decline of the West. And once it becomes too costly for them to maintain these occupations, then we're going to see a change. Thank you, Mystic. I appreciate you telling your friends about the channel. You're very kind. Word of mouth is very effective, so I appreciate you guys spreading the word. Thank you. You're very kind. Here's something interesting I wanted to show you. This is with... So Ukraine apparently wanted to acquire Israel's Iron Dome, and it was denied. This is last month, 15th of February. AA reports that Israel refused to sell Iron Dome missile defense system to Ukraine, and they did this to avoid upsetting Russia, right? So, quote, in an effort to avoid at all costs Israeli involvement in the crisis between Russia and Ukraine, Israel refused to sell the Iron Dome missile defense system to Kiev in order not to annoy the Russians, said the author of Revolt. And Tel Aviv is wary of being pulled into the conflict because Russian deployment in Syria means the two countries, in fact, share a border. Ukraine initially submitted its request to the US since the defense system was developed jointly by Israel and the Pentagon. Kiev began a pressure campaign on lawmakers in Washington to facilitate a deal. The Ukrainians also officially requested the US to deploy American Patriot missile systems and the Iron Dome in their territory last spring before a Russian invasion of the country became a real possibility. However, the deal between the two allies, meaning Israel and the US, does not allow for the sale of the technology to third parties without mutual consent. So that means both the US and Israel would have to agree. Let me explain something to you. So in Israel, you actually have a lot of Ukrainians and Russian Jews. A very, very big percentage of Israelis are Eastern European Jews. They started coming to Palestine in the late 19th century and early 20th century. And again, this is so ironic watching Israelis like protest against Russian occupation while they're occupying Palestinian land. I mean, the irony and lack of self-awareness is blistering. So in this case, this is a bit of a pickle for Israel because it has close ties with both Ukraine and Russia. Many of Israelis are Ukrainian or Russian, either in descent or some of them even still have dual nationality. And so, yep, I'm not surprised that they refused to sell the Iron Dome to Ukraine because, again, that's not just an Israeli weapon, it's an American weapon. So let's say that they were able to give Ukraine the Iron Dome, right? This can only be done with consent of the Americans. So again, that's seen as aggression in the eyes of the Russians. And already the Americans have given $200 million in January, so a month before this, to the Ukrainians. The EU, Germany, Italy, the UK, they're all sending weapons now to the Ukrainians in various forms. Eurofighters, which they can't fly. I don't know why they're sending them because Ukrainians are used to Russian jets. Their pilots don't fly Eurofighters. And they're sending Stingers, right? Stingers to shoot. It's a surface-to-air missile, not from a silo or an air defense battery, but, it's handheld. And Iron Dome is basically a system that shoots down incoming rockets, short-range rockets, okay? The Israelis have Iron Dome for short range, and then I think they have David's Sling for medium range, and then for long range, they have Arrow 1, 2, and I think even 3. So the thing is, the Russians at the moment, it doesn't look like they are... I'm not going to get into the whole, 200 Russian tanks were destroyed and so on. Let's leave that aside because I already talked about it. But my point here is that I find this a bit ironic because the West is sending weapons to Ukraine, but they're not ready to hand over something that is arguably quite effective because they would likely see that as angering Russia. I think that's the primary reason why they have not sent that, because that's very, very serious. And when it comes to Syria, as they're talking about in the article, yes, Russia is in Syria legally. It's invited by the Syrian government. And people ask me sometimes, why does Israel bomb Syria every week and Russia does nothing? Because Syria is supposed to have Russian weapons, right? I don't think they have any S-400s. They have S-200s and some S-300s. which again, these are also surface-to-air missiles. But why does Russia do nothing? Well, I have it on I can tell you something. I'm not going to tell you who told me, it's anonymous, but one of the reasons they don't do this is they don't want to open up a new war, start a new war on a new front. And that is why Russia doesn't intervene. Russia has close ties with both Syria and Israel, so obviously it also finds itself in a bit of a pickle. And if Russia were to let the Syrians or give them the latest, and whether it's more S-300s or S-400s to shoot down Israeli planes. I mean, let me just give you an example. A few weeks ago, Syria fired surface-to-air missiles at Israeli jets that were bombing Syria. Syria did that in self-defense. And then the Israelis, what was their reaction? It wasn't to back off. They just sent more jets to bomb Syria again. So can you imagine what would happen if Syria was, able to respond with the latest Russian equipment all the time? That would make it very awkward for the Russians and the Israelis would retaliate even more. Syria just doesn't have the capacity to deal with the Israeli threat right now. It already has enough to deal with in Idlib and Haseke and Deir Zor and the sanctions. And so in this case, I think it's a bit of the same. The Israelis and Americans just don't want to give the Ukrainians things that are things as sophisticated as the Iron Dome system, because that would really be seen by the Russians as, they're basically just giving the Ukrainians their best stuff. That will change the calculus for the Russians in their military response and how they approach this, right? That would definitely change the calculus. They want to support them, but not too much. And another aspect of that is the fact that NATO troops are not involved. Obviously, we know what the main reason is. It's the nuclear deterrence. Russia's a nuclear power. But nevertheless, even using NATO airfields, that's a big no. There was some tweet from the Ukrainian government, which they deleted because it's complete bullshit. They were saying that they're going to get jets from Poland, and they're even going to be able to use Polish airfields, again, which is basically NATO airfields. No, that's absolutely not true. And that would allow Russia to shoot down NATO jets, and then we have a bigger conflict. So that's just completely unrealistic. And I'm not surprised at all that they don't want to give the Ukrainians the Iron Dome. You can see here, it actually just said what I told you, that Israel uses the Iron Dome defense system to intercept short-range missiles and rockets. So yeah, I don't know, honestly, if the Russians are using the same kind of weaponry as short-range rockets right now anyway. There's been reports that the Russians are firing ballistic missiles, right? I mean, that wouldn't really be very effective against a ballistic missile. Anyway, so the convoy that we've seen, this huge Russian convoy that's, just a few miles from Kiev, again, that's completely land-based. What good would Iron Dome do you for that? Iron Dome is for aerial threats. The tanks, the columns of Russian troops and tanks, this is not going to help you at all. But in any case, that's not the reason. It's, again, they don't want to anger and go too far. This is how it works in international relations. Everything is calculated. You have to gauge what the enemy's response is going to be. If they will then start providing, for example, just as an example, heavier weaponry to their own troops in Ukraine, or the Russian-backed separatist forces, as they call them, in LPR, DPR. So this changes the calculus if the Americans had done that, and that's why they have so far refused. And they're only giving the Ukrainians like light things, stingers. Germany is sending anti-tank weaponry. These are things that are not as complicated or intricate or as big as the Iron Dome system. Thank you guys very much. I see we're at $4.95 on Patreon. I appreciate that very much. That's very kind of you. Ravester says blue check official government account saying things like that. Yeah, it's like I told you, it's the Ukrainian government saying things like we destroyed 200 Russian tanks, or we're going to get all of this equipment from Poland. It's just not true. There's been a lot of things like that where they just turn out to be complete lies. Another one I can give you, another example is Turkey closing the straits to the Black Sea to block Russian ships. Again, that didn't happen. It's not true. They waited for the Russian ships to get past, and then they closed it afterwards, so they could appease both sides. So, and that was Zelensky who said that. So anyway. Marvin is asking me if I saw a video of Zelensky dancing in high heels. Yes, I've seen that. He used to be a comedian, right? He used to be a comedian, and there are some funny clips from, his work before that. So, yeah. Bob is telling you guys to hit the like button. Definitely do that. Thank you, Bob, for encouraging everyone to combat the algorithm. I appreciate it very, very much. Ravester says the convoy is already parked, just chilling in Kiev. Again, I showed you did I actually show you the pictures of that column? Because I've seen many of it, and when I was talking about the journalists asking for the no-fly zone, I had it in my head, but maybe I forgot to show you the picture. Give me a second. They're saying this is aerial photography of the Russian convoy that is just on the outskirts of the Ukrainian capital. So, there we go. Here's a picture of that. Wow. That is a behemoth. And that is a behemoth. So this Russian military convoy north of the Ukrainian capital Kiev is 64 kilometers long. Take a look at that. This is some aerial satellite photography of all the Russian trucks, tanks, the whole thing. So that should give you an idea of what's happening. But I want to point something out. So far, what we've seen is the Russians don't say anything. They don't say anything about operations. They don't divulge any numbers. They are extremely, extremely silent on all of this. And it's actually just the Ukrainians the Ukrainian government that is always coming out with these weird statements and then they retract them. I'm so confused by it. But anyway, I think if the Russians really were bent on taking Ukraine, they would have done it already. I don't understand all of these, all of this speculation that, the Russians are, the Ukrainians are wiping the floor with the Russians. No. They say they shut down all these Russian jets. Where's the proof? There's so many fake military videos out there of supposedly destroyed Russian convoys, and a lot of it is not even from this year, never mind this conflict. So take everything you hear with a pinch of salt. I think what's happening again is they're still trying to force the Ukrainians to the negotiating table. That's again this whole American strategy, coercive diplomacy, right? It's not we're coming in because we want to take control of the country and occupy it. It's we're coming in so you back off and come and sit with us and say you won't join NATO. That's the premise. And so when they say, at least in my opinion, that's the premise. I think that's, you can also listen to what Putin said. Russia says it wants to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. Yeah, demilitarizing Ukraine in this sense doesn't mean Ukraine can't have conventional armed forces. It means neutralizing the NATO threat. But that's just the long-term goal, in my opinion. It's about NATO. Obviously, of course it's about NATO. So anyway, that was really amazing talking to Pepe. That was really great. Jeffrey's asking, are you covering Biden's State of the Union address? Not really, actually. Is it on right now? Christ, please don't make me cover it. Oh, Christ. It is. Oh, wow. Oh, God. Why did you make me see that? Why did you do that to me? Christ. Here we are. Here we go.
They already set the price for VA drugs. Look, the American Rescue Plan is helping millions of families with Affordable Care Act plans to save them $2,400 a year on their health premiums. Let's close the coverage gap and make these savings permanent. And second, let's cut energy costs for families, an average of $500 a year by combating climate change. Let's provide an investment tax credits to weatherize your home and your business, to be energy efficient and get a tax credit for it. Double America's clean energy production in solar, wind, and so much more. Lower the price of electric vehicles, saving another $80 a month that you're not going to have to pay at the pump. Folks, the third thing we can do to change the standard of living for hardworking folks is cut the cost of child care. Cut the cost of child care. Folks, if you live in a major city in America, you pay up to $14,000 a year for child care per child. I was a single dad for 5 years, raising 2 kids. I had a lot of help, though. I had a mom, a dad, a brother, and a sister that really helped. But middle class and working folks shouldn't have to pay more than 7% of their income to care.
He cares about the middle class? Eat my ass, man. Eat my ass.
My plan would cut the cost of child care in half for most families and help parents, including millions of women who left the workforce during the pandemic because they couldn't afford child care, to be able to get back to work, generating economic growth. But my plan doesn't stop there. It also includes home and long-term care, more affordable housing, pre-K for 3- and 4-year-olds. All these will lower costs to families. And under my plan, nobody, let me say this again, nobody earning less than...
Okay, I'm sorry, I can't do this. I can't do this. There's only so much bullshit I can handle for one day, you know? I already dealt with enough for today. I don't deserve this. If this was the beginning of the stream and I had a bit more energy, maybe, but we've been going for 5 hours now, like actually 5 hours, so, you know, show some respect, man. Don't make me do Oh, Christ. Oh, Christ. Guys, check this out. We're 5 members away, 5 subscribers away from hitting our goal on Patreon. Let's do it, man. Come on. We can do this. I don't know how many of you are watching now, 500 or something. I'm sure 4 or 5 of you can help us get to the goal. We just need 5 people to subscribe. Again, you guys did phenomenally well in the last days. We absolutely smashed every goal. We were almost getting close to 550, but I don't know why Patreon does this at the first of every month. In any case, let's mitigate that. I'm going to put the link below. And the real reason, obviously, is I want to spam you with crab dances. So come on, man. Let's go. Let's have a couple of crab dances. Support the show. Support independent media. Here we have a message from... It's loading, it's loading. This is from James. Thank you very much, James, for the donation on Cash App. I'm very grateful. I appreciate that. And I'm actually double checking I didn't miss anyone because last stream, for example, we a bunch of you sent super chats, and then I went back and read them to make sure we covered everyone. So yeah, you know, I'm kind of like wondering if I should watch that State of the Union address just to see if there's anything like hilariously ridiculous in there. But then I'm wondering. Don't get sucked in. Don't get sucked in. Let me see if there's any developments with Ukraine. Okay, let me see if there's anything. Oh, yes, wait, there was something I wanted to show you. Oh my God, I just remembered. Okay. No! They don't stop. They just can't stop. I need to go to the toilet, and then we're going to do this when I get back, okay? Everybody, potty break. Come back in 2 minutes. We're going to do this. You guys are not ready. You're not ready. Oh my God. Oh my God. Hold on. I'm just getting this Okay. All right, I'll see you in a minute. Be ready. The cringe continues. All right, guys. We are back. We are back. We are back. We are back indeed. I was planning on showing you this towards the start of the stream, but I completely forgot, so I'll show it to you now. And get ready for the cringe. You know it's coming. Okay. Do you want to see who chimed in on what's happening in Ukraine? Take a guess. Just take a guess. I don't think you guys are ready. Let's go.
sovereign nation, that is a war crime. I mean, I think we're at just a real basic point there.
Well, I'd agree. It is certainly against every principle of international law and international order, and that's why throwing the book at them now in terms of
Motherfucker, you have the stones. She has the stones to talk about invading other countries. That's Condoleezza Rice. That was George Bush's national security advisor. She pushed for an invasion of Iraq, and she said Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction and all of the lies. She's Bush's. I mean, look at the way she nods.
Well, I have argued that when you invade a sovereign nation, that is a war crime. I mean, I think we're at
She's like, Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, you're not talking about me, are you? Jesus Christ. Like, that's like bringing on Adolf Hitler to talk about fighting racism. This is what the fuck they resort to. This is your media. This is state media. This is corporate media masquerading as an objective outlet, as news. This is not news. This is state goddamn media. And the fact they bring these skeletons on, these dinosaurs from it's not that long ago, but, have people forgotten? I really, really, really wonder, like, how can people forget who she is, or who Donald Rumsfeld is, or George Bush? I'm speechless.
It's just a real basic point there.
Well, I'd agree. It is certainly against every principle of international law and international order, and that's why throwing
no shit.
The book at them now in terms of economic sanctions and punishments is also a part of it, and I think the world is there. Certainly NATO is there. He's managed to unite NATO in ways that I didn't think I would ever see again after the end of the Cold War.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I have argued.
Did you see the host's eyes light up? Like, really? A united NATO you speak of? Wow, they're just salivating at this, right? Let me tell you something, man. When you have to invite neoconservatives on your show, like Condoleezza Rice, to talk about violating international law, you have really sunk to a new level. I know they like to normalize them. They brought Colin Powell on, who was Secretary of State under Bush, to speak at the DNC convention in 2020. They brought Donald Rumsfeld on Colbert. They brought George Bush on Ellen. But this shit, this is a new level now. Like, they're not just bringing them on the show like they're totally, like it's totally fine and normal to rehabilitate these people, but they're bringing them on to discuss invasions. What the fuck? You can't make this up. Like, I've genuinely thought this was a parody when I turned it on. I thought it was someone made this up. Like, of course it's made up. And I'm listening. Oh no, this is real. This is real. And she's sitting there nodding like, oh yeah, you bet that's a violation of international law. Wow. Well done, Fox News. Well done, corporate media. You always find ways to amaze me and disgust me. Well done. Well done. Brilliant. Maybe if we're lucky, we'll get to see a former CIA director come on to talk about, honest intelligence gathering. Wow. Well done. Bravo. So we got the whole team, right? We got Bush, Rumsfeld, Colin Powell, Condoleezza Rice, all rehabilitated. Dick Cheney? Yep. A few weeks ago, when he was in the Capitol with Liz Cheney, his daughter, the demon spawn, you had all of these Democrats lining up to shake his hand. To shake his fucking hand. The guy who was head of Halliburton, who made money from the invasion of Iraq. Like, don't even bother hiding it, To shake his hand. You see, once again, how Democrats, they really embraced neoconservatives with open arms. I swear to God, when I first saw this video here with Condoleezza Rice, I actually didn't realize it was Fox. I thought it was MSNBC. I was like, of course it's NBC or MSNBC. Not surprised it's Fox. I mean, I remember when they were pushing for the invasion, you know, Fox News, they had like an American flag waving the whole time behind the logo. You know, they were all like that. All these channels, they were like, you know, pure jingoism and go USA, you know, let's go destroy other countries. We're the best, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, but it's telling that I thought this was on a liberal outlet at first, because that's normal for them now to do that. That's, you know, something they do all the time. And it's completely in character for them. So, you know, whether it's on Fox doesn't really make a difference. But the point is, it still stands. I'm reading your comments. I'm just going through them. Kevin says more than 70% of people supported the Iraq invasion at first, and nowadays that 70% disappeared into thin air, and everybody magically always opposed. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you mean 70% of like the public or journalists or what exactly, but without question, it was a majority, yes. Then again, there were also lots of people opposed. I think the biggest protests, again, when I say in the government, yes, that they approved of it, I don't mean civilians. Most people were against it. There were millions of people who came to protest all over the planet. Like, I think that's the last time you had such huge anti-war protests, you know? Maybe the last year in May 2021 when they were bombing Gaza, those were the biggest since then, but they weren't bigger. Those were really huge in 2003 against the invasion. But yeah. %70 of Americans are saying. Fernandez says, Oliver Stone's documentary, Ukraine on Fire, is really good. Check it out, guys. I agree. It's very good. He made it, I think, a few years ago in 2015. Quite informative, quite eye-opening. He's a great filmmaker. You might know Platoon. He made Platoon. Also, guys, I can't believe this. We hit the goal. We're 501. I love you. This is amazing. Wow. Thank you so much, Amin and Matthew, Mason, Austin, Gregory, Corey, Dolores. Thank you guys so much. You absolutely rock. Thank you very much. This crab dance goes out to you. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Edo Keef's face is so hilarious. He's like entering a trance, you know, and all the colors are changing. Why? Well, guys, we hit 500. That means we hit the goal, and we're going to add something new to the crab dance. Actually, let's do a poll. What would you like to see in the next crab dance? You know, some funny political moment. I don't know. You know what the crab dance is, so something along those lines. Let me know in the comments right now, and I'll see what you guys are saying, and then I'll put them in a poll, okay? Is there a funny meme or something? I don't know. It doesn't have to be necessarily from this month. It could be from the last year. Whatever. We could put it in the new crab dance. I'm just curious to see what you guys say. Give me suggestions. Ava says, Trump saying we got the oil. Omar says more of the cursing black preacher. Kamala and Trump saying don't come. Or we did it, Joe. That's another good one with Kamala. We did it, Joe. You want me to put Boris Johnson doing what? Or someone said Kamala laughing. Biden tripping on Air Force One. That was a Russian operation, in case you didn't know. They sabotaged the stairs, of course. Fernandez says more of the preacher, please. I think his name is Reverend X. Amsterdamage said we should put Hillary Clinton saying we came, we saw, he died. Or George Bush saying mission accomplished. Hillary cackling about Gaddafi. Yeah. I think I want the one with Kamala where she said, "We did it, Joe." Oh, Omar said the AOC word salad where she's talking about knowns and unknowns. Tony says Hillary laughing. Wilfred says the creepy Kamala laugh moment. I know which one you mean. The one where she's cackling like some demon. That has to be it. We have to put that one. God, she's fucking terrifying in that video. It's so terrifying. Oh, F the Fed Main said we should put Building 7 falling. X-Files music. Bush ducking the sandal is already in the crab dance. We already have that. Wait. Do you know when Hillary, someone tried throwing a shoe at Hillary? Is that in the crab dance? No, it's not. We should add it. Let's add. You see Hillary speaking, and there's like a fucking shoe that flies past her like a missile. It's so hilarious. Oh my God. Okay, I have an idea. I'm going to do a poll. Okay, let's do a poll. See, this is much more interesting than politics, man. Come on. Okay. Here, let's do... Okay, I'm adding the options. So one option is going to be Kamala Harris cackling. What was the other one? AOC word salad. I believe it was on Palestine. I mean, there are a lot of them, which is why I have to ask. Shoe throwing. I don't know at who. Maybe Hillary or someone else. One of you said Biden saying "Let's go, Brandon" during Christmas. Okay, I'm looking at the options. I'm going through the chat. Hillary when a lamp falls her? What's that? A lamp fell on her. Do I know that? Hold on, let me see if I know that. It sort of rings a bell. I'm not sure. Ah, let me see. Yeah, I mean, that's... I can't really see it for some reason. It's blocked on YouTube. Oh, well. I just wanted to go see. I think it's an old interview with Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton. You know what we could do? Biden, when Joe Biden, he was like, saying, let's go outside and do some push-ups or something. God, that was so stupid. Or AOC, okay, so AOC word salad on Palestine, or we gotta be about it. There are 2 word salads with Palestine. One of you said we should put Hillary passing out and being shoved into the limousine. Oh my God. Oh, wait, didn't we add the one where Biden says you ain't black? Just, I can't believe he got away with that. Like, that's so, God, he's so, Biden. You ain't black. What the fuck? What the fuck? I can't believe he said that. That was just, oh my God. Yeah, Zaria, we always make a new crab dance since you're asking whenever we hit the goal on Patreon. So now we hit 500. So we always add little things every time, and it becomes just more and more amazing. Okay. Okay, here's the vote. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? Drum roll! Let's go, man. I'm dropping the vote. I'm dropping the vote. Tell me what you want in the crab dance. Boom. We're going to decide this right now. Right now. Let's see what's going on. Biden, you ain't black, is in the lead with 56%. Kamala Harris cackling and shoe throwing. The shoe throwing was a bit vague, but I was thinking, for example, of Hillary Clinton, someone throwing a shoe at Hillary. The AOC word salad on Palestine is now tied with Biden, you ain't black. Interesting development. Faye says this is tough. Indeed it is. Biden, you ain't black is back in the lead. Okay, we just got 100 votes. Biden, you ain't black is still in the lead. That, like, you really got to have some fucking balls to be like, vote for me or you ain't black. What? Wow. Wow. And the worst part is that, like, you have these neoliberals, African American neoliberals, you got people of color, like, all across the spectrum, who, like, willingly, despite all of their shitty records, like Biden or whether it's a Republican running, they come in and just, like, justify all of it. Like, no problem. So, I mean, my point is, even though Biden was working with, like, a segregationist and he opposed busing, and he did the 94 crime bill, which I don't even know if we'll ever have a full estimate of how that damaged America, especially African Americans, people of color, how many lives were damaged. Like, even despite all that, you still have people who come and try to rationalize voting for him. AOC word salad is in the lead. Jilly Love has suggested people yelling "war criminal" at Hillary Clinton. I mean, I didn't put that in the as an option, but I shall keep it in mind. So, this is a close one. AOC word salad on Palestine is in the lead at 37%, and Biden, you ain't black, just falling. They're tied now. They're tied. We have 400 people watching, but only 120 votes. Make sure you vote. There's a poll that I've just launched, which if you're watching, you must surely know about because I'm just talking about it. So make sure you vote. Pick what you want in the next crab dance so we can add it and have it ready already in the next stream, and that will be amazing. By the way, one of you already joined on Patreon, which is nuts. Thank you. We are 502. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. So let me play a crab dance in celebration and let it jog your memory. Watch the crab dance and think, what should we add?
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Man, I fucking love that thing. I swear, I don't even know how we came up with this shit. I don't even remember it. That was amazing. So, this is very close, a very tight vote. We have Biden's "You Ain't Black" at 36% and AOC's "Word Salad" trailing 2 points behind at 34%. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of when I was doing the coverage of the primaries, the Democratic primaries. I can't even find the words to articulate how much I loathe and how much contempt I have for that fucking process. It's first of all, it's anything but democratic. It is a disgusting, rat race funded by corporations to see who can fuck the world more. That's an apt description of what democratic primaries are in the US. I'm glad we can laugh about it too. Yes, I'm very glad. Bloody good shout, boy. Good grief. Okay, so I'm waiting to see what you do. It looks like Biden's "You Ain't Black" is going to be the winner. Do you remember in the Democratic debates, Kamala Harris, she was like, she destroyed Biden. You know, she was like, "You're a racist. You opposed busing, which affected me, or threatened to affect me, and you should not be president." I mean, Biden looked done after that. And now she's his VP. I mean, if that doesn't tell you how fake and plastic and how much of a circus all of this is, and how much showmanship these politicians put on, I don't know what will. Get your vitamins. Your vitamins. Get your vitamins. Nick says, "Richie, you forgot 'Do Not Come.'" I'm getting my racists mixed up. I know. Wait, who said that again? Kamala Harris. Yeah, she said "Do not come," and then Biden as well, right? Both of them, I think, said it. They're so shameless, you know. "Do not come." And Blinken also said that, right? So again, did Kamala Harris say? I know it's Biden and Blinken. Yeah. And it's incredible to me because Biden is Irish, if I'm not mistaken. Blinken is Polish, right? And both of them, their ancestors, you know, I don't know how many generations, 2-3 generations. It's nothing, you know, came to the United States seeking refuge, right? And they, you know, it's this whole attitude of screw you, I got mine. You know, so it's like Priti Patel, the Home Secretary in the UK. Her family came to the UK as immigrants from, where's she from again? I forget where. But regardless, she, you know, her parents are immigrants, and she's the Home Secretary now. And she was famously asked, like, would your own parents have been able to come to the UK under your laws because of how strict they are for immigrants? And she's like, no. Like, doesn't give a fuck. So like, again, I don't know. I don't understand this attitude. I find it very repulsive. You guys are saying Priti Patel's from India. I think one of her parents, let me double check. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Uganda. Yeah. So she's Ugandan Indian, right? I'm. Where are you guys tuning in from? I'm always trying to gauge whether most of you watching are American or I don't know where else from, but I'm assuming most of you are American. So you might not be too familiar with Patel. I'm going to pull up her picture for you just so you can... if you're not familiar with Priti Patel, I envy you. She's not exactly a nice person. So this is Priti Patel. She's the Home Secretary in the UK. And she is a brazen, shameless authoritarian. She, I can't even begin to tell you like the things that she has supported and is trying to implement as law in the UK. So she wants to strip people of their nationality without even telling them. And she wants, with Hamas, she said that anyone declaring support for Hamas, this is a criminal offense. She wants police to be able to stop protests like on the spot. The police can just come up to you and say, shut the fuck up. You have to cut it out. You're being a nuisance. Like that's the language they use, the legal language. You're a nuisance. Define a nuisance. So, and even if it's one person, so you could be one single person protesting and the police can come and shut it down. And they can also impose a curfew, so they could tell you have to leave in 5 minutes. And Christ, I haven't even gotten into the other things, like the spy cops bill, overseas operations. I've covered all of this on the channel. So I hope that most of you know and remember when I covered those things, because not a lot of people did. And I think it's fucking nuts. Like the UK government passed a law allowing undercover agents to fucking kill and rape people. And the Lords, so it's like in the US when you have a bill, it goes from the House to the Senate and then back to the House. In the UK, it goes from the Commons to the Lords and back to the Commons. And so this bill goes from the Commons up to the Lords, and the Lords put an amendment on it saying, well, no, you should not be able to rape people because you're doing your job as an undercover agent. And it goes back to the Commons, and then they fucking get rid of it. They're like, no, we want undercover agents to fucking rape people. Like, this is fucking unreal. And it's true. They're allowed to commit the most heinous crimes imaginable. And she, of course, supports this as Home Secretary. Of course. Of course she supports this. Boris Johnson supports this. All of them do. So I think that, and she had to quit her job a few years ago because she was caught having secret meetings with the Israelis, right? Because when you're in government, you have to declare these things to be transparent. You have to say, yes, I'm meeting with such and such from the Israelis, and we're going to talk about such and such. And she refused to she didn't do that in multiple meetings. So, I mean, God knows what she talked about with them. And she had to resign because of it. It was a scandal. But now she's back, even more powerful. She's the Home Secretary. So if Julian Assange gets extradited, she will sign the extradition paper. And she wants journalists in the UK to go to prison for 14 years for publishing government secrets. That's one of the proposed modifications to the Official Secrets Act that she put forward. So, fuck. She's not exactly a fan of journalists, I can assure you. Yeah, the Official Secrets Act is our equivalent in the UK of the Espionage Act. Sort of. It's a rough equivalent. If they get their way, it will become much more like the Espionage Act. So, Omar says you can't trust anyone who supports Israel. That's a fact. That is a fact. That is a goddamn fact. So when it's no surprise that she is, then banning she's banning Hamas entirely. And again, what you have to remember about Hamas and Hezbollah is I know in the media in the West, they want you to think that these are just like terrorists running around with balaclavas or something, or ski masks. That's not how it works. Hamas is Harakat al-Muqawama al-Islamiyya, the Islamic resistance movement, and it was created in the 80s to combat the Israelis, and it's a resistance movement, but it also has a political wing. So it's not just some militia or some armed group, it's also a political party. People vote for it, and when Hamas won the elections in 2006, you saw what happened. They put it under siege, like to punish it. And Hillary Clinton actually wanted Hamas to win. They wanted them to win so they can say, oh, you see, these Palestinians, they're just cuckoo Islamists and they're extremists and blah, blah, blah. And then they make the whole issue about religion and about them supposedly being Jew haters or something, as opposed to, the reality, which is it's an anti-colonial issue. And then Hezbollah, which is the party of God, Hezbollah, that was also created in the 80s after Israel invaded Lebanon. And again, it also has a political wing, a political party, and a military wing, right? And I mean, Hezbollah is more powerful than the Lebanese army. The Lebanese army is fucking useless. Useless. When the Israelis were kicked out of Lebanon, South Lebanon in 2000, right? After they invaded several times, I'm forgetting, I think 79, 82, and then they tried again in 2006. But my point is they had occupied Lebanon for about 15 years. And then Hezbollah liberated South Lebanon. Hezbollah, not the Lebanese army. So this group, they had to go and do the fucking work for the government. Like, that shows you how useless the Lebanese government is, how corrupt and fractured it is, and how effective Hezbollah is, and that why they hate it. Do you understand? So my other point is that so we have a political wing and a military wing, and when it comes to Hezbollah, hold on, I'm just looking something up for you. Whoops. I don't know if I went back somewhere. Sorry, I'm just Googling things sometimes randomly. Give me a second, I'll continue. Yeah, anyway, just going back to my point and how this relates to Priti Patel is because when we talk about Hamas, their military wing is Izz-ad-Din Qassam Brigade, right? And Hezbollah, they also have a military wing. And the significance of the EU and Australian and British and American bans on these political wings, not the military ones, is that they're basically outlawing the entire party and political identity of Hezbollah. So again, let me translate that for you. Just imagine if the UK would ban the Democratic Party, right? Because Hezbollah is Lebanon's most important political party. There are many, actually, right? There's the Future Party. I'm not going to get into all of them. It's so fucking complicated. And we've done it before. But just to get an idea, they're banning the party, not even just the military wing. And they did the same with Hamas, right? They banned the Hamas party, the political party that runs in elections. And that's in addition to the military wing. So this is really another form of censorship, because you might be thinking, yeah, well, why does it matter if Australia does that or the UK does that? Because this is a Lebanese party or a Palestinian party. Well, I'll explain why. Because these groups receive funding from overseas. I mean, just logically, given the situation, you're in Palestine, in Gaza, there's not a whole lot of fucking money and job opportunities is there. So Hamas, they get money from Iran. Hezbollah get money from Iran. And they get money from other people, from other benefactors and patrons, or whatever you want to call them, financiers. And they don't just you don't just grab a bag of money and throw it from Iran to Gaza. That's not how it works. There are international banks, and by declaring Hamas and Hezbollah terrorist organizations, it's sanctions. So that means if they have a bank account, let's say in Germany, where they get funding, bam, it's frozen. Or actually, not just frozen, you go to jail. And the same thing in the UK. But it goes even further than that. Because you, as a European, let's say, or an Australian, doesn't matter. If you're in a country where they've banned Hamas and Hezbollah, you don't even have to give them a cent. It's not about financing them or something. Even just showing the flag is punishable. It's considered support for terrorism. So do you understand? And I mean, look. What's funny to me is that they don't ban the ISIS flag in many of these places. You can fly an ISIS flag because that's America's proxy army. But you fly a resistance flag and they smack you. So Germany, for example, they banned the Hamas flag last year in summer 2021. Right? And they said that the German government wants to send a message to Jewish citizens after several anti-Semitic incidents took place amid pro-Palestinian protests last month. Again, I'm so sick of this because they act like, like Hamas is the equivalent of the Nazis or something. Stop projecting your fucking guilt of the Holocaust and World War II on Arabs. Arabs did not genocide 6 million Jews. Europeans did that. The Europeans did that, not Arabs. And European Jews would not come to live amidst Arabs if they really believed that Arabs hate Jews. First of all, Judaism comes from that area, so is Islam and Christianity. So there are already Jews and always have been Jews in the Middle East. And when they talk about Semitic, first of all, Arabs are Semitic, and I don't care what you say. That's literally the definition. Let me show you if you don't believe me. I mean, I feel like it's stupid that I have to even look this up, but it's true, See? Here's definition of Semitic. So, relating to or denoting a family of languages that includes Hebrew, Arabic, Aramaic, and relating to the peoples who speak Semitic languages, especially Hebrew and Arabic. So, Arabs are by definition Semitic. By definition. And they appropriate that term to make it sound like they're native to the region. Yeah, but they're not. They're Eastern Europeans. A lot of them are from, Russia, Ukraine, the United States, Australia, wherever. So they're not even native to the region, to Palestine. And this is how they also claim the land. It's also by claiming the ethnicity. Like Jews in the Middle East are logically Semitic, right? But if you're white and you're from Eastern Europe or wherever, I mean, you're going to tell me that you're Semitic, but Arabs are not? How does that make sense? It doesn't make any sense. Is both Jews and Arabs who are Semitic, but not one of them, just one. And then they say that, again, these Arabs, they hate Jews. What the fuck are you talking about? No. No. That you can keep that guilt for the Europeans who committed the genocide, not the Arabs. Arabs didn't do that shit. So they try to they try to steer the conversation away from anti-colonialism, that Palestinians are resisting occupation. And today, right now, as I'm speaking, all over the media, they're telling you how brave the Ukrainians are for resisting the Russian occupation. Okay, great. Why aren't Palestinians brave? Why aren't they celebrated as well? Why is their resistance less valid? Or the Lebanese, or the Syrians? Or let's even look at, the Cuban resistance against 60 years of embargo. But particularly armed struggle. Because they're saying, look, Ukrainians are brave. They're taking up Kalashnikovs and Molotov cocktails and so on. Okay, so that's brave, but when Arabs do it, it's terrorism. They were celebrating a Ukrainian who blew himself up on a bridge. This story, you might have seen it. I'm wondering now if it's even real, because some of these heroic stories have turned out to be fake. But This one, I haven't seen that seen anyone saying that it's not true. So I'm just going to assume that it is, because it's no one has disputed it. This is, for example, from the New York Post, just as one example. And they say that a heroic Ukrainian soldier blows himself up on bridge to prevent Russian advance. Okay, so they're brave and heroic when they blow themselves up to fight the enemy, but Palestinians are terrorists for doing the same thing? You know, it's a real double standard. It's a dirty double standard, and I can see it. And I'm disgusted by it. So you guys are saying in the comments that this story is fake. One of you saying it's fake. And Cortez says it sounds like bullshit. I'll tell you one thing. I have heard the story from World War II. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember the person's name, but I recall that during D-Day when they were... so this is June 6th, 1944. The Germans, their tanks were tied up on in France, but not in Normandy. They were in Pas-de-Calais. And so they had to move all of these armored divisions over. And I think some Frenchman blew himself up on a bridge to stop the advance of the tanks. So, you know, because obviously if the armored divisions were in Normandy, I think the entire war would have, you know, turned out very differently. And there was a whole disinformation campaign. It's counterintelligence. That's the right word. For at least a year before D-Day to make the Germans think that the invasion is going to be in Pas-de-Calais and not in Normandy. And that was a ruse. It was a trick. And it worked. But, sorry, just going back to my point here, I have heard that story. I don't know if someone just decided to take it and replace it, but my point is, they are celebrating a suicide bomber who's fighting Russians, but if you're a suicide bomber fighting to liberate your country and you're an Arab, well, fuck you, you're a terrorist. You don't have to agree with either. You don't have to like either of those things or agree with it, or you don't even have to dislike either, but you have to admit there's a double standard. I'm sorry. It's there. It is absolutely there. Savvy says the guys on the Snake Island story was fake. Yeah, so that's another fake one. They said that, I mean, this shit is so comical, man. I'm getting tired. Like, I swear to God, honest to God, most of these heroic stories, most of the footage that I've seen from Russia bombing Ukraine is fake. And I showed them to you already. I went through each one with you. Obviously, that's not every single one. But the majority that I have seen turned out to be fake. So that makes me wonder, you know, they talk about Russian disinformation. Russia is shutting the fuck up. Russia doesn't say anything. Russia's not coming out every day and saying, you see, we took out X amount of Ukrainian soldiers and X amount of Ukrainian armored vehicles and so on. They're not saying anything. So I thought the Russians are the ones who are supposed to be doing all the disinformation. Turns out it's the West and Ukraine. In terms of these like heroic stories and stuff. Let me show you this ridiculous Snake Island. I mean, it's so stupid. It sounds like something out of a Rambo movie. And, you know, here, let me pull it up for you. Give me a second. I'm just gathering your things. One moment. You guys are very cool. I'm glad you're tuned in, and it's good to keep the flow going with you. I love doing this, and hope you find it educational and informative. I've seen all sorts of things. You guys have shown me that you play my show on like a home cinema, like on a huge screen with couches. Like, what? That's a nice setup. And some of you say you listen in the background. I'm honestly humbled by all of that. I think it's really cool. So I'm more than happy to do this with you. Okay, so have you guys heard of Snake Island? I'm wondering how many of you heard of this story about Snake Island in Ukraine, Russia, this conflict now. Did you hear anything like that? Oh, I thought this was a meme, but this person is serious. So there's so much. There's so many people who still think this is real. It's hilarious. Okay, here's the video I wanted. Wonderful. So let me break this down for you. Keep in mind, this is just one story. There's many more of them, which is So, as I told you guys, and as we went through the other day, there are many stories coming out of Ukraine, photos, videos, heroic tales that have turned out to be completely fake, or some videos even came from video games, and they've shown things like Israel bombing Gaza and then saying that that's Russia bombing Ukraine. Just tons of nonsense. And one thing I wanted to show you is this Snake Island story. So this is from 4 days ago. Okay, take a look at what they're saying here. So Russian warship, go fuck yourself. And apparently, a Ukrainian official said 13 soldiers had been killed, and he circulated an audio clip that he and media outlet Pravda said was an exchange between Ukrainian and Russian forces. So basically, they're saying there were these brave 13 Ukrainian soldiers who told this Russian warship to go fuck themselves, and then they were killed by the Russians, right? And this is Snake Island. This is the place. And, they've been celebrated as heroes, and Ukraine says it will posthumously honor a group of Ukrainian border guards who were killed defending a tiny island in the Black Sea. And as I said, there's an audio clip. So let me play this for you. So that's supposedly the clip. And President Zelensky names the 13 killed on Snake Island heroes of Ukraine. So even the president is coming out and saying, these guys are brave warriors, and they're going to be awarded posthumously and everything. And you can tell where I'm going with this. Yeah, it turns out to be a bunch of bullshit. So the 13 guys are actually not 13. There's about 80 of them, and they're all alive and well. Here's one of them. This is one of the so-called 13.
Їм буде присвоєно звання Героя України посмертно.
Він навіть не знав, що на
So he's listening to Zelensky talking about them, and then he cries and so on. Well, here are the soldiers. They're alive and well. I think that's the Russians, because they've been captured. They're prisoners of war now. But I think that's the Russians giving them, I don't know what it is, food. Could be anything. They're just yeah, I see water, and it's probably food. So they're alive and well. They're completely fine. And it's so funny watching all the people on the internet explode in glorifying these guys. They don't even correct it. Look at this, for example. This is a tweet over here. It's got 137,000 likes on Twitter. 38,000 shares. Actually, it's a bit more. It's more like 44,000. And so it says a group of Ukrainian border guards were stationed on Snake Island in the Black Sea south of Odessa when a Russian warship ordered them to surrender under threat of attack. Their response, Russian warship, go fuck yourself. They held their ground, all 13 were killed. And then underneath, they say Ukraine's border service said the Russians shelled and captured the island. President Zelensky confirmed the soldiers were killed and all would be posthumously honored. Wikipedia is already dubbing this the Battle of Snake Island. Obviously, this tweet is still there and it has not been corrected. Like the guy who tweeted this just doesn't even post a correction underneath that, turns out this was fake. They're alive and well. They're fine. And here, of course, you have this Dan Crenshaw saying, Snake Island says go fuck yourself. The ghost of Kiev kills 5 Russian jets by himself. That's another myth, right? That there was some kind of ace fighter pilot who, had gone and done dogfights with Russian jets and he downed 5 of them. Also complete bullshit. And woman passes out sunflower seeds to Russians so they'll grow flowers when they die. 25-year-old woman says she'll make Molotov cocktails this weekend. Ukrainians are fighters. Putin can go to hell. Wow. The propaganda is really something, It's really something. So here's CNN even telling you.
Well, the Ukrainian Navy says that those 13 soldiers who were feared dead after telling off a Russian warship are actually alive. The soldiers were defending that small Black Sea island known as Snake Island, and they kept 2 Russian military ships off the island for several hours, but they were ultimately forced to surrender due to a lack of ammunition. When Russian forces ordered them to lay down their weapons or face bombing, this is how the Ukrainian guards responded. Now, the Ukrainian Navy says that...
I love how they beep it as if anyone watching CNN can speak Russian.
The soldiers are being held prisoner by the Russians. Russian state media also showed their arrival in Crimea, where they are being held. Well, the Ukrainian Navy...
Well, that's that then. That's that. And again, this shows you how much garbage there is on the internet. There's so many things like this where they're claiming, the ghost of Kiev and Snake Island, and they show all these like heroic things. There was also a video of a girl confronting a soldier, and they said it was a Ukrainian girl telling a Russian soldier, like yelling at him to leave. It's not. It was a Palestinian girl. She's called Ahat Tamimi. She's extremely famous. Everyone knows her in the Arab world. And that video was from 2012. It's in the fucking desert. Like, she's in a t-shirt. You're telling me she's in a t-shirt in Ukraine in February? Are you high? Like, they just... And these things get millions of views. Millions. And they're still there. Like, the propaganda is so ridiculous and cheap and corny. It's so corny. And I'm not surprised, really, because in Syria, they did far worse. They faked chemical gas attacks, you name it. Right? It's like a Hollywood, like it's not even a Hollywood. It's like a Great Value Hollywood production. So I'm not surprised. And this is so cheap and easy to do and effective. And it's really staggering because people are looking at these images of Ukraine being bombed, supposedly, and it's actually NATO bombing Iraq or Israel bombing Gaza. These are NATO crimes, and the fact that there are so many of them, it's not even like from one place. This is from Gaza, this is from Iraq, this is from Baghdad. Like, doesn't that tell you something? That the majority of these wars are led by NATO. The majority of these wars are not Russia who's causing them. The majority of these wars are targeting people in the Middle East. And no one has any love for them. No one has any sympathy for them. There's nowhere near this amount of outrage and outpouring of support. I don't recall anyone putting Syrian flags in their usernames. I don't recall anyone doing that. I don't recall them doing that for Iraq. Man, let me tell you something. If they fall for this stuff, which is so rampant, it's not even funny. What else do you think they fall for? You know? I showed you all of those images, the fake images. I debunked them with you, or rather showed you people debunking them. So make sure you watch that video. It's also up on the channel. And I think it's really important because a lot of these images are being used even by the BBC, you know? And people, they just want to believe it. Ukraine invasion, misleading claims continue to go viral. So this is published a day ago. So this woman here, they're saying there was a dispute whether she was actually the victim of Russian aggression or it was a gas explosion or something, you know? So that one is wrong, which I that's why I didn't show it to you last time, because I had also checked it before. And so, again, inversely, you do have people who are seeing actual, like, victims in Ukraine and then saying that that's fake. This one's not fake. And that's why I didn't show it to you last time. But normally, it's the other way around. Most of the stuff is not from Ukraine, at least from what I have seen, okay? And from the ones that went viral that I showed you last time. You should watch the video, and I went into through all of them, you know? So that's there you go. Ahad Tamimi, the one I just told you about, where she's confronting the soldier. Yep. See? This is in Palestine, obviously. And with these Molotov cocktails, this is not from now. This is from 2014. You know, it looks like, you know, some apocalyptic... and then here, this video game, I think it was Arma. Which video game was it? Yeah, it's Arma 3. It was like supposedly showing a dogfight with 2 planes. It was fake. Anyway, I'm not going to go through all of them again because I did that already in the other video. But I just wanted to touch on the Snake Island myth for you briefly. Thank you for reminding me. Gustafsson says Swedish news told us today to only trust BBC. Well, although the BBC did this article that I just showed you where they go through all of most of the fake images, I mean, they were using a flyover. You know, when you have a military parade, I'm sure some of you have seen a military parade once in your life. You know, countries, when they celebrate their independence, they usually do it then. You'll have jets flying in formation, you know, like in a nice arrow shape or a triangle. And you had Russian planes flying in that formation. But the BBC said it was Russian bombers or something, or planes on their way to attack Ukraine. No, the video is a couple of years old, and they're flying in perfect formation at low altitude. You know, just... Shadi says, how about the ghost of Kiev? Do I really have to go through that one again? I mean, I just mentioned it briefly, but it's become a meme because it's so ridiculous. It's become a meme now. So, all right, let's go through it. Yalla. So, another one of these myths that you've had coming out of Ukraine is this so-called ghost of Kiev, who's supposedly some ace fighter pilot who, you know, downed several Russian jets. And here, look at this. This is from Deutsche Welle. They say, social media is celebrating a Ukrainian fighter pilot for shooting down 6 Russian enemy planes. But does the ghost of Kiev exist? It's a story that gives courage and hope to the people of Ukraine in these dark days. The military has put up a fierce fight against the Russian invasion, and one very exceptional fighter pilot has become a folk hero. Known only as the Ghost of Kiev, he is said to have single-handedly brought down 6 Russian planes since the invasion began. The story has spread mostly via social media, with videos and photos that appear to show the pilot in action, posted by Kiev residents, former President Petro Poroshenko, and the Defense Ministry. In one widely shared video, the Ghost of Kiev chases down a Russian plane and then shoots it out of the sky. In Ukrainian, a voice says, There's a plane. There's another one. It's about to crash. So here's the footage. Right. Yeah, so you can see the dogfight resulting in the other one, in the other jet being blown out of the sky. Twitter put a label on it now, after it already has 500,000 views. So this video right here is not real. This is a sequence from the video game Digital Combat Simulator World from DCS. And the person who uploaded the video to YouTube on February 24th writes, using an alternate transliteration for Ukraine's capital, if he is real, may God be with him. If he is fake, I pray for more like him. Well, a spokesperson for Digital Combat Simulator has confirmed to the Reuters news agency that the material is indeed from the game. Poroshenko, the president from 2014 to 2019, posted a photo of a helmeted pilot in a cockpit on Twitter, identifying the person as the Ghost of Kiev. With such strong defenders, he says, Ukraine will definitely win. That photo was posted 3 years ago by the Defense Ministry, and the pilot is doing a test flight with a new helmet. So, they then said that this is the guy who's the Ghost of Kiev, Vladimir Abdonov, but he's not. He's just the test pilot in this photo. And some of the photos are clearly not genuine. The fact that the following images has been altered can, for instance, be shown by so-called noise analysis. So you can see that they've called out this fake. They've put a Ukrainian flag there, the patch on his arm, and even the face. It's a manipulated photo from Canada. And the reverse image search confirms that the suspicion is a fake. The same photo appeared online years ago with a different head, and so on. It's Canadian Air Force, Royal Canadian Air Force. They have a maple leaf in their insignia. So you get the idea. You know, this is not really here also. They say that in this photo, which was distributed by the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, it shows a fallen Marine, Vitaly Shakun, who was posthumously awarded the title of Hero of Ukraine by Zelensky. Shakun is said to have blown up a bridge at the risk of his life to stop the advance of a Russian tank column. Ah, there we go. It's the guy we were talking about just now. Well. I'm afraid that's also BS. It's the face of a lawyer from Buenos Aires, which is now amused about his new hero status and has posted about it on Twitter. Incredible, right? Incredible. So, there you go. There you have it. All of those stories are fake. All of them. The Ghost of Kiev, the guy blowing himself up on a bridge. I told you it sounded a bit suspect. I was like, that reminds me of something from World War II. It sounds too, Hollywood. And I had my doubts. I told you I didn't see anything debunking it, but there you go. There it is. It's debunked. And Snake Island. And a lot of the images. What does that tell you then? My question is, if the Russians are really hammering Ukraine so badly, why would you have to go to these lengths to Photoshop images to show combat? Like, if there's actually combat happening to this scale, why not just show it? Why is it made up or doctored? And if the Ukrainians are really kicking the Russians' asses like they say they are, the Russians are bogged down. They have no fuel. The morale has collapsed. They're surrendering. There's 200 Russian tanks destroyed. They actually said that 200. Well, where is it then? Why are they doctoring all the images and videos? I've seen destroyed tanks, videos of destroyed tanks being posted, and they put the Z, the Russian insignia, the decal on the tank. Like it's been not photoshopped, but it's been faked on a computer. So even these destroyed tanks, some of them they're fake. They're not from this theater of combat. So again, explain that to me. If you are really kicking the Russians' asses, why do you have to make up stories? 5 Russian jets in 3 days. Are you serious? Of course it's bullshit. Of course, it's complete nonsense. The Americans would be lucky to down 5 Russian jets in that amount of time. And they have an actual air force. And 200 tanks. 200 tanks. Are you serious? You know, in World War II, there was an infamous battle called the Battle of the Bulge, right? And I want to show you something here with the number of casualties. Okay, so it's from December 1944 to January 1945. This is really one of the last counter attacks that the Germans tried to pull off. It was quite brutal because they're losing the war, you know. Again, it's like 6 months before the war ended. So the Germans really put up a lot of resistance here, and this took place in Belgium, and it's the Americans who are mainly in that battle. So let me just show you something on. That battle, which lasted 2 months, from December to January, 16th December to 25th of January. So a little over a month. Okay, and this is between the United States and the Nazis. 733 tanks the Americans lost. The Germans lost 554 tanks. That's World War fucking II between Germany, Nazi Germany, and the Americans. And it took them a little over a month for each of them to lose 700 and then 500 tanks. And you're telling me Ukraine destroyed 200 Russian tanks in less than a week? Are you fucking serious? You have to be a dunce to believe this. It's ridiculous. That's absurd. Completely absurd. There's also another very famous tank battle in Desert Storm 1 in 1991 when the Americans went for Iraq, right? So the Iraqis, okay, this lasted from 26th to 27th of February. The Iraqis lost 160 tanks in just a little over a day. 160, right? That's the United States and the British versus Iraq in Desert Storm. And you're telling me that the Ukrainians have sabotaged more tanks than the Americans did in that battle? Are you serious? Like, it's just disproportionate. It's complete fantasy. It's complete fantasy. And people swallow this up. They really believe this shit. Most people. I can assure you. Bet you anything you like. Most people are swallowing this up. I mean, even this guy. Look at this guy who's Dan Crenshaw, this warmongering piece of shit, imperialist over here, who he used to be, I think, in the armed forces, right? Retired Navy SEAL. I mean, he who has military experience is posting this shit. I don't even know what to tell you. I mean, he's extremely gullible or a liar. So you have elected officials, the Ukrainian former president, congresspersons in the US posting this crap. No wonder people buy it and think that it's real. No wonder. And then they say Russia does disinformation. Man, Russia has not said a word about the entire thing. They say nothing. They're completely silent. This shit is disinformation. When the Ukrainian former president is saying that the ghost of Kiev is real, this so-called ace fighter pilot who's shot down 5 Russian jets, and when the current Ukrainian president is saying he's going to posthumously award 13 dead Ukrainian soldiers who ferociously defended some island in the Black Sea, and turns out they're alive. Ridiculous. And those claims about the tanks, it differs. You see 140, 200. Basically, it's in that range. And that's come also from the Ukrainian government, that they've said these things. And then they say that Turkey's closing the straits in the Black Sea to stop Russian warships going from the Mediterranean to the Black Sea. Also a lie. That didn't happen. The Turks came out and just denied that immediately, that they had closed it. They have now, but not a few days ago when the Ukrainian president was pretending that they had. Again, I think the trick was Turkey didn't want to upset Russia or NATO, so they let the Russians go through and then pretended to close it, right? They're like, okay, we'll close it now, after all the ships had gone through. And the other thing also, so again, that's the Ukrainian president who claimed that Turkey had closed the straits. Not true, until today. And then the, Christ, I can't keep up with all their lies. The thing about, Poland and other Eastern European countries giving them jets, and then even European airfields, they just straight up deleted the tweet, like it's not even there anymore. Because that would imply that NATO is going to get involved. You're using a NATO airfield and aerial power to go after Russia. So all of it nonsense. All of it nonsense. It's incredible. And it's not just coming from random people on the internet. It's the Ukrainian government who's saying this stuff. Guys, I'm very happy we hit the goal today. We hit 502 on Patreon. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. We've been going for quite a long while now. I think it's been 6 hours or something. I don't know. But I really appreciate you guys dropping by. Please remember to subscribe if this is your first time here or you haven't subscribed yet. And if you guys are subscribed, please hit the bells notification so you will be notified when I upload videos. That's a really good way to help the channel grow and to combat the algorithm. And please like the video, comment, interact with the video and all of the other videos as much as you can. It's really important to boost the channel and make sure they can't mess with it. So I'm very grateful to you guys. I don't know how many subscribers we're at now. I think 47,000 or something like that. What? We're almost at 49. What? Oh, wow. Wow. We could be close to 50. That's incredible. That is incredible. Thank you guys so much. And remember, I also have a channel on Rockfin, which is like YouTube. It's not just me. Many of your favorite leftists are on there. And I know people are always hesitant to go download a new app. You don't need an app, but to download an app or go to another platform, don't be, because I have Rockfin as a backup, basically, in case YouTube messes with my channel, God forbid. And I upload all the videos there and I live stream there at the same time as on YouTube. So just make an account. That's the only inconvenience. You just have to make an account to register, but everything is free. So definitely go subscribe there. I think we're getting close to 17,000 or something, which is wonderful. I'd also advise you to subscribe to the newsletter. Again, this costs you nothing, and the only point of the newsletter is so that you get an email when I go live, because YouTube doesn't notify all of you, which is really frustrating. So every time I go live, I immediately send you an email about 10 minutes before I start, so you can make it, and it's free. The link is in the description. I'm going to post it in the chat now. Yeah, that's it. What else is there? Oh yeah, I haven't plugged the merch in like fucking ages. I completely forgot about it. But if you are interested in merch, which goes to supporting the channel, then it's store.richardmedhurst.com, something like that. And you have all these Hillary t-shirts and stuff. Anyway, I thought it was kind of fun to make those with Mona. She did a great job, so I'm just letting you. Yeah, and thank you so much, guys, for signing up on Patreon. We're at 502 now, which is amazing. And that means we're going to have a new crab dance, so I'll be adding to the crab dance. I can't wait to show you the next one. And if you aren't on Patreon, please consider subscribing. You can just donate $1 a month. Doesn't matter. Any amount you like. And it really helps to support my work and lets me continue doing what I'm doing. So if you want to support my work, that's one of the best ways. And otherwise, you can just do something on... you can donate on PayPal or CashApp or Venmo. I've put the QR codes up so you can scan it with your camera. That's it. Thank you guys very, very much. I'm really grateful. And by the way, before I go, I'm just going to tell you that you should go subscribe to... I started an online news outlet, okay? Because I can't do everything myself. I wanted to make a project that can also have other journalists on it and puts out things every single day. It's called In Context. So I'm going to show you the YouTube channel. And Guys, actually, we already hit over 1,000 subscribers, followers on Twitter. So that's amazing. Thank you so much. That is really great. I'm just pulling up the links for you. 1 second. And I'm sure Claudia will be she will be kind enough to put the link to the channel in the chat right now. There we go. So again, I'm going to tell you guys, if you want to join in any way, participate in any way, you're a video editor, you have experience with animation, you're a writer, you want to narrate, speak on camera, just show me what you got, stuff that you've done before, and, you know, that's the only requirement. If you're good, you're good. I'd love to hire you full-time or part-time. Just show me what you can do and send me an email, rmedhurst@protonmail.com. So this is the outlet, In Context. And we're already 200 subscribers, actually. That's great. As soon as I told you guys, you started joining, so that's wonderful. Make sure you subscribe. The link is right now in the chat. And there's also a Twitter. See? Almost 1,400 followers. So I'm going to put the link there too. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. And we also have an Instagram as well. Just look up In Context with on Instagram, and there's a Facebook as well. So we're everywhere. And I'm putting out daily things like this, like just, you know, these videos here, which I commented about earlier with Condoleezza Rice and the war criminal stuff. You know, like, this is really great because you get to have daily news, you know, multiple times a day, just posting all of the latest clips so you can literally see things in context. You know, you actually get to see the source of it and not just like, oh, well, such and such did this. No, I'm showing you what happened, right? And also, I'm doing videos myself. So this one, for example, I did I explained all of the fake things in Ukraine. Look at this. I explained all of the viral videos that are going fake in Ukraine, and showed you the originals. So there's the fake, and then I tell you where it's from with the source. Underneath over here, for example, I explained that Germany was halting Nord Stream 2, right? So you get to see the Chancellor saying it, and what it means, and all the ramifications. And we also got memes. And here's Putin putting the nuclear forces on high alert. And I also did a video myself explaining the whole situation in Ukraine, which was up here. Hold on, give me a second. I'm scrolling like mad. It's somewhere down here. I can't remember. We're posting a lot of things. So I basically explained the whole situation in Ukraine and what it means. So, yeah. Oh, Twitter censored it, apparently. That's great. It says sensitive media. I'm wondering what they mean with sensitive media. There's literally nothing graphic in it at all. Or that's funny that they censored it. That's why I couldn't see it. But yeah. If you're confused about what's unfolding in Ukraine, then listen up, because this video is for you. Russian President Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine on Wednesday, citing the need to... So there you go. This is the vibe, and I'm looking for people to help. I'm looking for people who can edit videos, who can write, you know, because these videos, they have text in them, obviously, right? So who can write stuff like this, who can do it fast, who can do it well, who like doing this stuff, most importantly, because, you know, it's not always the most exciting things to talk about, you know, the misery in the world, but we have to expose it and we have to talk about it. And people who are good with animations and video editing, just let me know what you do. And if you want to join part-time or full-time, and I'm just taking anyone who's talented. I don't care where you are, who you are. If you're good at what you do, that's all I care about. And I'd be more than happy to bring you on board. So, and I'm also looking for people to speak in front of the camera, right? So you saw the video I just showed you where I'm speaking. I don't want it to be me all the time. This is not supposed to be a copy of me. I already got my thing. This is supposed to be much bigger than that. So that's why I have other journalists coming on, which is a surprise you'll see in a few days. And I want to really make this a big thing, a very, very big collaborative project. So yeah. Make sure you subscribe on the YouTube. Again, it's in context. And I will put the link right here for you.
Now.
Nice. I already see about 30 of you who went and subscribed just now. Awesome. Thank you. And the Twitter, very, very good. We're doing well there. That's nice. That's nice. Hey, we're almost at 1,400. 4 people left. You guys already went there. That's wonderful. All right, so thanks very much. You guys are asking for my email. Let me send you my email in the chat. So if you want to join, you're interested, you're talented in writing, speaking, video editing, animation, let me know. I put my email in the chat, rmedhurst@protonmail.com. So yeah, thanks so much guys for tuning in. I really appreciate it, and I'm really grateful. We had a long stream. I think that was awesome, and we got to touch on a lot of topics. So you guys are asking for my email. I just told you what it is. Look, there you go. I'm posting it. I'm pasting it again. So maybe there's a delay because you guys didn't hear me say it yet. Anyway, thanks so much, guys. I really appreciate it. Thanks for supporting my work. I hope you have a great day, evening, morning, wherever you are. All of the videos will be up shortly. So again, make sure to hit the bell so you get notifications. All right. I'll see you next time. Thanks for tuning in. And take care. Be well. Ma salame.